Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
You guys, this was still up from last night. The Bird Brain crew. Shout out to the Bird Brain crew. That's hilarious. Let me get rid of those guys. There we go. Y'all, has anybody else had sea shanties stuck in their head ever since the other day with Deppy Heard? Like, it's great. Like, all I can think of is like versions of sea shanties. Like, I've just been in my head singing like, anchors away, my boys, anchors away. And I was also doing some fun research earlier about yo ho ho and a bottle of rum for anyone who's interested. Shout out Defendr. What happened? What was your night? Let us know. Share your crazy story. Fenderr says we're not going to believe the night that she's had. Oh, I need to be playing my video. Look at this cute squanguin in the redwood forest. By the way, if Kathleen shows up, I have some questions for her regarding Tortula. As part of my deep dive into yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Fenderr, you're keeping us. You're leaving us, leaving me on the edge of my seat. What was I looking for? Oh yes, this. Okay, let me pull this up too. So let me get some music going too. The other thing is that now some of these pictures are going to have more meaning and context for you guys, so we can actually talk about them. Let me put the music on. Okay, cool. So hopefully everyone who's here has seen the first episode. Kind of important in order for anything to make sense. So Fenderr says she had a 9:30 p.m. bus overnight. Okay, we got a good start there. Or bad start, rather. How long of a bus ride? So here's Racy's, guys. So just like I did with Bermuda, with Kieran Reed, I think this is a cool thing. I'll keep doing it. So where I have the maps, right, and I take the actual place and I put it there on the map. So there you have actual Racy's, right? And there it is where the pin is. So it's right there on this river. It's kind of a cool location. And this road is a cool name. Menominee. I love that word. What a cool word. Very cool word. There's a lot of alliteration going on. Oh God, Fenderr, are you okay? I'm already. She's at 11:49 p.m. The bus get on the wet road. Oh boy. Right. As we know, there's been a lot of rain there. It's like monsoon season in India. Oh my God. The whole bus basically jumped a foot in the air. Oh my God. What? So I have so many questions. So what happened then? What happened then? Were you guys out in the middle of nowhere? Were you near? What happened? Wow, I'm glad you're safe, Fenderr. Were you guys were you stranded there? Were you rescued in some way? Wow. Oh, okay. We basically hitchhiked on a cab to the nearest city. Wow. Oh my God. Wow. So nobody got hurt? Wow. That's crazy. So you were like out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Holy shit. Oh my God. See, these are the stories that you wouldn't learn unless you knew someone who lived there. You know what I mean? Like we would never have heard of this, you guys. Isn't that such a shame? We would never know about this story were it not for Fenderr. Thank you, Fenderr. Thank you. Shout out to the big ass rock. Can we all please say thank you to the big ass rock for saving Fenderr's beautiful life? What would we be without Fenderr? Oh my God. Thank you, big ass rock. Amazing when that's all that separates somebody between life and lack thereof. That's right. Big ups to the big ass rock.
It's a house.
Yep. Wow. Wow. That's so scary, Fenderr. So are you okay? So where are you still stranded though? Okay, where are you now? Like, are you in this random city? Like, where were you trying to get to? Like, are you at your destination? Did you end up back home? Are you still in the middle of nowhere? Well, I guess closest city, but in the middle of nowhere. But anyway, like, are you not at your destination? That is insane. I'm so sorry. Like, that is awful. Wow. Okay. Is this to go, is this related to your new job or looking for a place for your new job? Look how big that river is. No kidding. Wow, Fenderr. Wow. Can you imagine if you were one of these people, like when Google Maps, I don't even know how, okay, I don't even know how Google Maps does this. Like, is it like, is there a drone? Is it a car? Is it a person? Like, is it possible that you could be like outside and like see the thing that is on Google or from Google Maps that's like taking pictures? That's my first question. My second question is, what would it be like if you're one of the people who randomly gets caught like on a Google Maps picture, and then you realize it at some point when you're like Google mapping something and you're like, oh, look, that's me. Oh, thank you, random girl. Yes, let me back up. Great point. See the car in the window. Aha. Is there a person driving that car? Well, like, why would I expect anyone to know the answer to this? I guess I'm wondering, is it a self-driving car or is it a person driving the car? And is it marked? Yes, thank you, though. Great point. I would never have noticed that. Like, does it have a warning sign? Like, warning, warning. You're going to be on Google Maps. And also, when it's the aerial views and shit, is it a plane or is it a drone? It's a drone, probably. Cameras on the car. What kind of car is that, you guys think? I can't really make out like the make or model. I wonder what it is. Is it like a, I don't know. I couldn't guess. I honestly can't place it. I think part of it is the color, because that's not a really standard color for like most manufacturers. So shout out to Racy's. And there you go. Yeah, it looks like some sort of hatchback. Isn't that cool looking on the inside of Racy's though? It looks like a cool place. We're going to hear a lot more about Racy's, you guys, and it sounds really neato from everything we can tell. There's the menu. Look, you can get a mimosa. Blenders. What is that? Created with ice, milk, and cold press. This is upgrade to cold press. Interesting. Oh, so those are like a frappuccino. Cool. Yum. Wow. The Rob Thomas vanilla, caramel, and honey. Interesting. The Frigid Girl Scout peppermint and chocolate. Yum. That's named after a Thin Mint right there. The berry white raspberry and white chocolate zombie chocolate and vanilla. There's the teas. There's the coffee espresso. I'm just looking at it. Wow. Juice and soda. I wonder what Italian soda is. Oh, look, they have LaCroix for $1.50. Has anybody ever had Italian soda? Fresh squeezed orange juice. I wonder what a steamer is. That's under the other drinks section. I know, right? I want to go to Racy's too. And we can get the court dogs. Exactly. That's right. I know. We need a squirrel friend in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, or somewhere somewhere nearby. Oh wow, that's wild. I was super planner girl. I was thinking the exact same thing. Actually, because the drink that you got had like lavender. Actually, didn't I get? I got it too. We both got it, didn't I? Yeah, we got the same thing. That is interesting. Super Planner Girl says steamer is hot milk plus flavor, but no steam. Like hot flavored milk? Weird. I can't picture that. Oh dear. Wow. I mean, do you think it would have been safer to drive your scooter or would that not have been possible? Right. Lavender and dark chocolate. Yeah. I think it had some, it had I think another thing in it too. Lavender, dark chocolate. Yum. That sounds so good right now. That's a bummer. Well, we're glad that you're okay, Fenderr. We'll miss you. Oh yeah, super planning. You're saying that the steamers don't sound good to you. Yeah, that seems weird. Good night, Dia-san. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really know. How do you decide? How does one determine what is curable? Like, is it based on like human? What's the right way to say it? Human stamina? I guess? Or like, is it the same as a car? Like, if you're a human driving a car, could you drive further? Oh, let me play my thing. We love you, Fenderr. We love you, Fenderr. Oh, yes, we do. That is, again, just for anyone who missed this before, that is an actual like latte from Racy's, like legit. A person who went there and got a drink posted that picture. So that's real deal. Okay, let's start here. We're going to start with, just like this is so Murdoch style, you guys remember back in the day, we're going to start with a little presentation. Y'all ready? Let's meet our judge. Woo, crazy. Judge James Peterson. Okay, so here is our judge. So, Judge James Peterson is the Chief Judge of the United States District Court for the Western District of Wisconsin. He first joined the court in 2014 after a nomination from President Barack Obama. In case you're thinking, wait, district court, isn't that federal? I know it seems like that, right? Wisconsin is one of those states that is weird where the way they do it is like, even in the state level courts, they're called like district courts and circuit courts, so it can be confusing. It's not the only state that does that. I'm trying to remember which. There was another state recently, I'm trying to think, that was doing that. Actually, I know where it was. It was in the case law when we were reading the different case law for Karen Reed in the defense's motion to dismiss. There was some case law where it was funny because it seemed like it was federal court, but it wasn't. Anyway, so this is Wisconsin state trial court, right? But that's how they do it. They do district court and circuit court. So yeah, first joined the court in 2014 after a nomination from Barack Obama. He has served as the court's chief judge since 2017. And then, so his professional career, he had a private practice. He was a lecturer, University of Wisconsin, assistant professor at, this is interesting, right, guys? Look at this one. Assistant professor, University of Notre Dame, Department of Film, Television, and Theater. I want to know more about that because Department of Film, Television, and Theater. Does he have some sort of like theater background? Wild. That's cool. Okay, and then judicial career. So there we have nominated by Barack Obama. The American Bar Association rated Peterson unanimously well qualified for the nomination. And yeah, there you have it. Now here's the next little part. Woo! When Wisconsin made history. Check it out. So what made me end up doing research into this is because I was asking myself the other day, like, actually it was because Dr. Bob was asking about what the charges were for Ezra. And I was saying that I said murder most foul. And then I was like, yeah, I don't think Wisconsin has the death penalty. So I looked it up. So they don't. But check it out. On July 10th, 1853, the Death Penalty Repeal Act was signed into law, making Wisconsin the first state to permanently abolish the death penalty for all crimes. Rhode Island temporarily abolished the death penalty in 1852. Shout out to Rhode Island and DSN, but later reinstated it, and Michigan abolished the death penalty for all crimes except treason in 1847. So it looks like Michigan was actually the first, but it was all crimes except treason, right? So in other words, that's why Wisconsin made history. 1853 too, right? That's a huge move to abolish the death penalty in 1853 for all crimes. Incredible. The most prominent push for reinstatement of the death penalty came in the early 1900s after the Jeffrey Dahmer became public knowledge. Obviously, people were like, hey, death penalty. But you know what? Guess what? No go. No death penalty. Although 22 bills for reinstatement were introduced in the state legislature, none were able to make it through legislative committees. So there you go. Brought to you by Law School University Incorporated. Okay, so shout out to Candace. Are there a lot of Quakers in Wisconsin? There's a lot of Quakers in Greensboro, weirdly. I mean, I don't know if weirdly is the right word. Just, it would be weird because if it's like Wisconsin and Greensboro, you know, I guess that's why I said weirdly. So let's jump into our next episode, shall we?
It's the house.
Okay, so what I'm going to be doing here, guys, is we're going to be getting to know the attorneys as well. So every time we have a new attorney, this attorney is the same one who did the opening statements for the state, okay, for the prosecution. So this is the same lady here, but we're going to be introducing all these attorneys as they come along.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Kimberly Woodworth, Kimberly Woodworth.
What is your occupation?
I work at Polaris. I work in assemblies right now. I did 30 years of childcare before that.
And were you familiar with Alexander Woodworth?
Yes, he's my son.
And where do you live now?
Osceola, Wisconsin.
And did Alex live most of his childhood all in
All
Osceola?
his childhood, yes.
And are you married?
Yes, I am, to John Woodworth,
And how long have you and John been married?
since 1988, about 31 years.
And did Alex have any siblings?
Yes, he did. He has, he's the oldest, and then Sarah is his sister, and then Jordan and Nicole.
I'm sorry, Jordan and...
Nicole.
Okay. Can you briefly describe your relationship with Alex?
He was my best friend. I could talk to him about anything.
Irrelevant. I'm going to overrule. Noted. Go ahead.
I could talk to him about anything and everything, just about everything. He was very easy, very mature with his conversations. I don't know, he's always been like that.
And what were some of Alex's interests?
He loved anything, I guess, nature. He loved anything that lived, moved, breathed. He tried to find understanding, even on bugs and spiders. He wouldn't kill them. He would capture them in a cup and bring them outside, and he'd try and explain that to others too. So,
And what would he do in his free time?
read all the time and write.
And how frequently after
agree.
Alex
I agree.
went to college and graduated would you see him?
I try and get down there at least once a month, and we'd have either breakfast or lunch.
And would you ever go to Racy's coffee shop?
We did a few, probably 5, 6, maybe 7 times.
And when you were with Alex, did he talk to you about the defendant?
He did. He mentioned her name a few times and said he thought she was very nice, easy to talk to.
Did you guys see that? Holy shit. Hold on, let me back that up. She smiled. Dude, you guys, y'all. I had not noticed that until just now. She smiles. Oh, God. That's disgusting. She cracks a smile when she says what he thought of her. That is fucked. Let's watch that again. There you go. You guys want to know what a narcissist looks like? Sorry, I'm not diagnosing, but yet. Let's just see.
And when you were with Alex, did he talk to you about the defendant?
Here.
He did. He mentioned her name a few times
Here.
and said he thought she was very nice.
Do you guys see that? Holy fuck. Hold on. That is code red. That's not really goat worthy because this is beyond. That's a lot. Let's just do it one more time for anyone that missed it. Holy mackerel. You.
a few times and said he thought she was very nice, easy to talk to.
Ah.
But
Ah.
she had some boyfriend problems and that he'd take night strolls with her and she'd just talk to him about it and he'd try and comfort her.
And do you remember what your last conversation with Alex was about?
Objection, hearsay.
Oh.
Is there an exception? State want to be heard on that?
I guess it's a topic. I mean, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm asking,
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection then. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
We talked about taxes, his W-2 forms. I had received one in the mail and I had called him to let him know I had it and I'd bring it down to him. But I'd never got it. I don't believe I got it to him.
and would you describe Alex as a person who was more concerned about himself or others?
He loved being around people. He couldn't wait to get to Racy's so he could have that environment and that option of talking to the people around him.
And during his lifetime, did you ever witness Alex be violent towards others?
Never, not ever. He was always the person that people had got in high school. He's the person that people would come to talk to. He was the listener.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Me.
I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this?
That is my son, Alex Woodworth.
Okay, and is it an accurate photograph of how we remember him?
Pretty scruffy in that picture, but that's him.
In case you had a hard time hearing, she says he's pretty scruffy in that picture, but that's him. Let me back it up so we can see. That's a lovely picture of him.
Never, not ever. He was always the person that people had got in high school. He's the person that people would come to talk to. He was the listener.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Me.
I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this?
That is my son, Alex Woodworth.
Okay, and is it an accurate photograph?
I'm just pausing it so we can see. Look, he's got his cardigan.
Of how we remember him?
Pretty scruffy.
Because this is a video file. But anyway, okay, so let me back that up a second since it went black over here on my end. Okay.
We remember him?
Pretty scruffy in that picture, but that's him.
He has very kind eyes. I agree. Yep. He has very kind eyes.
All right, any cross-examination?
You know, he looks like an old soul. And you can see it. Like, you can tell. He looks like a writer, a philosopher. It makes a lot of sense, right?
Nelson?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Woodworth, you may step down. Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joan Woodworth, JoanWoodWorth.
And where do you live?
Osceola, Wisconsin.
And are you retired?
Yes,
And what did you previously do for a living?
I was an executive secretary.
And were you familiar with Alexander Woodworth?
Very familiar.
And how did you know him?
He's my grandson.
And are you the paternal grandma?
Yes,
And how many grandchildren do you have?
4.
Can you briefly describe your relationship with Alex?
We had a really close relationship with us. He came almost weekly while he was in high school and had supper with us. He spent time with us at our cabin.
I know.
He
I know, guys.
was just generally with us a lot.
I know. Dude, for someone in high school to come over every week and have dinner with the grandparents.
And so when Alex moved to Eau Claire, how frequently would you see him?
We tried to make sure we always saw him once a month.
And what would you do with him when you saw him?
We would go out to lunch. We would see if he needed to go shopping for clothes or food and just spend an afternoon with him.
And do you recall where Alex went to college?
Yes, he went to Eau Claire.
And do you know what his major or minors were in?
He had a major in philosophy and a minor in biology.
That makes sense.
And
Animal
were you
lover.
familiar with him being involved in the McNair program?
The thing is, guys, I mean, a philosophy major with a minor in biology. He wouldn't kill a spider. He wouldn't harm a bug. You know?
Yes.
And what is that program?
McNair program was a grant program that was established for children who had, who were very, very talented, but had no parents who had graduated, or I guess you'd say parents or immediate family who had graduated from a four-year college. And so he was inducted into that when he was, I believe, a junior. And then he was taken to different colleges where he would be introduced to them for the, to go on to college. And he was also, went to different conferences where he gives speeches and that kind of thing. And then his last year of school, he actually worked for the McNair program. He worked for one of his professors.
So he would have been the first person in his immediate family to graduate college had he lived.
And on February 17th of 2018, do you recall meeting up with Alex at his house?
Yes.
Right?
And what did you do that day?
We picked him up and we took him to the family restaurant in Eau Claire for lunch.
And then when you went to his house to pick him up, did you have to wait for him to come out of his house?
Yes.
And did you see anyone exit his house while you were waiting for him?
Yes.
Who did you see?
Ezra.
Oh
And
boy.
is that same girl you saw exit Alex's house on February 17th, 2018,
Yes,
present in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
And prior to that day,
So I'm just going to point out something here. So this is the first time the defendant has been identified in this trial because this is only the second witness, okay? So the first witness was his mom, but it looks like his mom never met Ezra or saw Ezra. So it's now the grandmother is the person who of the family, right, who saw Ezra and has to identify her for the record.
did you ever see the defendant?
No.
How would you describe Alex's demeanor with you during that lunch?
He was happy, very happy. He was tired. He was very hungry, as usual, and just more or less his usual self.
And did he talk to you about his feelings regarding the defendant during that lunch?
Objection, hearsay.
It's 90803 sub 3, and then existing mental or emotional condition.
I'm going to note the objection and I'm going to overrule it.
Does that remind you guys of Elaine at all? So that's an exception to hearsay.
The objection.
Just include also irrelevant, his mindset on February 17th is not
All
relevant.
right. So noted.
So he's objecting on hearsay and relevant.
Overruled.
So did Alex
like to
talk to
judge
you
that.
about his feelings regarding the defendant during that lunch?
He was worried about her traveling back to Stanley that day because she had had car trouble. And she was texting him, and she mentioned that she had car trouble. And we asked him if we needed to go, and see to help her. And he said no, that she said that she knew all the police officers between there and Stanley, and she wouldn't have any problem finding someone to help her.
Which is an interesting statement. Like, what is that? What did she mean by that? Not the grandmother, but what did Ezra mean by that? Interesting.
And that day that you took Alex to lunch, was that the last day you saw him alive?
Yes.
And did you ever offer to buy Alex a car?
Yes.
And did he want a car from you?
No.
Did he tell you why he didn't?
He believed it was just too expensive to have a car at college. There weren't always places to park, and he didn't feel like he had the gas money or paying for insurance. We did offer to pay for his insurance and buy him a car, but he would always say, "Grandma, walking is good for me."
And Can you describe Alex's character for me?
He was a person that loved people. He loved children. He loved to be around children. He loved animals. He was very, very much into nature. He enjoyed being with family for like holidays. When he'd come home from college, he was always vibrant and telling stories and making everybody laugh.
I have no further questions.
All right, any cross-examination?
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So let me pause that real quick. So now we're going to meet Mr. Dufour. So Mr. Dufour is now the Assistant Attorney General for the state, and this is the lead prosecutor. So he did, as we know, we have not heard from him yet. We've only, from the state, we've only heard from Miss Nodoff, who was the lady who did the opening statement. So we're going to meet Mr. Dufour. Now, this is going to be medical examiner, all right? I can probably pull my banner down for a bit here. Couple things, guys. So, all right. Right. I know. And I wonder what the deal is with the cops. I don't know if it's because she's had a lot of run-ins with the cops or what. We know there's something weird about her with being able to drive, but it's clear there's a motion in limine about that because it doesn't come in. We need somebody, we need a Wisconsinite to get those court docs for us. So, okay. So here's what I wanted to say. There's going to be some graphic images. Okay. What will happen is they will show images and then the images will go away. They don't show all the images, okay? Like for some of the worst of it, they don't show all the images, but it'll pan back and forth to the evidence, you know, pictures, right? Photos, crime scene photos. And then it'll pan back to like the medical examiner. And so it's actually kind of not, I don't know that it would be helpful for me to try to every single time the camera pans to, you know, say, I just, in other words, a blanket trigger warning, I would say, for this testimony with this medical examiner. And like one thing that's nice is they do not beat around the bush. What you guys are going to notice now that we're getting into like the real deal, like the, you know, witnesses, right? That are the meat and potatoes of the case. Well, you could even see it from those two. I have not cut any testimony. Like I should have started with that. I have not cut any testimony. I'm not cutting any testimony. Okay. Because of the fact that A, all of the testimony is really concise and to the point, and B, again, this trial has never been streamed on YouTube before. So we're, you know, those the mom and the grandmother were on the stand for what, less than 10 minutes each or something. They get these witnesses in and out. It's really impressive. And so, like, they do not waste any fucking time. So basically, this entire time that the medical examiner is on the stand, just go ahead and expect that. Now, let me tell you what to prepare for, okay? There's going to be pictures of the victim that, like, I want, you know, like I was saying last night, it's easier when you're not surprised, I feel like. Okay. Now it's always going to be surprising when you see something for the first time, but I'm telling you guys. So I was surprised when I was editing the video. I was surprised. I was like, oh, okay. Okay. So like, but, once you know what to expect, it might be a little bit easier. So things like from the autopsy, it's not going to show. Okay. It's not going to show like anything internally or whatever, but there's going to be pictures of the victim. Now, while they are surprising and graphic in nature, especially if you're not expecting them, I will say it's not the worst. Okay, how to say this? Again, they don't show the worst of it. Okay, you know, all I can say is everyone can decide for themselves which is, you know, like I think some of the hardest pictures are the pictures where it just shows him fully clothed, and I think they blur out his face, but it like shows him fully clothed and his clothes are like soaked in blood, so like that looks really bad, right? But then when they show the wounds on like his skin and stuff, they don't look any, I don't know, it's hard to explain. I don't know. I just want to say, just blanket trigger warning on that. Now, for anyone who doesn't want to look at it, but you still want to hear the testimony, feel free to listen along, and you can hear me talking, obviously, and you will know when it switches over, obviously to another witness. Also, there's also going to be probably some times where there aren't any pictures. So, I'm not going to put trigger warning on the screen. And here's why, because anybody that decides not to watch it, but is going to listen along, won't see if I remove that. Like, they're not going to see me put it up or pull it down. So that's why I'm just saying it verbally, right? So hopefully that works for you guys. I know, right? Lolly, yeah. And I love this judge too. We're going to get to hear them. We're going to get to hear them kind of go through how they handle some court matters and stuff too. And we're going to get to hear his admonition to the jury. It's great. It's great. I really like this judge a whole lot. So, okay, let's get going. So we're going to meet Mr. DeFore for the first time, and we're going to hear from the medical examiner. So as we know, because we studied this extensively with Murdoch, this is a forensic pathologist, not a coroner, right?
Good afternoon. Could you tell us your name, please?
Kelly Marie Mills.
And doctor, how are you employed?
I am employed at the Ramsey County Medical Examiner Center in St. Paul, Minnesota.
And in what capacity are you employed there?
I'm the principal assistant medical examiner.
What is a principal assistant medical examiner?
Well, a medical examiner is someone who gets involved when someone dies and helps investigate the case to some degrees, but they're looking for cause and manner of death. The principal just means I'm the second lead at the office.
All right. And how long have you been employed at the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office?
17 years.
Right. And let's talk a little bit. Actually, first off, were you employed there in March of 2018?
Yes, I was.
Now let's talk a little bit about your educational background. Can you describe for the jury, please, your post-high school educational background?
I earned my Bachelor's of Science degree in Biomedical Sciences at Grand Valley State University. I went on to earn my medical degree at Wayne State University. I then went on and did an anatomic pathology fellowship at the Detroit Medical Center. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's office in Detroit.
And as part of that, do you also do a residency?
The residency was at the Detroit Medical Center, yes.
And doctor, do you have any board certifications?
Yes, I do.
And what board certification? First off, what is a board certification?
A board certification is after you've completed all of your training. Residency was one of them. You'd sit for a nationwide test, and that gauges whether you pass or don't pass. I'm certified in anatomic pathology. And then after my fellowship, that's again a nationwide test, I took another certification exam, and I am board certified in forensic pathology.
Can you tell me what exhibit number 2 is?
It's my CV,
And what is a CV?
a curriculum vitae or resume.
All right. And this goes through your educational background, as well as publications that you've been involved in, research and teaching experience, awards, those types of things.
Yes, it does.
Also discusses the organizations that you are a member of.
Yes.
What organizations are you currently a member of?
The National Association of Medical Examiners, or NAME, the International Association of Coroners and Medical
Shout out to NAME. We've heard of them before, haven't we?
Examiners, and here and there, sometimes the Minnesota Medical Association.
And doctor, how long have you been board certified in forensic pathology? Approximately.
16 years.
All right. And that then brings me to the question, what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is looking at injuries and trauma as they pertain to death.
You guys hear such a difference, though, from this and other trials? For example, cough, cough, lolly. It's just going through everything in such a logical manner. Like, think about the difference. It's kind of insane, right? This is so easy to follow. It's just so logical, and it's just like, you see what I mean? Like, the jury can just, it's just effortless. I didn't cut anything, you guys. There's no interruptions. There's no, the audio, I don't know. It's just, it's just so nice. Do you guys know? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just very nice. It feels very much like a relief compared to some of these other trials where it's just a mess. Like, this is just like, this is how it should go, you know? Oh, a poll. Ezra, will she show emotion out when she sees Alex's photos? Yes. I don't know that there's enough of us here to where we could probably all just type an answer in. But I can totally do a poll. I think I can do that. I have to do it through YouTube. But good question though, Super Planner Girl. Good question. Yeah. That's a good question. So yeah, again, I'll just reiterate. Yeah, let's do this. Put 1 in the chat if you think she's going to show emotion. 2 in the chat if you think no. Shout out to Iowa Backyard Camp. Oh no, the bunny left the flower bed. No. Oh my God. I love that bunny. And I love the raccoons. I hate that the bunny's gone though. Oh my God, the bunny was too much. The bunny was too much for me, Iowa. The close-up pictures of the bunny, it's like, it's too cute. It needs a warning sign. So, yeah, so put 1 in the chat if you think she's going to show emotion, 2 if you think she's not going to. And actually, I guess the benefit of a poll would be for people that are starting at the beginning, they could still weigh in on it. So maybe I'll see if I can try to do a poll on YouTube, actually. What else was I going to say about this? So, yeah, but isn't it such a relief, though, to hear just such, like, logical, streamlined, non-leading questioning, you know? So I think we've got some time before they get to the pictures because they're going to be talking about like what is forensic pathology. So I'm going to go ahead and keep playing it and I'm going to see if I can do a poll. So that was a good idea, Super Planner Girl.
So you can conclude at a cause and manner of death.
And when you talk about cause and manner of death, what is cause of death?
Cause of death is the actual process of death. So if I gripped my chest and had a heart attack right here and now, that would be a myocardial infarction. That's the cause of death.
And what is manner of death?
A manner of death is the circumstances surrounding death. We've got 5. There's natural, suicide, accident, homicide, and undetermined, meaning you can't actually pull one of the triggers on one of the 2, so you're trapped between 2 or 3.
Okay. And doctor, when you are trying to determine the cause and the manner of an individual's death, what's the procedure that you go through in trying to determine cause and manner of death?
You perform an autopsy.
And is there a particular manner in which you generally perform autopsies?
Yes.
Can you describe that briefly for the jury?
First, you start with the external examination, which is looking at an individual and how you describe that to another person. So age, race, gender, sex, hair color, eye color, if there's tattoos, if there's scars, if there's any missing body parts or amputations, and looking for trauma as well. That's the external exam. Then you move on to the internal exam, which is the internal part of the autopsy. And now you look systematically at all the internal organs, looking for natural disease as well as trauma. Throughout that process, we collect bodily fluids like blood, urine, bile, vitreous fluid from the eyes, and you collect those and save those in case you want to test for drug tests. You can also do electrolyte panels too to give you your sodium and chloride, so forth. Throughout that process, we take portions of the tissue and save those for a period of time in formalin to preserve them. After that is all done, then we are now done with our autopsy, and we have a reasonable degree of going forward for a cause of death as well as a manner.
Right. Do you also document the clothing, or if there is no clothing, the lack of clothing on the individual when they come in for the autopsy?
Yes.
Right. And during the procedures of the autopsy, do you photograph the various items, both the body and then any clothing that that individual may be wearing?
Yes, we do.
I've already provided a copy of these to counsel. Doctor, I've handed you a manila folder that has a series of photographs in them I want you to take a look at them. They're numbered not sequentially, but we'll discuss the number when we talk about them. And then I just want to ask you a question about them all once you've had a chance to look at them. Doctor, have you had a chance to look at all of the photographs that are contained in that manila folder?
Yes, I have.
All right. And are those all photos that were taken as part of the autopsy procedure? Actually, let me back up a second. In March of 2018, were you
Were you guys able to see the poll? I don't think it shows up in StreamYard, but hopefully you guys should be able to see it.
asked to perform an autopsy on a body that was identified to you as belonging to Alexander or Alex Woodworth?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you perform that autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And did you follow the general procedures that we talked about previously?
Yes, I did.
We'll talk about some of the specifics of that. As part of that procedure, do you document by photograph the parts of the autopsy as well as the clothing and the body of the individual?
Yes.
All right. What we have up there is Exhibit 6. Can you tell us what we're seeing there, Dr. Mills?
Okay, it's going to start with some of the clothing before it gets to pictures of him in the clothing, okay? You guys, for anyone that missed it, there's a banner, I'm not putting a banner in the screen, on the screen. I'm saying it, banner. Verbal banner, trigger warning of the pictures again. It's not, again, if you were to compare it to maybe other cases we've watched where we hear about what happens to people, is it anything like that? No. But is it just, I don't want anyone to be surprised. I feel like the surprise can be the worst part. But again, if in doubt, don't watch. You can still listen if you feel so inclined. Obviously, I don't think that listening to it is going to be as bad. It's not, I don't know. It's hard to just, I'm probably making more about it than it is. Let me just play the video.
We're looking at the front aspect of the pants Mr. Woodworth were wearing. There's a brown belt, and you can see the tan jeans with abundant blood. And then there's tearing at the cuffs at the bottom.
All right. Dr. Mills, when you examined these pants, did you observe any obvious mud on the pants?
No, I did not.
Let's move to Exhibit 9. What are we looking at here?
These are the bottom of the socks that Mr. Woodworth were wearing that I removed from his body.
Did he have shoes on when he came in for autopsy?
No, he did not.
All right. And as far as the socks, did you observe any obvious mud on the socks that Mr. Woodworth was wearing?
No, I did not.
Exhibit number 14, what are we looking at here?
This is the front of the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and you can see abundant blood.
All right. And exhibit number 16, what are we seeing here?
This is the front of the band of the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and there's a linear defect there in the band.
All right. A hole.
Correct.
All right. In your terminology, you generally refer to something like that as a defect?
That is correct.
All right. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that and the location of that in a little while. Exhibit number 18, what are we seeing here?
This is again the front of the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing. It's in the crotch region, and you can see with a little difficulty, just below that gray scale, another defect.
All right. And moving to Exhibit 22, what is this?
This is the front of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing. And again, you can see abundant blood.
All right. And can you just kind of outline for us a little bit where you talk about abundant blood, where are we seeing blood on there?
The sweater, the original color of the sweater is this grayish color here. Anything from this line that I'm drawing over to the right of the screen, that's all blood soaked. There's blood here along the base of the sweater, as well as on the left armpit, arm, and torso region, and the cuff of the left sleeve.
All right. Moving on to exhibit number 25, what are we seeing here?
This is the neck hem of the front of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing. And what I'm trying to show here is that there aren't any defects, so it's completely intact.
Okay. So nothing went through the sweater at that
Yeah.
area.
That would be correct.
All right. Moving on to Exhibit 20.
I know, I agree. The only thing is, though, I mean, part of the reason they may have testified immediately, at the trial, it could be, well, there's obviously it makes sense to start with them anyway, to get to know the victim, but it could be because they wanted to watch the rest of the trial, and there's usually an exclusionary rule among witnesses that they couldn't watch testimony until after they'd already testified. So, but yeah, I know it's awful.
7, what are we seeing here?
We are looking at the lower portion of the sweater, and it's just showing more of the blood
Okay.
and no defects.
All right. Taking a look at Exhibit 28, what are we looking at here?
This is the bottom of the sweater and showing a little bit of blood at the base, but then you can start seeing a defect here on the left lateral region of the sweater.
Shout out to ABC's docket.
And Exhibit number 31.
Me, my friend.
This is the back of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and again, it
Also, I just will say, so are you familiar with this trial, ABC's docket? Have you been following the coverage that we've done on this starting last night? And also, in case you missed it, just in case for anyone who's joining us, again, I'm just going to reiterate this. Trigger warning, we're about to get into some pictures. Again, it's not going to be anything like from like autopsy in terms of like, how they will do internal, whatever, autopsy. It's nothing like that, but there's going to be graphic images. Just fair warning. I'm just letting everybody know.
has
Again,
blood that you can see, the red-brown discoloration, and you can see a defect at the back of the right shoulder that the pointer's pointing at right now, as well as a defect here on the right side of the back of the sweater, and then another defect on the left. It's more lateral, but the way I have it laid out, it looks like it's on the back.
All right. And looking at Exhibit number 35, what are we seeing here?
This is again the back of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and it's got a gray scare that
ABC's docket. So I'm going to keep playing the video, but as we go along, feel free to ask any questions that you have, and I'll answer.
I placed there underneath one of the defects on the right back,
Yes,
and then again you can see the
anybody
defect
can
at the
ask
back of the right shoulder.
Anytime. Honestly.
Moving on to Exhibit number 38, what are we seeing here?
This is now showing the left side of the back of the sweater, and you can now see 2 defects on that region of the sweater as well.
All right. And that would correspond to what area on Alex's body when the sweater is being worn?
The left lateral torso.
Okay. And lateral torso is what?
It's lateral is side, and torso is your thorax.
Okay. And what are we seeing here in Exhibit number 40?
Thorax doesn't
This is showing the 3 defects that are located on the left lateral region or back of
Remember,
this
guys,
sweater. So you've got 1, 2, and then 3 defects.
Remember, guys, he was stabbed 16 times.
And that's on the left side of the sweater.
That is correct, yes.
And what are we looking at in Exhibit number 46?
This is the front of the right pant of Mr. Woodworth. It's on the upper region that would correspond to the thigh. And you can see a linear defect here in the central region of the photo.
And looking at Exhibit 48, what are we seeing here?
This is a close-up of the front region of the crotch portion of the pants, and you can see another defect.
One thing I will say, guys,
And Exhibit
like I said, they don't show everything. I'll just go ahead and let you all know. They do not show the injuries to the crotch region, just so you know. Don't worry
number
about that.
52, what are we seeing here?
This is the front of the waistband of the jeans, as well as the belt that are located there. You can see the button that latches the jeans, and I'm showing the absence of a defect.
Okay. And right underneath the buckle there, we see that kind of glossy red, brown color. Yeah. What is that?
That is dried blood.
And is that kind of pooled in that area?
Yes, it's congealed, and it would flake off if you tried to remove it.
And how about if we look on the other side, also underneath the belt, is that some more congealed blood there? On the,
Right here, yes.
okay,
A little bit there as well.
all right, thank you. And then exhibit number 53, what are we seeing here?
This is the front left portion of the waistband that Mr. Woodward was wearing on his jeans, and you can see more of the congealed blood along the seam.
It's awful.
And again, a lack of a defect.
All right. And then what are we seeing here in exhibit number 56?
This is the back of the jeans that Mr. Woodward was wearing, and there are no defects.
All right. And is that the area around the seat of those pants in the center there? Is that blood in that area?
That is blood. That is correct.
And also, doctor, in addition to the pants, did you check the sweater to see if there was any obvious mud on the sweater as well?
Yes, I did.
And was there any obvious mud on the sweater?
No, there was not.
All right. Doctor, getting back then to height, were you able to obtain an approximate height for Alexander Woodworth as of the time of your autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And what was his height as of the time of your autopsy?
5'8".
All right. And did you also obtain an approximate weight of Alex at the time of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And what was that approximate weight?
137 pounds.
Now, let's start then talking about your actual autopsy and your findings. You start with your external exam, I believe is what you said, correct?
Correct.
All right. And one of the first things that you typically check, would that be the nose and mouth area?
Yes.
All right. And what did you note as it related to the nose and mouth areas of
Wait, guys, y'all are
Mr. Woodworth? And if you need to refer to your...
anyone who doesn't really hate Ezra that much yet, which, I mean, I get it, right? Like, you guys just wait. Just wait. I mean, yeah, Candace clearly is like already picking up on what's to come here, I think. But it's dude, she's the worst. She's the worst. She's the worst, I think.
Autopsy protocol, that's fine. That's why we admitted it.
I didn't recall anything, and I just confirmed that I don't recall anything.
So nothing, no issues with that. No
That is
injuries,
correct.
no, all right. Now, as part of your procedure and as part of what you did in this case, did you prepare what would be known as a PowerPoint?
Yeah, so Super Planner Girl, that's a good point. We can do another poll too. Well, we'll keep reminding me, because the polls are a great idea. Because I kind of talked myself out of the idea of saying that people can just put stuff in the chat, because then I realized, well, hey, hang on, because the thing about the benefit of the poll, as I said, is that for people who are going back and watching from the beginning, or there were different different parts in the live stream, right? They can still see the poll in the chat and answer the poll, because otherwise they would have to be caught up to speed to hear me ask the question verbally and then answer. So y'all keep reminding me if ever there's a good opportunity for a poll, and I'll keep doing that, because I think that's a good idea. I'm not going to close the poll though until we get to the point where it really starts showing the pictures of the victim. But yeah, that will be another great opportunity for a poll though, whenever she goes to take
presentation that will help to demonstrate your various findings from your autopsy.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Hey guys.
What are we seeing in slide number?
Okay, I think this is where we get to the start of the pictures of the victim. So again, just in case anyone missed it, trigger warning, there's pictures of the victim.
Number 2 on let's start with, slide number 2 here. What are we seeing?
You are seeing Mr. Woodworth as how he arrived to my facility in St. Paul. The body bag is behind him in blue, so he's still lying on that on top of a metal gurney. You see a white sheet. His hands have brown paper bags on them to help preserve potential evidence. There's a multicolored scarf wrapped around his right shoulder and underneath his right forearm and along the right side of his back. You can see the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing. You can also see the jeans and the belt and a little bit of the band of the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing.
I'm going to back it up just a second because I think there's something noteworthy here. So do you guys notice something about his pants? What do you guys, it's horrifying. I know it's horrifying, but there's an important detail here in terms of the story of what happened, right? What do you guys notice about his pants? Especially look at his belt, right? What do you guys notice about the pants? Besides the fact that it's horrible and there's blood. Besides that, like, have you guys noticed anything of significance? I'll keep playing the video, but let me know if you guys have picked up on something there.
Shoulder and underneath his right forearm and along the right side of his back. You can see the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was.
Random girl gets 1,000,000 points. Yep, the belt is buckled. Yep, belt is buckled. Pants are zipped. They're not undone.
Wearing.
Very good.
You can also see the jeans and the belt and a little bit of the band of the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing.
All right. And is that the condition that, for example, his pants were in at the time he arrived at autopsy?
Yes.
So in some of the pictures that we looked at earlier, the belt was undone, the top button on the pants was undone. That's not the condition he was in when he arrived?
That is correct.
He was in this condition. It appears can you describe how the belt and the pants are as you saw him initially in autopsy?
They were in a closed position in a normal fitting and wear that a person, male or female, would wear.
All right.
But with the underwear band slightly exposed, though.
All right.
So she just clarified, yeah. So the belt was buckled, pants were zipped and buttoned, everything was buckled. So the earlier picture where we see just the clothes, it's undone to show the, blood or whatever there. But what she's saying is the condition we just saw in that picture where is how he arrived and everything was buckled and zipped up. And oh, ABC's docket, did she ever, man? Oh, did she ever? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is a situation where she's being charged with first-degree murder, and it's essentially kind of a self-defense, right? But she's got a whole, dude, did she go overboard with her story, man? Dude, she showed up at this, just to summarize briefly, she showed up at this, farmer's house covered in mud and blood and claimed she forgot her own name and she didn't know what happened. And, oh God, the whole thing. So then they took her to the hospital and anyway, so right. Or he was attempting to. Correct. That's exactly right. Yes. Yep. And there's a whole story too about I guess you could call it a love triangle. And I would say, I think you can still watch with us. I think that it's, we will fill you in. However, I would say if you are interested, this to me is one of the most interesting cases of all time. I think this is so fast. This is such a fascinating case. I just wish there were more available, like there is with Murdoch, for example. If there was more available, I would be covering, again, we need someone in Wisconsin to get, for example, court documents, right? I'm going to continue to, cover and deep dive this case as much as I possibly can for what's available. But again, even the whole trial has not even been ever streamed on YouTube. This is the first. So this is, but yeah, anyway, what I was going to say is, but if you are interested, you can always go back and watch the opening statements. Since this is only the second episode, we are only on the third witness. So, but we did watch the opening statements last night and everything has timestamps. Have I looked on Reddit? I haven't in terms of going to Reddit. I don't have a Reddit account, but every way that I've searched for court documents, nothing's come up on Reddit. The only thing, and I'm good for you not wanting spoilers. Yeah, there's really just news articles talking about the case, but even that is very minimal. It really kind of didn't get a whole lot of media exposure compared to other cases and compared to what it seems like it probably could have, considering this case is insane. It's really insane. I don't know how it didn't get more exposure. Not that really matters, except the fact is that when it gets more exposure, guess what? There's more, right? If a case gets a lot more exposure, the likelihood of documents being on Reddit, for example, increases. So in that sense, it's kind of a shame. But if we can bring some attention to it, maybe someone will watch it and be like, hey, I live in Wisconsin. I'll go get the court documents, you know? So you have to go in person. It's a Wisconsin state like rule. You have to go in person to the courthouse. Yep. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you can still feel free to keep. I mean, I'm like, I don't think you'll be lost. Like that's what I guess what I was kind of trying to say is I don't think we're not to the point where you know, God, I don't know if you guys remember, but like, dude, Fenderr joined in for Karen Reed when Jen McCabe was on the stand. And Fender's like, hey guys, what's up? What's happening? I don't know anything about this trial. What's happening? And it's like, she joined during Jen McCabe. But you know what? If we caught her up at that, you know what I mean? Like we've only heard from the two family members, and this is the beginning of the ME's testimony. So you can totally watch. It's not, you know, it's not like it's going to be, anyone's going to be lost for if they join in now. But I still would recommend going back and watching the opening statements just so you have an idea of kind of like what the scene is. Oh, dang it. She lives on the other side of the state. Did she ever go to the other side of the state? So far, that's the closest one we got. I know, right? Jen summoned Fenderr to us. Yeah. Yeah, the Christine Ricci, man, I don't know. That was too soon for me to watch another Massachusetts trial, but I've seen about it, but I have not watched it. And I've been watching some of the Ashley Benefield trial. Not like the whole thing, obviously, but just I've seen some parts of it. But yeah. But this is a really good one. This is a good one for sure.
And the belt was
Also closed.
okay. Great, thank you.
Quadrangle.
All right. Let's move to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
We are looking at Mr. Woodworth's hands. The photo on the left is his right hand, and you can see dried blood. And the photo on the left is the unbagged left hand, and you can see a little bit of dried blood on his left hand and a little bit of dirt.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
We are looking at the bottom of.
You guys, are you also noticing just how streamlined? It's funny because I've done a lot of trials now at this point. Well, not a lot, but you know, enough to where you can really see a difference. I did not cut any silence, you know, I didn't, this is how fast this happened in real time. There's no editing here. I had to make very few edits in terms of cutting just like silence or like, you know, getting an exhibit or whatever. It was crazy to look at the difference between this and other trials, especially Karen Reed, where there was so much of that. But like, just look at the example of how this is just how it's coming up. Like the way the pictures are side by side, you know, they're not having to say, okay, can you zoom in? No, sorry, not there. Zoom in here. Okay, let's get the pointer. Okay, can we identify this? What's this? What's that? Blah, blah, the lights on and off. I mean, it's just so streamlined, right? I just really appreciate it.
Of Mr. Woodward's feet that were clothed with the socks. So this is the bottom of the right foot
that's
on
wild.
Mr. Woodworth, the photo on the left.
That's
And then
wild.
the photo on the right is the bottom of the left foot that is socked as well.
Remind me where you're at now, ABC. Are you in, what am I thinking? Are you in Kansas?
All right. And is that the condition that his feet were in at the time he arrived at autopsy?
That's right.
Yes.
All right. Did any shoes come with him to autopsy?
No.
All right. And obviously then he did not have shoes on when he came to autopsy?
That is correct.
All right. And when you looked at the socks as they sat on Alex's feet, what can you tell us about what you're seeing on those socks?
Well, the right sock, the base of the sock, oops, I'm pressing the wrong button, is clean.
Yeah.
Dingy from wear, but clean. And you can see where the blood.
I'm going to just, because again, I'm just going to say where I think this is important. Okay. Remember, according to Ezra's story is like, remember, he gets out of the car and stands up and all this, right? Because she has to say that she continued to feel threatened for her life in order to justify the 16 stab wounds, right? Because it's not just like he according to her. It's not like he just made an advance on her and then she stabbed him once and then he was like, fine, I'll leave you alone, right? That, according to her, it was this knife fight, right? Or whatever. And in her story, remember, it would sound kind of incredible how it's like he gets out of the car and he's still alive and then all this and that. And then eventually he like lays down on the ground. And anyway, but if he were to get out of the car and stand on the ground, guess what? He would have mud because it was snowy, right? There was snow on the ground and it was muddy. Because remember, his car was stuck in the mud, right? So the point is his socks look like they're maybe dingy from wear, like she said, but they're dry, right? And they're not muddy. And so it would stand to reason that he never stood on the ground, right?
Had soaked in but stopped
Potentially.
at the back of the heel, but is also along where the great toe is located. On the left foot, you can see that the sock is clean, meaning free of blood.
All right. And any mud on those socks?
No.
Let's move to the next slide.
Okay.
What are we taking a look at and what do we see?
I'm just going to pause to say this is essentially this is very much the extent of the types of images we're going to be seeing. Okay. When I said graphic images, right, we're going to be seeing some puncture wounds that are this is about what on par with what we will see when they talk about some of the, again, we don't see all of them, right? We're not going to see all of them, thank God, but this is about as bad as it gets from my recollection, in terms of the graphic nature of the images. But again, for anyone, feel free to listen, right? And I'll let you guys know when the images are done. But this is about what you can expect. So that way, hopefully you guys can kind of make a judgment as to if this is going to be, difficult for you guys to watch or not. Of course, obviously goes without saying, like, it's awful. But again, it's a puncture wound. So.
Yeah.
This is a sharp force injury. When I document sharp force injuries, I systematically just name them from one or number them from one throughout front to back. So I start at the head, go to the feet and the extremities. So this is what I've labeled as sharp force injury number 1, and it's above his right ear. And you can see there's a linear defect, which is a sharp force injury with clean edges.
All right. Let me stop for a second. I want to ask a couple questions. First off, when you say a sharp force injury, what are you talking about?
An injury caused by an instrument with sharp edges like a knife.
Okay. And you say you number them. Are you able to, and can you, as part of an autopsy, proceed?
It's really funny. I just want to say, for all the times I've been watching live streams and people are like, they can't find the poll results. I know for a lawyer, for example, he always asks, like, John, can you pull up the poll results? Or like, now he's got Kelsey. I don't know how you find that. In fact, the poll just disappears. Like, after I started the poll, I couldn't see it. I have no idea what anybody voted or if anybody voted. And then the only option was to end the poll. So I ended it thinking maybe it would then pop up and show me. Nope. I have no idea. I don't know how you find that. So anyway, hopefully you guys can see it in the chat and let me know what it says.
Generally determine in what order
There you go.
injuries occur.
Yep.
You have some idea potentially of an order in some cases, but you systematically just start numbering them from how you see them as what it would make sense when you're looking at an individual.
All right. And so you start at the
There
head.
were you guys who said nope, or what was, I had put a third option on there. What was it? Like, what was the third option? Again, I can't see it. So if you want to remind me what the third option was, essentially everybody I think was correct unless you said yes, but I don't know that anybody. Okay. So 50% said no. 37% yes for fake emotion. Thank you, Super Planner Girl. 12% yes. Okay. Yeah. The fake emotion was a good guess. I couldn't vote in the poll. I couldn't even see the poll. So weirdly, but if I were watching this, and voting in the poll, I could see fake emotion being a plausible choice. Thank you for letting me know. 8 votes. Sweet. Thank you, Random Girl, for putting the results in the Discord. Yeah, I don't know how you, as the streamer, I don't know how you pull those up. So we'll have to figure that out.
The front part of the body and the head and move down to the toes, basically.
Correct.
And then reverse and do the same thing with the back?
That is correct.
All right. So the highest injury would be number 1, and then the lowest injury on the back would be whatever the last number is that you total up.
That is correct.
Okay.
So what they're discussing actually comes up on cross. It's the number because remember there's 16 stab wounds, so they have to number them. So she's discussing how she goes about numbering them, right? 1 through 16.
Great. Thank you. All right. Then let's move on to the next slide. What are we seeing in this slide? Slide number, for the record, slide number 6.
What you are seeing is the unroofing of the calvarium or the top of the skull.
Don't
The
worry
photo on
about
the right,
it.
you can see the saw marks. On the photo on the right, this is a reflected scalp, so that we're
This is what's so interesting is you can tell they had this planned out ahead of time. Court TV, shout Court TV guys, right? Because they talked about this ahead of time. Look at how seamless, right? They already knew ahead of time. They must have known ahead of time because they already keep the camera on her, and they know not to show, like they're not showing this shit, right? Thank God. So it's great. Like again, they're showing some of it, right? But it's not the parts that are what in my mind would be the worst.
looking at what's called the subgaleal tissue. So here is hemorrhage or subgaleal hemorrhage on that right side.
He cares.
Now,
not
if you go to the photo on the left, this top part or the calvarium of the skull has been pulled down to reveal the dura here. And to the right of that, you can see a brain. There is a collection of blood called subdural blood here in the blue gloves of my assistant. And then you can see the edge of the skull as well there. And on
By the way, I feel like even though we've watched a lot of medical examiners, I will say I feel like even just from when I was going through and editing, I feel like we will learn. Like I'll point it out as it goes along, but there's a couple things, or not a couple, more than a couple things from her testimony. I'm like, wow, this is the new fact for me. Learning new things every day, right? Great example. We've all heard subdural hemorrhage, right? A million times. I had no idea. It's because there's a part of the brain called the dura. Had no idea. The dura, that's why it's called subdural hemorrhage. Incredible. Dude, I know, you know what? I think you're 100 super planner girl. I'm going to save this comment. I always forget I can save comments anytime. So yeah, yes. Ding, ding, ding. She's probably writing Ezra loves Ezra. Yup. Dude, I tell you what, man. I would say that's a really, that moment that we pointed out at the beginning of this episode where she does that smile. That, dude, it's like, that is a really good indication of her character. Maybe the best indication you get of her character up until she takes the stand, right? Like that tells you what you need to know right there, man. That smile was,
the photo on the right, you can see that there's a sharp force defect right above the right ear.
All right. So let's just talk about this a little bit. First off, you use the term subgaleal blood. What is subgaleal blood?
That is the blood that is on the reflected surface of the scalp.
All right. So we're underneath the scalp, but above the skull. Okay. And then you talked about subdural blood, and I think you have the term subdural hemorrhage there. What is subdural hemorrhage?
So this is the dura. That is this kind of tent-like structure that you're seeing in the photo on the left. This space that's clean, that's called the epidural space. There's no blood there. Underneath the dura, or sub, meaning like subterranean below, there's a collection of blood, and you can see it starting here, and it's pouring.
Again, it's like a term that we've heard a million times. I really appreciate understanding it better the way she explains. I think she does a great job.
Out into the glove of my assistant.
All right. And is that below the skull itself?
Yes.
All right. So is that in the area that would correspond to where that, what you call the sharp force defect in the skull would be?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Does that what does that tell you about what happened with the knife or whatever instrument was used to cause that sharp force injury?
That vessels in the subdural and between the dura and the brain have been ruptured, and that causes the hemorrhage.
All right. And that was by the knife or whatever other instrument went through the skull into that area.
Well, the subdural, yes, that would be correct, that there's hemorrhage there from the injury from the knife as well.
And how deep did that injury go from the into the subdural space or the subdural area?
It was a tract of 1 inch.
So 1 inch deep?
That is correct.
All right. And how hard is the skull to penetrate with a knife or some other type of sharp force instrument?
It takes a lot more effort and difficulty to penetrate the skull than it would soft tissue.
I assume we don't have people going out and testing to see how much force is needed to go through people's skulls typically.
We don't, but I did come across a research paper.
On that area?
Yes, of a case report, yes.
Besides the subdural and the subgaleal hemorrhage, was there any additional hemorrhage in that area?
There was. You can't really see it in this photograph because of the subdurals kind of staining the surface, but there's a shiny translucent membrane called the arachnoid mater overlying arachnoid, ARACHNOID, overlying these curves of the brain, and there was blood in that location called subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Okay. All right, let's move to the next set of injuries. Can you tell us what these are and where they are?
This is the front and back on the right side of Mr. Woodworth, and you can see there are 3 distinct sharp force injuries in this cluster. There's 3 tails here at the anterior front of the neck, and there's also 3 tails here at the posterior or back of the neck.
All right. And now, doctor, are these injuries where someone is jabbing the knife into the neck, or are they injuries where someone is slicing across the neck?
It would be a slice.
And there are 3 separate ones?
That is correct.
And why do you say that?
Because of the 3 distinct tails, both at the front of the neck and at the back of the neck.
All right. And are you able to determine, and can you determine in which direction the slice is going? In other words, is it slicing from right to left, left to right?
The direction of the wound tract is going back to front, right to left, and slightly downward.
Okay. Thank you. And doctor, appears that there's quite a bit of separation there of the skin from those injuries. Can you explain why that happens and how that happens?
The elastic fibers that is in everyone's skin and in the region of this neck have been completely transected, so it opens up a wound so that you can expose and see the underlying tissue.
And how deep are these injuries to the neck?
The depth is from the surface of the skin to the lowest point where the wound tract ends is 1 inch.
Let's move on then to the next slide. What do we have here?
This is the front left side of Mr. Woodworth, and you can see 3 distinct, what I've labeled sharp force injuries, number 5, 6, 7, and you can also see a little bit of the trail of the sharp force injuries 2 through 4 at the top of the photograph.
All right. And these injuries, where are these on Alex's body?
The front left region of his neck.
All right. And what types of injuries? I know I understand they're sharp force. Are these slicing injuries, or are these more stabbing type injuries?
These are more consistent with stabbing injuries.
And as far as those injuries, let's start with injury number 5. Can you tell us how deep injury number 5 is?
That is 1 inch deep.
All right. And how about injury number 6?
A 1/2 inch deep.
And injury number 7?
1 inch deep.
Do they, besides the soft tissue, do they cause any other injury?
No.
All right. Actually, can we go back a second to the previous one? This injury, does that, besides the soft tissue injury, does that cause any other significant injury?
It does. There are vessels lying in this region on the front of the neck. The external jugular vein was transected or severed. The muscle, belly, called the sternocleidomastoid muscle that you can feel. Sternocleidomastoid muscle, which is a muscle you can feel on the front and side of your neck. That was also severed. And then beneath that, a portion of the internal jugular vein was severed.
All right. And can you just tell us about the jugular vein, the external and the internal jugular vein? How large are those veins?
They are classically in the neck and head region. They're the largest veins that you have that are traveling to and from the blood, traveling to and from the neck. So the carotid arteries are the most important arteries going to your head and neck region, and the jugular veins are the ones that drain the blood from your brain and head and return the blood to the circulation to the heart.
And if you sever the jugular vein, the external and the internal jugular vein, is there going to be much bleeding from something like that?
There would be a lot of bleeding from that, yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed on the bleeding or the blood that was found on the sweater and then dropped down onto the pants?
Yes.
All right. Let's move then on to, this is slide number 9. What do we see here?
We are looking at the left side of Mr. Woodworth. You can see his left shoulder here at the right of the photograph. I am indicating 3 more sharp force injuries and an abrasion.
Anyone who hasn't heard it yet, again, graphic images, but, again, this is the worst of it as far as what we see. I know, right? I know. It's awful. It's awful.
I feel
like we've
sharp force injury number 8, then 9 towards the back, and 10 in that same plane. And if you look to the right, you can also see 5, 6, and 7 that we've already discussed.
Let's talk about injury number 8. Or I'm sorry, injury number 8. What can you tell us about injury number 8?
That particular sharp force injury penetrated the underlying soft tissue, the left chest wall, the rib cage, and then it damaged the left lower lobe of the lung. And the diaphragm is a muscle that separates the thorax from the abdomen. It also damaged that as well.
Right. And how deep was that particular injury? Number 8.
This injury right here was 3 3/8 inches deep.
And you say it penetrated the lung. What can you tell us about what you observed with did you eventually open up the body and take a look at the lung?
Yes, I did.
And what could you observe when you did that?
When I opened up the chest cavity, you can see both lungs in their normal places. What you don't see, aside from the defect, is there's no free blood in the chest cavities, which you would expect in a defect to the lung.
All right. And I think we may have a picture of that eventually. Do we, Doctor, do you recall?
Yes, we do.
All right. We'll talk about that a little bit later then. What about sharp force injury number 9? What can you tell us about that?
This particular sharp force injury damaged just the underlying subcutaneous or fat tissue and muscle tissue on the left side of the left lateral torso, and that's it.
And approximately how deep was that injury number 9?
That was 1 inch deep.
All right. And then going to injury number 10, what can you tell us about that injury?
This also just penetrated the underlying soft tissues, did not enter the rib cage either, and it is 1 inch deep.
All right. And then you have...
1.5 inch deep. Correct that.
Great. Thank you. And then we have what you list as an abrasion. What is an abrasion?
An abrasion is scraping off of the skin. So when you fall and get a skin scrape, that's an abrasion.
All right.
So layers of the skin are actually kind of in direct contact and have come off because of an object.
And is that more typically like a friction type injury?
That is correct.
All right. Let's move then to slide number 10. What are we seeing on slide number 10?
This is the back left side of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and I have demarcated in the slide that they correspond to what we saw to his torso. So sharp force injury 8, 9, and 10.
All right. And those go through in the locations where if that sweater was worn in the normal position, the injuries that you observed on the body would have been?
Correct.
All right. Then let's move to what would be slide 11. And what are we looking at in slide 11?
This shows the internal damage of wound sharp force injury number 8. And here we've got on the left side the defects to the left lung, which is also in the middle of the photograph as well. A defect here that's showing fat coming through. This big belly is actually the diaphragm. And then on the photo on the right is now the diaphragm without the fat in it, and you can actually see the demarcated defect.
All right. And doctor, what are we seeing here that's significant in your mind as it relates to sharp force injury number 8 and penetration of the lung?
Well, you can see that there's a little bit of bleeding, but again, the lack of bleeding in the chest cavity was significant.
And what does that mean to you?
That after sustaining this wound, Mr. Woodworth did not live very long.
And when you say not very long, I assume, can you give us a estimate on how long that would have been?
It would be very difficult to say, but it's not just pure minutes. It'd be longer than that, but you can't really say.
Okay. If he had lived significantly longer after that, what would you see there?
You would see a lot more of hemorrhage around these wounds, but you'd see blood pooling like you did the subdural blood. You can feel the blood, and as you saw in the hands that I had in that PowerPoint, you'd have a pool of coagulated blood or free blood, fresh blood, in that chest cavity, which Mr. Woodworth did not have.
Right. And why don't you see that type of bleeding after an individual is dead?
Because that means that they died a short time after acquiring that wound.
And so if you stab into an area, does it have an effect on, does the amount of bleeding depend on whether or not the heart is beating?
It does depend on that, yes.
And why is that?
Because the blood is the motor house of the body, pushing the blood through the circulatory channels, the blood vessels. So if the heart is taken out where it's not pumping, the blood stays where it's located.
All right. And so you don't get hemorrhage?
You can get some, but you don't get the pushing of like force from more blood coming into the area.
All right. So more like what you see here versus what you saw in the subdural space.
That would be correct, yes.
All right. Let's move on then to what would be slide number 12. What are we looking at here?
This is the front lower abdomen or suprapubic region of the abdomen of Mr. Woodworth here at the left side, showing sharp force injury number 11. And then we are looking at the scrotal sac of Mr. Woodworth and what I've labeled as sharp force injury number 12.
All right. Let's start with sharp force injury number 11. What can you tell us about that?
That particular sharp force injury damaged the underlying abdominal fat, but it also went down into the bladder.
All right. And approximately how deep was that injury?
That was 3 inches deep.
All right. And what can you tell us about sharp force injury number 12?
This particular injury is had struck a highly vascularized area, so there's a lot of internal bleeding or bruising, and you can also see the bruising, the purple discoloration. Most of it's been blacked out to preserve the genitalia, but you can see a little bit of bruising here and as well as there on the other side of the grayscale.
And what does that tell you then about this particular injury as far as the timing of that, or, you know, what is that going to be an injury when the heart was still? I'm asking a bad question. Let me start over. Is that injury one that you would label as perimortem?
No.
All right. The other injuries that we talked about, the ones to the lungs, are those injuries that you would label as perimortem?
You could label them that, yes.
All right. And what does perimortem mean?
That is in the, you acquire a wound or injury around the time that you're in the dying process.
All right. Well, let's move on to the next exhibit. What are we looking at here, or the next page of this slideshow, which is slide 13? What are we looking at here?
We are looking at, on the left side, the front and crotch region of the jeans that Mr. Woodworth were wearing that correspond to Sharp Force 12, which was in the scrotum. And then we are looking on the two photos on the right, the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, the top one showing the defect into the band of the underwear that corresponds to the suprapubic Sharp Force injury number 11 that got the bladder. And then the one on the lower right is again the front crotch region of the underwear that corresponds to Sharp Force injury number 12.
And what does that tell you about how Mr. Woodworth's clothing was at the time that he sustained these two injuries?
He was wearing them in the normal fashion.
Similar to how you saw them when he came into autopsy.
That is correct.
All right. Let's move to slide 14. What are we looking at here?
This is the internal aspect of the wound tracks 11 and 12. The photo on the left is showing the Sharp Force injury through the abdominal region just over the bladder dome. And the one on the right is showing now what I've opened up, the scrotal sac, and you can see the internal hemorrhaging that's abundant.
And what are we seeing as far as the amount of hemorrhage as it relates to Sharp Force injury number 11?
In number 11, fat has this yellow look to it over here.
Candace.
This orangey red is from our cuts as we perform the autopsy, but this more intense red or purple, that is actual hemorrhage that corresponds to the wound tract.
And was, as far as this injury, can you tell us whether or not this one would be perimortem or would it be earlier than?
I know, that would be awful.
Earlier than that.
Inner girl.
You would put it in a time scale of earlier than the process of dying. but-
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to exhibit or page number 15 of the slideshow. What are we seeing here?
This is Sharp Force injury number 13 on the right index finger. So Mr. Woodworth's thumb is down here at the lower right corner of the photograph. This would be the lateral region of the right index finger. You can see the Sharp Force injury. That's sort of V-shaped here.
Right. And would you be able to characterize what type of an injury we're looking at here?
This would be described as an incised wound or a cut.
Right. Moving to exhibit or page number 16 of the slideshow, what are we looking at here?
On the photograph on the left, this is showing the front of the right thigh, and that is showing the Sharp Force injury that I have labeled as number 14. You can see hemorrhage in the underlying fat or adipose tissue there. And on the photograph on the right, it's Mr. Woodworth's jeans again. And I've demarcated where the defect on the front right thigh of the leg of the pant that corresponds to the Sharp Force injury on his right thigh.
And as far as Sharp Force injury number 14, what could you tell us about that?
It just damaged the underlying soft tissues only.
And approximately how deep was Sharp Force injury number 14?
7/8 inch.
And again, the pants would have been in their normal position when that injury was sustained based upon what you observed?
That is correct, yes.
Let's move to slide number 17. What do we see here?
We are looking at the back of the right shoulder of Mr. Woodworth, and you can see a defect I've labeled as Sharp Force injury number 15 at the top back of the right shoulder. And then towards the left side of the photo, you can see another defect that I've labeled as Sharp Force injury number 16.
All right.
What I haven't labeled is the Sharp Force injuries 2 through 4 that you can still see on the right posterior.
And what can you tell us about Sharp Force injury number 15?
Sharp Force injury number 15 went through the underlying soft tissue in the shoulder, and that was it.
All right. Approximately how deep was that one?
1.5 inches.
All right. And then Sharp Force injury number 16, what can you tell us about that one?
This particular Sharp Force injury went through the soft tissue of the back, but also went through the posterior chest wall or rib cage, and it then damaged the right lower lobe of the lung.
So is this the opposite lung of the other one?
That is correct.
Right. And approximately how deep was that injury?
2 3/4 inches.
All right. And I think we'll get to some internals of that in just a moment, but let's talk about image number 18, slide 18. What are we seeing here?
You are seeing the back of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing and the two defects on the back right. The top one is labeled Sharp Force Injury 15 because that corresponds to the top of the right shoulder that we just saw on Mr. Woodworth. And then another one indicating the defect that corresponds to Sharp Force Injury 16 on the right side of Mr. Woodworth's back.
All right. And again, those correspond as if that sweater was in the normal position at the time that those injuries were sustained.
That is correct.
Right. And then slide number 19, just two more to go, this one and the next one. What are we looking at here?
This is the inside of the right posterior chest wall. You can see the defect that I've labeled as Sharp Force Injury number 16. And you can see a little bit of surrounding hemorrhage of the intercostal muscle there on that photo on the left. And on the photo on the right, this is the defect to the right lower lobe of the lung.
All right. And doctor, what does this tell you as far as these injuries and whether or not these injuries could be considered to be perimortem or not?
They could be.
And why do you say that?
Because we have just a little bit of hemorrhage here in the intercostal muscles as well as a little bit of hemorrhage surrounding the defect in the right lung.
All right. And if these are made much earlier than perimortem, what would you see as far as hemorrhage relating to these types of injuries?
Well, if you look at the photograph on the left side here, we are looking into the body cavity. Mr. Woodward's head would be up towards the ceiling. His feet would be down towards the floor. His spinal column is right where this edge of the photo that I've kind of cropped, and the edge of his rib cage is on the kind of left side of this photograph as well. If he had lived for a period of time, blood would have filled this cavity that I kind of talked about before with the left lung. That's where the blood pools. There was no blood there.
All right. And doctor, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it is likely that Sharp Force Injury number 16 and the other injury to the lung, which I believe was Sharp Force Injury number 8, were at approximately the same time?
They're approximately the same time.
And why is that?
Because again, of the lack of the bleeding inside the chest, the free blood in these chest cavities, there isn't any. So there's not a significant survival period.
What we're looking at here, what are we seeing?
This is a collage of 4 different photographs. The top left one is Mr. Woodworth on his back, and we're looking from the right side of his body. You can see what I've labeled as an abrasion, but again, you can still see Sharp Force Injuries 2 through 4, a little bit of Sharp Force Injury 15, Sharp Force Injury 16, and Sharp Force Injury 14.
All right. And the next one over with the hands.
This is the top right photograph is showing 2 abrasions on the back of the left index finger and left middle finger.
And the one in the bottom right?
The bottom right is showing a small abrasion on the palmar aspect of the right wrist.
That's the palm side?
That's correct.
All right. And the bottom left?
Bottom left is showing an abrasion. There is a faint hint of a contusion around that as well on Mr. Woodworth's left knee.
And when you say a contusion, what are you talking about?
That is a bruise.
All right. The Sharp Force Injury to the head, what was the direction of that? Were you able to establish a wound track or a direction for that injury?
Yes, I was.
And what was the direction of that particular injury?
That was going front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
All right. And how about the injury to the scrotum or the scrotal sac? Was there a directionality to that one as well?
There's no real directional component. You can just say front to back because it was the front surface that was struck, and so the damage occurred posterior to that surface. No other directional quality to the scrotal sac.
Okay. When you received, when Alex Woodworth's body came to your autopsy room, can you tell us the condition of you talked about the bag, that it was in a body bag. What was the condition of that body bag when it arrived?
It was sealed.
All right. And did you break the seal?
I did.
All right. Of the injuries, and correct, and I guess I just want to be sure that I understand for sure, perimortem. Where is what again does that mean, just so that I understand it for sure?
Perimortem is around the time period of the process of dying. So antemortem is prior to death. Perimortem is in that process of dying, and then postmortem is after death.
All right. And which of the injuries, in your opinion, would be perimortem of the injuries that you observed?
I would say 5, 6, 7, just because of lack of significant hemorrhage that I could see in the adipose tissue, potentially. The ones to the torso, although to be fair, you do need to see more of an internal wound track, so wound 8, but that would include 9 and 10. 11 could be considered, that's the suprapubic one that damaged the bladder. There was only minimal hemorrhage. We didn't have free blood in the pelvis region. Wound number 13 is hard to say because usually a superficial incised wound like a paper cut, you don't get a significant amount of bleeding, so I'm going to leave that wound out. But number 14 to the right thigh could be considered perimortem. I didn't see a lot of significant bleeding there either. Wound number 15 and wound number 16, the two that we just saw on the right back.
All right. And so then that leaves us, of the ones that you would say are definitively not perimortem, would all of those be antemortem? Let's leave out number 13 for now, which is the one you said just because of the amount or the size there, you can't say for sure. But would the other ones be antemortem?
That would be correct, yes.
All right. When someone is in that perimortem state, when they're getting to that point, is there an effect typically on the body at that point in time?
There is, but it depends on the cause that got you to that perimortem state. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, continue, I'm sorry.
In this particular instance with the sharp force injuries and losing of blood from the injuries, there would be cardiovascular collapse because you're losing a lot of blood. So your heart is trying to keep the individual, in this case, Mr. Woodworth, alive and would shunt the blood to the brain and the lungs and the heart at the peril of the skin, the kidneys, the spleen, the liver. You're trying to keep the greater being alive and sacrificing some of the other organs to do so.
And as it's doing that, it's going up to as I understand it, it goes up to the brain through the jugular or through the carotid artery, and then it's coming back through the jugular veins, correct?
That is correct.
And is that speeding up then the blood loss because of the fact that those are then severed?
Well, the head consumes quite a bit of the output of the heart, so it's considered a significant wound when you have any injury to the neck, the major neck vessels.
All right. Now, after you finished the external exam that we've talked about, you then conducted your internal exam?
That is correct.
And what's the process of doing an internal exam? What's the first thing that you do?
First, you check that the organs are in their normal anatomic locations. Some people are born with some congenital issues where there's transposition or different sides. So when your heart's supposed to be on the left side, it's actually on the right side. So you're looking for that kind of anomaly in general. And then you also start looking for natural disease processes.
All right. And were all of Alex's internal organs in their normal anatomical position?
Yes, they were.
This is interesting. Hi, Maisha.
And
Hi, Maisha. I'm happy to see you. This is really interesting because I feel like we don't. Super Penny Girl was right about well, I'm sure she's right about more than one thing, but I wonder what you're referring to. But yeah, we don't often hear this one asked, right? About like, did they have all the organs? Like, did they have an extra heart or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, it seems like it's maybe not, whatever. Like, obviously, maybe not all that common, but I get like it seems like they should be asking everybody that, right? When it comes to these autopsies, like, I don't know, it's interesting. I just heard it and I was like, I don't know that I've ever heard that before.
I assume you take a look at the heart.
Yes,
And what can you tell us about your internal exam of Alex's heart?
it was normal.
All right. Anything about the heart or anything in the cardiovascular system besides the injuries that you described to, for example, the jugular veins, anything about the cardiovascular system that would have led to or been a cause of Alex's death?
No,
Do you also look at the gastrointestinal system?
yes.
All right. And what can you tell us and tell the jury, explain to the jury what the gastrointestinal system is?
That is the digestive tract. So that is formed by the esophagus, the stomach, the small bowel, and the large bowel.
Anything about that was of concern in your autopsy?
No,
Anything about the gastrointestinal or the GI system that would lead to or be a cause of Alex Woodworth's death?
no,
Did you review the other internal organs?
I reviewed all of them, the liver, the spleen, the kidneys, the bladder, the prostate gland.
And any of those, you've already described the injuries to the lungs and you described the injury to the bladder that were sharp force injuries. Anything besides those sharp force injuries to those particular internal organs that had a role or in the cause of the death of Alex Woodworth?
No,
Did you note any disease or other process besides the sharp force injuries that contributed to Alex Woodworth's death?
no,
Now, do you also have toxicology performed on some of the samples from Alex Woodworth?
yes.
All right. And can you tell us briefly what toxicology is?
Toxicology, that is testing for both prescribed drugs as well as illicit drugs.
All right. And what do you generally have tested for that?
In this particular case, it was a large panel of drugs as well as alcohol.
All right. And do you test, I think you talked about, and maybe that was a poorly worded question, do you test blood, urine, vitreous fluids, or all of them?
It depends on the case.
Okay. In this case, what did you have tested?
I tested the blood.
All right. And when you had that blood tested, you send it out, I assume, to a lab?
No,
Were you able to, and did the tests indicate the presence of any types of drugs?
just caffeine.
Okay. So something that so coffee or something
Or
like
soda, Monster energy
Right.
drink, something.
that. All right.
How sad is that? Because we know he fucking loved Racy's. That's so sad. Of course he had coffee. Caffeine, right? But
Do you have an opinion, Dr. Mills, as to the cause of the death of Alex Woodworth?
Yes,
And what is that opinion as to the cause of Alex Woodworth's death?
multiple sharp force injuries.
And can you tell us which of those injuries had the greatest impact on his death?
From that of the autopsy, that would be the sharp force injury to the head, so number 1. The sharp force injuries 2 through 4 to the right side of Mr. Woodworth's neck. They would have bled profusely. And sharp force injury number 12 to the scrotum, that again bled profusely.
All right. And even though 12 is a pretty small injury, correct?
Yes, in size.
But there was significant bleeding from it?
Yes, there was.
All right. Do you have an opinion as to the manner of death for Alex Woodworth?
Homicide.
Doctor, is one of the things that you, when you conduct or when you have toxicology, is one of the things that is looked for cotinine? Cotinine.
Cotinine.
Cotinine, I'm sorry, thank you.
Yes, it is.
And what is cotinine?
It's a metabolite or breakdown product of nicotine.
All right. And can you tell us whether or not there was cotinine shown in any of the tests of Alex's blood?
It was negative.
All right. And following the autopsy, what did you do? What happened with Alex's clothes that you had documented and took the photographs of?
We dried them, air dried them, and then placed them in separate brown paper sacks that were sealed and then secured into a larger brown paper sack and released to the law enforcement.
All right. And that would have been Dunn County law enforcement?
That would be correct.
All right. And doctor, if you smoke a cigarette and then die shortly afterwards, would that necessarily, or would cotinine necessarily show in that test result?
Not necessarily.
Okay. The state has no further questions for Dr. Mills at this point, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, before we get on across, so a couple things. So you may be wondering, as I was wondering, what's the deal with these questions, right? About like the cotinine or whatever, it's cotinine, which by the way, it made me think of Cotton Eye Joe. We've so funny. We've had a number of times where that song has been referenced in different for different reasons on different live streams. But anyway, I think I learned from Black Widow that Cotton Eye Joe was actually originally written about a venereal disease. Anyhow, so, but what I was going to say is that I would imagine, right, that there's going to be something coming from the defense, maybe from Ezra taking the stand, I don't know, but it would seem like there's going to be something about trying to make it seem like he was alive longer, potentially because he was alive long enough to smoke a cigarette or something like that, right? Like that's just seems like that was the case, but he didn't have any of that in his system. And the other thing I was going to say is that so now we're going to hear from a new defense attorney, new to this, new to us in terms of the chronological order. So this is the Deja Vishny. So Aaron Nelson's is the lead defense attorney, right? Mr. DeFore, who we just heard from, is the lead prosecutor. So this is the second chair, if you will, defense. This cross is really fucking interesting, guys. I can't wait to hear y'all's thoughts about this defense attorney's strategy. It's really unique. I feel like personally, like it's unique. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get into it and we'll see what you guys think.
Dr. Mills, you would agree with me, and I believe you said it on direct examination, that your order of the wounds just has to do with top to bottom, front to back, and has nothing to do with the order that the wounds actually occurred in, correct?
That is correct.
And you might call that an arbitrary numbering system, though in fact it seems to be quite logical, doesn't it?
Yes.
And you would agree that you cannot exactly order these wounds. I mean, you've made some comments of Antemortem versus Perimortem, but you can't say first was this one, then was that one, then was that one. That's not something that a person can do, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you would also agree, I'm sure, that when something is happening, it's a dynamic struggle when this stabbing was occurring, that you cannot say this person, the person being stabbed, was laying down or face up. You can't say that unless you have a videotape running to show what actually happened, right?
You need something that shows you for both, not only the victim, but the assailant as well.
And thank you, because I was going to mention that. That was actually going to be the next question, so you took the words right out of my mouth. So you also would need to see the two people, the person with the knife, the other person in motion with each other to know exactly what happened, right?
To get a better idea of what happened.
Correct. So let me ask you specifically about the clothing. You took a look at the clothing that came in with Mr. Woodworth's body into the morgue.
That is correct.
And so you were able to see the clothes that he was wearing, but obviously not the clothes he wasn't wearing, correct?
That would be correct.
So you didn't examine his coat, right?
That would be correct.
Didn't examine his shoes.
That would be correct.
Because you were told that those items were not on his body when his body was found.
That would be correct.
And the one thing that you did note, or well, you noted a lot of things, but something you did note was that the socks and the pants did not have any mud on them.
Correct.
So certainly he wasn't kneeling in the mud because we would see mud on his pants, right?
Correct.
And he wasn't walking around outside in his socks because there were no mud on his socks.
That is correct.
They were dirty, but that's more of a laundry issue, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 603, I believe. That is a
I'm just going to reiterate, y'all, that I did not cut any testimony. The way that she starts, like, let me back it up just a second, and then I'll come back to where we are. Because think about the way she starts this cross, and keep in mind, I mean, we've all heard a million times, right? Here's how cross starts. I did not cut anything. So let me back it up, and then I'm going to come right back to where we were. So let's see here. Oops, hold on. Okay.
We dried them, air dried them, and then placed them in separate brown paper sacks that were sealed and then secured into a larger brown paper sack and released to the law enforcement.
All right, and that would have been Dunn County Law Enforcement?
That would be correct.
All right. And doctor, if you smoke a cigarette and then die shortly afterwards, would that necessarily, or would cottoning necessarily show in that test result?
Not necessarily.
Okay. The state has no further questions for Dr. Mills at this point, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. So this is what I want to point out. This is how she starts cross. This is literally, I did not cut anything.
Dr. Mills, you would agree with me.
That's it. Like, that's it. There's no, hi, how are you? I mean, literally.
And I believe you said it on direct exam.
Isn't that incredible? I mean, combative, right? Right out of the gate. She's definitely testifying. So let me go to where we were here with these pictures. All right.
They were dirty, but that's more of a laundry issue, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 603, I believe. That is a photograph from the scene, correct?
Yes.
You've seen that before because at a different time, either law enforcement officers or prosecutors showed you seen photographs, even though we haven't discussed those yet.
I have visualized seen photographs. I don't know that I recognize this one.
Okay. But one thing that you are able to do or tell us from looking at that is you can see there's blood on the ground.
I agree, yes.
And blood, when blood drips, it moves in the direction of gravity. That's purely logical, right?
That is correct.
Right. So if I'm standing like I'm standing right now and bleeding, it's generally going to go down.
That is correct, yes.
And if I'm standing on my head and bleeding, it's going to go in the direction of my head. Let's say if I'm bleeding from my neck, right?
Can you repeat that again?
If I'm upside down, it's going to go the other way. That's basically
Yes, that is correct.
fancy way of saying that. All right. And it is also true that blood gets absorbed by clothing, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, we talked about the issue, and we can take that picture off. That's fine, Madam Clerk, thank you. You've talked about what perimortem is, and there was a lot of time spent on this, and I wrote down, you said that perimortem is around the time that a body is processing death. I believe you used that word.
It's the process of dying.
It's the process of dying, which doesn't happen necessarily in an instant.
That is correct.
I mean, it can. If you shoot somebody in the head, they could potentially die in an instant, right?
There are possibilities of instantaneous death.
Right. But in this particular case, as far as perimortem, when you talk about perimortem, you cannot say how long it is. What you can say is it's longer than pure minutes. That's where the words that you used.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. So there's no real way to tell exactly what it is, right?
Correct.
But what you do know from having looked at these injuries is that after Mr. Woodworth, let's just talk about the neck injury for a minute, okay? You showed us the neck injury, which is basically 3 injuries, number 2 through 4,
Okay.
right?
Well, there were 6 then. 6
Well, all
injuries
right,
to his
I'm
neck.
sorry. I should be more specific. The one that's kind of gaping on the right side of the neck are injuries number 2 through 4.
That is correct.
All right. And the reason that gapes, as you pointed out, is because the elasticity of the neck, the skin stretches out. It's not like somebody took a knife and took a big chunk out of someone. It's a slash mark.
It's a slash through the elastic fibers.
Okay. And just as we talked about before, you can't tell exactly what's happening without knowing how people are moving. It's impossible to tell exactly what was going on with these 2 bodies at the time of that slash mark.
That is correct.
And in fact, it's quite possible that the knife in the hand of the person who's wielding the knife may not even necessarily leave the skin when when injuries number 2 through 4 happen.
There is potential that, yes, the knife did not leave the skin surface and kept cutting in different directions.
And that could be because either the person who's being cut is moving or the person doing the cutting is moving.
That is correct.
Either one.
Correct.
So certainly the person who has the knife and has made that mark may not perceive at all that it ended up being 3 separate wounds.
That is possible.
Right. It's certainly possible they could perceive it as one particular wound, right?
That's possible.
And we talked about the fact, or you talked about the fact, that a lot of the wounds in this case are pretty shallow, relatively speaking.
Except a few.
Except a few. Few of them are deeper.
That's
right?
correct.
But most of the wounds are somewhere between 3/4 of an inch to 1.5 inches, right?
That is correct.
And most of the wounds simply hit soft tissue.
Correct.
Right? And most of the wounds, except for the wound to the head, didn't particularly cut through bone, right?
The sharp force injury number 8 did go through bone.
Okay, and that would be the sharp force injury to the lung.
Yep, the left lung, the left chest
The left
cavity.
lung. Okay, but otherwise, the rest of these wounds go not particularly into hard surfaces like a skull or a bone, which require more force, correct?
That would be correct.
And it doesn't, and how much force something requires, you can't really tell, right? Because like you said, you can't measure it, correctly?
That is true and false. There
Okay.
are records of force necessary.
Okay, so, but in terms of actually what's happening, like when you go through skin, actually what I mean to ask you is this. When a knife goes into a body, into a soft tissue area of a body, the tissues collapse, right? Or can collapse, why don't I say that? Be more precise.
It is possible that they collapse, yes.
Right. So for example, one can have a wound that is longer than the length of the blade of a knife that went into the body.
That would be an incised wound, yes.
And that particularly tends to happen in soft tissue, correct?
Yes.
And therefore we see that more in the torso or the abdomen, which is softer than, let's say, you cut into somebody's arm and it hits bone right away.
Well,
Stab into somebody's arm.
Oh, I was going to say any part with skin, you can have an incised wound, so that would be an incorrect statement, but you're more likely to hit bone in certain locations.
Okay, so this.
She's being really polite. The forensic pathologist is like, you know, I don't want to correct you, but like what you're saying is wrong. And you're testifying, first of all, right? But I think that what she's trying to get at here, at least this is what I can glean from it, this defense attorney is trying to kind of suggest, it seems like that, you know, Ezra didn't really stab him that deeply, right? Like they weren't that deep, but then the wound got bigger because of the soft tissue or whatever, right? But I don't know if that even is really that helpful, right? Like I don't know if that really is gonna make a
Tissue
difference.
collapse, so the length of a knife wound does not necessarily match exactly how deep a knife went in. It varies. It can vary.
It can vary, correct.
Okay. Now, you talked specifically about wound number 11 being very, I can't remember if you said it hit the bladder, it was very close to the bladder.
It went through the bladder.
Okay, so that would cause the person who received that wound to potentially feel an urge to urinate.
The only nerve fibers you feel are on the skin surface, so every sharp force injury would cause pain. A sharp force injury to the bladder would not cause pain because there's no nerve fibers for that, only for the expansion of the buildup of urine.
Okay, but it could potentially cause that person to feel that they needed to urinate, right?
If there's pressure on the bladder from an external force, yes.
Okay, and as terms of Mr. Woodworth, one of the other things you mentioned was wound number 13. That was a small wound to the, I think it was the right index finger.
That is correct.
And that is what one might call a defensive wound.
You can put it in the textbooks, they would say anything on the upper extremities or possibly lower extremities would be considered a defensive wound.
Okay, so on the upper extremities, that would be the hands, for example.
That would be correct.
So one would call something like a defensive wound if it's in the palm of a hand. That can be considered, or that's classically a defensive wound.
On any surface of the extremities, yes.
Okay. By the way, in terms of looking at this, you did notice some abrasions in addition to the sharp force injuries.
That is correct.
One of those abrasions was to the knee,
That is correct.
and I believe that was to the left knee.
Yes.
Correct? And there was no mud around that abrasion,
Correct.
and no mud on the pants outside that corresponded to the abrasion on the left knee.
Correct.
No cuts to the pants to the abrasion on the left knee.
Correct.
And the abrasions that you saw, well, I wouldn't use the word contemporaneous, but they happened around the same time as this entire knife struggle, correct?
Yes.
Now, certainly, Mr. Woodworth's larynx was not cut,
That is correct.
so he could talk,
That is possible.
right? And he could not only just talk before he died for some time, he could walk, correct?
That would be correct.
And the lungs never collapsed.
That is correct.
So there's not lung collapse, there was nothing what you would call a pneumothorax, meaning air in the lungs, right?
Meaning air in the chest cavity, that
Cavity.
free space that we saw.
Right. And although eventually his voice could get weaker, at a certain point he could still talk, right?
That is correct.
Like that knife wounds, the knife wounds you saw to the neck would not impede talking.
That would be correct.
And the knife wound to the head, which you've talked about, would also not impede talking.
That would be correct.
And it would not impede walking or voluntary movement either.
That is correct.
So in the time that he lived, he could potentially be walking and talking. There's nothing medically that says that could not have happened.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I just want to ask you, you talked a little bit about your training, and if I remember correctly, you've really gone through a lot of training to get to the position that you're in today, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say medical school, residencies, and then you've had 2 actual fellowships. That's a long period of time to be in training.
Well, the sub-fellowship was during my last year of residency as well, so it was at the same exact time.
Okay, I understand. So that's the sub-fellowship, and that's the one in anatomical pathology, right?
Well, residency is anatomical pathology,
Okay.
but the hospital that I trained at was also very close to the medical examiner's office, and I was granted permission to do both at the same time. And then I did my formal forensic pathology training after I completed anatomic pathology.
Okay, and that's when you're a forensic fellow.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's generally speaking, a period of a year where you're a full doctor, but you study under other doctors, right?
That is correct.
And they, the chief medical examiner will look at your work and evaluate it and discuss it, and that's how you get better at what you do.
That's how you learned what you're
Yes.
doing, yes.
Okay, so as I understand it, in terms of that, it's different than the kind of training you've received as a forensic pathology is much more extensive, let's say, than somebody who's doing a residency in a different field of medicine and just goes through a rotation in forensic pathology.
That is correct.
Okay, a rotation is just a matter of what, several weeks?
It can depend, it could be 1 or 2 months.
Okay, but it's not the extensive training that you've gone through the entire year with the fellowship and getting board certified.
Well, forensic pathology, I mean, you learn, other doctors in other fields will come through and shadow or go through rotation with the medical examiner's office so they can learn injuries as well. However, their job is not to do what I do, doing a postmortem exam, doing the autopsy, signing a death certificate for cause and manner of death in that particular case. They might utilize those skills in whatever field they do.
Correct. And it doesn't, and of course, when you're board certified, at a certain point, you have to reboard, don't you? Don't you have to take the exams
That's
again
so
at a later
wild.
date?
It depends on when you graduated.
Oh, okay. So are you one of the lucky ones who doesn't have to take it, or one of the unlucky ones who does have to do it again?
I do not have to take it again.
Okay. And as
So the
far,
only thing I can think about is like, it's so wild to me because, you know, a lot of times with experts, right? Like, especially when it comes to an, I mean, you typically you want, like, you want someone who has training. You want someone who has a lot of training. And we know they have to, like, it's required, right? Like these, to be an ME, like you have to have a lot of training. You have to go through all this. So, and normally that's a good thing. Normally what they would do is they would try to be like, oh, you know, you didn't have enough training. You didn't do this and that, and the other thing. It seemed to me like her strategy was like the bit about, you know, how many years of training did you do? The only thing I can think of there is that her strategy, this defense attorney strategy, is trying to make it seem like, oh, so she's only been actually practicing as a forensic pathologist for, I don't even know, I didn't do the math, but however many years, but like for like, you know, she was in training, as it were, for longer, right? But like it's like that's a logical, what is it, false equivalency or whatever? Like that's a logical fallacy because that's required. And like the more training, the better. But like the only thing I could think of is like the reason she was like harping on that was to make it seem like, oh, you needed so much training because you didn't know what you were doing or something. I don't know. What do you guys think?
one other question about the body. You did not note in your reports any hilt marks from the knife in Alex Woodworth's body, correct?
That is correct.
Now, by a hilt, a knife has a blade, and then the edge is usually what you call the hilt to the handle. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm not real hyper technical, but so when somebody plunges a knife fully into another person with great force, it can leave a hilt mark on the body.
It's possible. It depends on what the victim is wearing.
Okay, so it might not happen through clothing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and actually, in most knife wounds, you don't actually even see hilt wounds, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to your board certification and your job, you've also published some articles, correct?
That is correct.
And I'm looking at exhibit number 2, which is your curriculum vitae. You've shown what you've done some research on, right?
That is correct.
And in this, and you've also had, I believe, and I counted them, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I counted 7 published articles in various medical or scientific journals.
I believe there's a few more that have yet to be added.
Okay, but 7 on the copy of exhibit number 2 that you gave me.
Yes.
And those articles are in various areas of infancy, carbon monoxide, various other areas concerning, for various areas of forensic pathology, correct?
No. Some are research things from my residency as well.
Okay,
So that would be anatomic pathology, like breast cancer or kidney cancer, that kind of thing.
all right. But none of them are articles about sharp force injuries.
No, they are not.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
Great. Mr. DeFore, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Doctor, you said, I believe on cross-examination that I think the question related to, you know, can you tell anything without having a videotape of the incident about the respective positions of the assailant and the victim, and you said it depends. Can you explain to us what that means?
Well, in my mind, when the question was being asked as well, just because we have videotape doesn't mean it's going to clearly show you any definitive positions of hands, of locations of blows, or anything like that. I've seen enough where you just might not be able to tell things as well.
Okay. And without a video, are you able to tell anything based upon the wounds that you see, and especially in something like this where we're dealing with sharp force injuries, about the respective positioning of the assailant and the victim?
What I can say is there's different movements. The trajectories are changing, so bodies are in motion. That's pretty much all I can say.
Okay, that's fair enough. So, Doctor, looking at the blood on the back seat area of the pants that we see here, there were some questions about if the person was standing up, blood is going to move forward. I would assume that if someone's sitting down, blood is also going to move downward, correct?
That is correct.
Is the blood that we see on the seat area of the pants here, can you tell us if that's more consistent with a person that is standing up? Considering the injuries that you observed to Alex, is it more consistent with someone who is seated, someone who is standing, or you can't tell?
Someone who is seated,
Why is that?
because you can see the blood forming kind of a circular pattern in density in the central seam region of the pants. So that would be where the blood's going to pool and start expanding out.
And so if they were standing, you'd see a different pattern there.
You would see a fluid trail going down the leg
All right.
of either side since it was the scrotum.
And you don't see any of that?
No.
Okay, thank you. There were some questions about whether some of the wounds that many of the wounds were shallow. Would you characterize, I know the one to the head was not very deep, but would you characterize that as a shallow wound or a deeper wound? And if so, why, what's your opinion? Why is that your opinion?
Despite the numerical value of the depth of that wound, the location is important, and that particular sharp force injury that was above the right ear damaged a region of the brain, causing significant bleeding. So the shallowness does not necessarily implicate insignificance.
All right. And would you characterize that as a significant wound?
Yes.
All right. Now, and there were questions about whether or not it is possible that someone can walk and talk for
So in other
a
words,
time period.
just saying, because this is force redirect, right? Is that, some places are going to bleed worse than others, regardless of, how deep a stab wound is, right? Some things don't need to be stabbed as much, right? Or as deeply, but they could still bleed profusely. Obviously it kind of goes with common sense, but, like that, I think a good example of that is like, it seems like that stab wound, which thank God we didn't have to see it, the scrotum area, scrotal region, was again, that was a shallow one, but seemed to bleed it was one of the worst ones for bleeding. So
Period after the injuries, how likely is it that someone can walk and talk for a significant period of time after the injuries that you described as not being perimortem?
Unlikely.
And when you're talking about a significant period of time, what do you understand by that?
Yeah, because the question wasn't significant period of time. The question was, could he do it for a period of time? I just don't want the cross to be misstated.
Well, I'll just sustain. Can you rephrase?
What I was asking, my question was if they could walk or talk for a significant period of time. She said unlikely. Now I'm just trying to ask what a significant period of time is.
All right, we'll go ahead.
Thank you. What in your mind would be a significant period of time?
An hour would be very significant. Even 30 minutes would be significant.
Okay. There were some questions about hilt
I don't
marks.
think we needed that
What-
question.
Can you tell us what a hilt mark is, just so that we're all clear on that?
So the blade of a knife inserts into a handle. At the edge of the handle, between the blade and the handle, there may be, and there doesn't have to be, but there may be a perpendicular structure that helps rest against the hand of the particular user. Kitchen knives don't have a hilt. They're rounded, they don't have hilts. Hunting knives may or may not, depending on your knife. So if you think of like your classic swashbuckling sword, you had a guard and a hilt that covered the hand. Most sharp force knives don't have that really anymore.
Right.
Okay. And even if there is a hilt on a knife, if it's through clothing like the sweater or the pants that we see here, would you typically see a hilt injury?
Something more bulky like the sweater would definitely block the impression of a hilt. The jeans shouldn't do it too much because they're a lot thinner fabric.
Okay. Any of the injuries in the pants that would have gone to, if based on what you observed, actually, let me back up a second. Did you have a chance to see a picture of the knife that was involved?
No, I have not.
Okay. Did you see a drawing of it?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. All right. That's fine. You talked about, I
Yeah,
think,
that's funny.
an incised wound.
So the reason
Can you
that's
tell us
funny
what an
because
incised
the
wound
hilt,
is?
Again, the
That
hilt is kind of like, again, it's kind of like a red herring type situation because they know what knife did this. Like the defense, I guess, did what the defense, defense attorneys do. I guess in my mind, was it as super successful, as other things? No, like because basically I could, it's not that hard to poke holes in what they are suggesting. So, for example, the hilt thing, right? It's like, yeah, most knives these days don't have hilts, but never mind that. We know what knife was the knife in question. We know it didn't have a hilt, right? What I was going to say too about the part where he had that question about the significant period of time, I don't think he needed that because essentially the point of that is like they're trying to establish whether or not, again, trying to say, well, Ezra's story doesn't make any sense because what she's claiming is, he did all the stuff walking around and kept it blah, blah, right after he was stabbed. And I think a lot of this is where the crime scene is going to matter too, guys, is because there's going to be this whole thing about did he get out of the car or not, I think, right? Because according to her, again, he got out, walked around, and that's why the socks matter, that they didn't have any mud. And we're going to learn more about the shoes too, for those of you guys who are asking when we get to the next witnesses. But, this whole question about a significant period of time, because it's like, I think what happened there was he asked a question he didn't know how she was going to answer, because her answer ended up being like an hour or half an hour, and I think that doesn't actually really help the state because, if she had said, oh, it's a significant period of time would be 1 minute, right? Or whatever. The idea being what they're really trying to get at, the heart of the question is how long would it have taken him to die? And would it have been possible for him to, get out, walk around, talk, and so anyway, I think that question wasn't really necessary regardless, but beyond that, even I don't know that it really gave them an answer that was helpful for the state. But yeah, those are just some of the things I was just thinking about. And we will be having a crime scene expert, crime scene reconstructionist coming up here soon too. So
Is defined as a
Don't worry, it's not
sharp force injury that's longer than it is deep, but for layman's purposes, it's a cut.
Okay. All right. And were any of the wounds that you observed here incised wounds?
There were some that were complex between a stab and incised. A stab wound is one that is deeper than it is on the surface of the skin. We're always referencing the surface of the skin. That's how we measure the wound. So it's smaller in size, but the wound track goes deeper.
Okay. And Doctor, you were asked some questions about wounds to the upper extremities and that some of those can be considered defensive wounds. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Are all wounds to the upper extremities defensive wounds?
No.
All right. And doctor, have you seen wounds on individuals who have come in for autopsy or through any of your research where an individual suffers a wound to their hand, grabbing the blade portion of a knife to wrest, or in an attempt to wrest that knife away from the assailant?
Yes, I have.
Can you describe what those wounds look like when you've seen them?
They would be deeper. You would start seeing the fat like you did in a lot of the stab wounds. And you may, depending on the depth, see the underlying tendons or muscles of the hand.
Would they be characterized by someone who looks at them as superficial cuts or scratches?
No.
I have no further questions for.
All right. Is there any recross?
Very briefly,
Okay.
just a couple of things. You were just asked about, I'm going to be using, we don't have this mark. We need to get that mark. The wounds you've seen, the hands, the deeper wounds that you were just talking about, all the people who you looked at those who came into your lab, they were all dead, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so you haven't, made observations about those kind of defensive wounds in your practice as a forensic pathologist of alive people, right?
All of my patients are dead.
Yes.
Y'all,
Okay.
y'all.
And that sounds like a pun or something like that. but-
Hold on, we need to hear that. again.
Anyways,
That is-
so I'm showing you number 615, and that was previously shown.
Hold on.
That's Mr.
We need to hear that again. That is so insane. That's insane.
By someone who looks at them as superficial cuts or scratches?
No.
I have no further questions for.
All right. Is there any recross?
Very briefly,
Okay.
just a couple of things. You were just asked about, I'm going to be using, we don't have this mark. We need to get that mark. The wounds you've seen, the hands, the deeper wounds that you were just talking about, all the people who you looked at those who came into your lab, they were all dead, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so you haven't, made observations about those kind of defensive wounds in your practice as a forensic pathologist of alive people, right?
All of my patients are dead.
Yes. Okay. And that sounds like a
Dude.
pun or something like that, but.
Y'all.
Anyways, so I'm showing you number 615, and that.
I don't know if you guys can hear me goading over here, but I'm goading, hardcore goading happening. I mean, the fuck though. The fuck.
Was previously shown, that's Mr. Woodworth's body. When you saw it, I think you described something very similar in your packet earlier of the pictures, correct?
Correct.
And that picture, which it shows clearly blood on Mr. Woodworth's pants, correct?
That is correct.
And we can see the pooled blood in the pants in the scrotal area that you were just talking about earlier that you say could happen while somebody is sitting.
That is
right?
correct.
That could happen also kind of if they're kneeling forward too, as well as sitting, correct?
What we're seeing at the front of the pants, yes, but at the back of the pants, no.
Okay. But certainly on the left leg of the pants, you see what appears to be dripping blood or blood that moved with the force of gravity, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
Tell us your name, please, and spell your name for the court reporter.
My name's Aubrey Wisniewski, AubreyWisniewski.
And how are you currently employed, ma'am?
I work at a restaurant in Appleton, Wisconsin.
All right. And how long have you worked there?
I've worked there about 2 months.
All right. And were you employed in March of 2018?
Yes.
How were you employed in March of 2018?
I worked at Racy Delaney's Coffee Lounge in Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
And did you have any specific position at Racy's?
I started as just a barista at first and then became a manager and was the manager for 3 years.
All right. And were you the manager as of March of 2018?
Yes, I was.
All right. Ms. Wisniewski, as the manager in March of 2018, what were your general duties?
I made the schedule. I stocked when after hours. I just had to control the employees, really.
Are you familiar with Alex Woodworth, or were you familiar with him?
Yes, I was.
How did you become familiar with Alex Woodworth?
He was hired on as an employee at Racy's while I was working there by another manager.
Did you become familiar with him before he was hired?
Yes, he was a regular before he was hired.
All right. And how long approximately before Alex's death in March of 2018 was he hired to work at Racy's?
About a year and some change.
Okay. And how would you describe Alex as a person?
Objection. 90404.
Your Honor, I believe it goes. Shall we approach?
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Wisniewski, specifically as to
404, guys, y'all know what that is.
Alex's,
Character evidence. Usually used against a defendant, but
can you tell us whether or not you would describe him as a peaceful person, a violent person, something in between?
I would say I never saw him get angry once.
Right. And did you ever see him do anything that would be considered violent?
No,
Did you ever hear him discuss violence or an interest in violence?
never.
Do you recall when the last time that you saw Alex was approximately?
It was about 3 days before he passed.
And how was he at that point in time?
He seemed himself.
All right. Was he upbeat or was he down, depressed?
I can't recall the exact emotion.
Were you familiar with the defendant in this case?
No, not very much.
Okay. Did you ever see her in Racy's?
Yes, just as a regular.
All right. And would you ever give her a free coffee while she was there?
Objection. Irrelevant.
I had before, but mostly other employees would do so.
Okay. And how long prior to his death, I know you said that Alex worked at Racy's for a year and change before his death. How long did you know him? How long had he been coming in?
Oh, probably about 2.5 years I knew him.
And when you say he was a regular, what do you mean by that?
They're almost daily,
Okay. Is that even before he started to work there?
even after he started to work there.
All right. And when he would come, would he stay for a couple minutes?
Hours.
I'm sorry?
Hours.
All right. And what would he do while he was there?
He was mostly on his computer watching shows or just sitting in a corner by himself, maybe reading.
Okay. Is that something that's unusual for people to be there long periods of time?
No, not
Objection.
at all.
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
And do you see the individual who you talked about as being the defendant in court here today?
Yes.
Could you point her out by where she's seated and what she's wearing?
To the left of Aaron Nelson, wearing glasses and a pink blazer.
To your left?
Yeah, my left.
All right. The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Ms. McCandless.
I don't have any other questions for Ms. Wisniewski.
Okay. Any cross-examination?
Yes, please. Ms. Wisniewski, did I pronounce that?
Wisniewski.
Wisniewski. Were you at Racy's on March 22nd?
I was not.
Alex was a friend of yours.
Yes.
You liked him.
Yes.
Do you know who Jason Mengel is?
Yes.
Fair to say he's not a friend of yours.
Right.
He's someone you, for lack of a better term, didn't like.
Had indifferent feelings.
You've talked to the police before about this, is that right?
Yes.
And in those talks with the police, as you already went through, you were honest with them.
Yes.
You told them what you felt,
Yes.
told them what you saw,
Yes.
and this was back year and a half ago, around March of 2018 and April of 2018, when you were meeting with the police, is that right?
Right.
And when you met with the police back then, you told them about your feelings for Jason Mengel, right?
Right.
I'm sorry, objection.
What is the objection?
Character evidence, Your Honor, 90404 again.
90616 bias.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, you can answer.
Thank you. So back in April of 2018, when you spoke with the police, you were talking to them about Jason Mengel, right?
Right.
And you told them then that you disliked Jason. Agreed?
Objection, relevance.
I do not recall,
Hold
but
on,
he's
don't-
not a friend.
Please don't answer until I've ruled on the objection. So I think you've already answered it. I'm going to overrule the objection, so the answer will stand. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
And I would ask that Mr. Nelson please speak into the microphone. I'm having some difficulty hearing him, so if he could please speak into the microphone.
All right. Well, why don't you move it a little bit closer there? Thank you.
So that's
At this point, I did not
Yep.
hear because there was
Right.
crosstalk with her.
Oh my God, this is funny. There's a bit of an interesting dynamic between these two. I'm going to back that up so we can hear it again. Between Mr. Nelson and Mr. Dufour, and I wonder if there's a backstory here, but this is interesting. There's not a whole lot of sparring that we've heard so far in this trial, at least between the attorneys, and it's still very minimal compared to other trials. But first of all, I was going to say is like that's a common thing, right? Where if there's an objection, but the witness has already answered because they don't know how it works, it's that's normal to let that answer stand. But here, this is really interesting where, Mr. Nelson had objected. I think I actually just pointed that out earlier. I was like, that's weird because usually when you object on 404, it's because of something that's coming out about the defendant. And in this case, Mr. Nelson objected on direct examination and said 404. And it was something that was not about Ezra. It was about the victim. And he said 404. And so now that they're on cross, we're going to see Mr. Dufour basically making the exact same objections. And then you have this part where she answers the question, even though there was an objection, because she doesn't know she's not supposed to. And then he says, he'll let the answer stand. And then now you're going to get to this part where, Mr. Dufour's like, I can't hear him because of the microphone. And then Mr. Nelson's like, I'm sorry, can we have the answer read back? Because I couldn't hear it, which I think is probably bullshit. I think he just wants to make sure the jury heard the answer. Just to kind of like try to get the what's the right way to put it? Get like the best out of that exchange or whatever. But it's pretty interesting. I think it's like so far it might be like some of the spiciest moments that we've had between the attorneys. So let's watch again.
Objection. So I think you've already answered it. I'm going to overrule the objection, so the answer will stand. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
And I would ask that Mr. Nelson please speak into the microphone. I'm having some difficulty hearing him, so if he could please speak into the microphone.
All right. Well, why don't you move it a little bit closer there? Thank you.
At this point, I did not hear because there was crosstalk what her answer was. Could Your Honor or the court reporter read that back?
Go ahead, if you can.
She said, I don't recall, but he's not a friend.
Fair to say that you told the police you've never liked Jason?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not bias of a witness. It has to be, and this is 90616, it has to be for purposes of attacking the credibility of a witness, evidence of bias, prejudice, or interest of the witness,
Judge,
or
objection.
against any
Are we gonna
party in
have-
cases
Hold on,
of
we're going
this.
to have one talk at a time.
Are we going to have speaking objections? I didn't know that we were going to do speaking objections in front of the jury.
All right. Well, I also need my statute book if somebody has it. So,
I'll grab it.
but frankly, I don't think we need to have an extensive discussion on this. I do believe it goes, thank you, to bias of the witness. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you. What I was asking Aubrey, when you spoke with the police back in the spring of 2018, you told them you never liked Jason. Agreed?
Agreed.
You knew at that point that this young lady next to me, Ezra McCandless, was dating Jason the man you didn't like. Agreed?
I didn't believe they were together at that time.
You knew that at some point Ezra McCandless was dating Jason Mangle, the man you didn't like. Agreed?
Objection, relevance.
And what is the relevance?
Can we approach? I mean,
All right, let's do a sidebar. I don't want to have the jury going in and out every other question here.
you had spoke with Alex about his relationships. Agreed?
Not often.
You had heard from Alex that he was dating a boy.
No, I didn't.
Did he tell you that he had a boy that was trans that he was dating?
My sister told me.
So you learned that he was dating a boy.
Correct.
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to object to double hearsay at this point. So.
It is.
When you spoke with the police, you told them that you spoke with Alex about Alex had always talked about having a relationship with a trans male. Is that what you told the police?
I don't recall.
And you told the police that you later found out that the trans male that Alex had been talking about dating was Ezra McCandless.
Okay.
Yes?
I don't recall.
And this trans boy that Alex said that he was dating, he was bragging about how much sex he was having with that boy.
I don't recall.
He was telling you that he was tired from all of the sex that he had with that boy.
I don't believe that was me.
Doesn't know, dude.
And you didn't know at the time, when Alex was alive, that the trans boy that he was referring to was Ezra McCandless, the woman next to me, did you? You didn't know
I don't
that, did you?
recall.
Alex was secretive about his relationship with Ezra?
Right.
He didn't tell anybody else about that, did he?
He told my sister and my sister told me.
Okay. But he wasn't open about that. Agreed?
Not with me.
Did you learn about other secrets that Alex kept?
Objection, relevance.
I don't know what that means.
Are you familiar with Alex's journals?
I knew that he wrote.
Did he ever share what his writings were about?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule on that one.
Did he ever share what his writings were about?
I have a few of his school writings that I've kept, but other than that, I didn't read his journals, no. I wouldn't let him read mine.
What was the?
I wouldn't let him read mine.
They were private, right?
Right.
They were in some ways secret, right?
Sure.
And they were only to be shared with certain people, as some secrets are.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the
It calls for
objection.
speculation.
He's testifying, and so if you just, I'm going to sustain. We'll leave it there. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson, with the next question.
You're not familiar with his private secret journal writings, agreed?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Those are the questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
None, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Wisniewski. You may step down.
Okay.
And is there any reason she cannot be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Ms. Wisniewski, you're free to go. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe that there are any additional witnesses today.
So this is actually, oh, I need to update my ticker. So this is actually the first time we get to hear the judges, because this is still day one, right? This is the first time we get to hear the judges' admonition to the jury, and I think it's the first time we're seeing his face as well. So we're going to get to hear what he's going to say to the jury. So let's hear that.
We are going to begin with testimony tomorrow morning at 8:30. So we want you back here early enough to be ready to go at 8:30. We'll try to start right on time. I'd also, again, want to admonish you again. It's very, very important that you not read anything about this case or watch any television coverage or listen to anything on the radio regarding this coverage or anything on the internet. Do not do any research or look at anything on social media. To be on the safe side, maybe you just stay away from that. Find something else to look at or read or listen to, as it, again, it's very important that you as members of the jury don't contaminate yourselves with any other information that, as I gave you that instruction yesterday, that may confuse you or conflate what you hear here in court. You must decide this case based on the evidence received in this proceeding and not base it on any other information. Don't do any other research. Discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. And then with that, I guess we're going to excuse you for the evening. Okay? All rise.
Is it okay if I stand, Judge?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to take up, I guess, in reverse order, the most recent sidebar, 423, during Ms. Wisniewski's testimony. I don't know, counsel, I don't remember whose objection it was, but.
This is funny. So you remember where they were having that back and forth earlier? So now this is at the end of the day, and the judge is wanting to allow them to make a record. So think about, guys, if you have kids, or can even picture this from, a TV show, whatever, where you've got like kids, toddlers, something like that, they're fighting, right? And then they're fighting over something stupid, and then you're like, okay, you put them in timeout, or you're like, you distract them with something, right? And then later on, they don't even remember what they were fighting about. That is my interpretation of what happens here. So let's see what happens when he finally gets to these attorneys and he's like, okay, what was your problem?
I believe that it was Mr. DeFore's objection. And Mr. Nelson, do you want to be heard on that? Make a record?
No, Judge. I think, I'm not sure which side. I think I objected at one point about recorded recollection, and Your Honor sustained that.
Okay, I'll get to that one. I'll get to that one next. But
okay, sorry. And then I believe the state objection to relevancy. We had a sidebar. We both made arguments. Your Honor, my understanding was ruled that it was irrelevant.
All right. I believe I sustained the objection where Mr. Nelson was going into the relationship and the dislike of Mr. Mangle and his connection to the defendant, Ms. McCandless. And before it went any further, the court sustained that objection. And as I understand it, part of the argument by the state was that Ms. Wisniewski was not aware of the relationship between Mr. Mangle and Ms. McCandless, and therefore she could not have been biased by the fact that Ms. McCandless was dating Mr. Mangle. That's my recollection of that sidebar. Mr. DeFore, anything you want to put on the record regarding that sidebar?
I believe the court has accurately summarized that sidebar, Your Honor.
All right, we had a sidebar at 411, again, where the court had sustained the objection that was made, and I would have to look back on that one. Anyone want to make a record with respect to that?
I believe if that was by
That was the recorded recollection one.
That was recorded
recollection.
All right.
Withdrew the question and withdrew the matter, so.
All right, and just for the record, the court agreed with the defense that that was a police report of an officer, and although he recorded what the witness said, it was not the recorded recollection made by Ms. Wisniewski herself. It wasn't her own recording or her own notes of what had occurred, so the court sustained the objection on that ground. As it relates to the sidebar at 413, frankly, the defense essentially made the objection to the open-ended question about character, and Mr. Dufour agreed to be more pointed in his questioning to the specific issue of character for peacefulness or violence. And as I recall things, anything you would like to state further with respect to that, Mr. Nelson?
No, Judge.
Okay, and Mr. Dufour?
Nothing.
Okay. All right then, any other issues related to the last two witnesses that counsel would like to put on the record?
Nothing.
Nothing from the
All right.
state.
Now, the issue was brought up by the defense with respect to the camera placement.
Yes.
So why don't you go ahead, Mr. Nelson, if you would just make a record of what your objection is or what your request is.
There's a camera, I don't know, Your Honor, 8 feet directly in front of Ms. McCandless. Essentially, if she looks to Your Honor, she's looking straight at the camera between, its position between her and Your Honor. And I believe that camera is focused on her almost exclusively, entirely, the entire time. I've not been paying attention to courttv.com or any of the other, I've been here working, but what I've heard secondhand is that there's lots of commentary upon Ms. McCandless's allegedly staring into said camera, which is, again, where someone would naturally look in court when they're sitting at this table and looking forward. And so our request is that that camera be moved so as to be not in Ms. McCandless's direct view, so she cannot be accused of, I don't know, pandering to the camera or something like that when it's literally in front of her face.
All right, well, here's the situation. The court approved the camera placement. It's consistent with the media order. This is a public trial. It essentially captures what it is that the view from the bench, basically.
Well done, Judge.
I haven't seen it. I haven't watched it. So the people, the jury should not be looking at the court TV, the people that would be deciding this case. And again, I accommodated the objections that were made about court TV. Maybe this is one of those things that the defense hadn't thought of. But at this point, I'm not going to change it because, again, the camera can be zoomed in. It can be, as I understand it, could be a wider angle. But we have, again, allowed this coverage, and the camera doesn't move. It's not making any noise. And frankly, if you can ignore the camera, if it's causing some other problems, I guess I'll revisit that. I'll note your objection. But again, this is not something, if the jury is following the instructions of the court, they will not be seeing this, nor will they be seeing the commentary. And so I'm going to leave it where it is. Okay?
Yeah, let me talk.
All right. So noted. Anything else that counsel wants to take?
A couple things to say. So the point that the judge made there for that record is that if you're going to try to object to the cameras, right, there needs to be some sort of reason for it. Like it's, if it's moving around, it's getting in the way, it's distracting, right? Or would be one example. Or, it's making it, there's some sort of problem where it's showing like, confidential conversation, right? We've had that happen in other trials where the cameras pick things up. But in this case, none of that's what's going on, right? But what the defense is saying is like, oh, it's like zooming in on her face or whatever, or it's showing her, and then people are commenting on it on court TV or what have you. And he's like, well, but you know what? The jury's not seeing it. And I just have to say, I appreciate that point so much because that's what I say to myself. Every time people get up in arms about stuff like that, like, I understand like zooming in on, people. Okay. Like, how can I say this? There are times when it goes too far with like the zooming in on whoever it is, right? There's definitely times when it goes too far, but I don't think that's the case here. You know what I mean? It does show her quite often, but for the vast majority of the time, it shows the witness. So, and it's not like it doesn't pan and then zoom in to make it dramatic. It's just, it'll cut to her and then it'll cut back to the witness. So anyway, but I just love the point that he made, which is, you know what? Like, this is true for every trial. I just was going to say, like, if it shows, if people are commenting on whoever, I don't care if it's a defendant, I don't care who it is, if people are commenting on it on TV, the point is the jury, right? The jury's not going to see that. So who cares? Like, I just really love that he says that. He's like, yep, it's not. So he's making it through a record. He's like, yep, it's not distracting and there's no problems with the cameras. The cameras are following the court order. You didn't say anything earlier. And as far as people commenting on TV, the jury's not going to see that. So there you go.
Up before we adjourn for the evening. This is what I would ask, and I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, I invited you to speak and then I cut you off. But Ms. Nodolf, do you have an order of witnesses tomorrow? And the question is...
I have it, Your Honor, so I can...
Okay, well, I'd like to have some idea because, first of all, are there any witnesses that we have had some provisional rulings on, or that we need, that haven't been made, that need to be addressed before these witnesses testify?
All right. Well, I'll go through who we are intending to call tomorrow. Kyle Devries. And I will be handling Kyle Devries' direct exam.
And he's Wisconsin State Patrol, and that's basically
He's the reconstruction expert who did the scene diagramming and so forth. Katie Hoffmeyer, who is from the crime lab. She was part of the crime scene response team. Assistant Attorney General Hahn will be handling her direct. I'm not sure about Carissa Wobler. We're waiting to hear from Carissa Wobler, Wobler. We're waiting to hear. Another member of our office was using Ms. Wobler in a trial she's doing in Stevens Point, and I wasn't sure if she was having her testify today or tomorrow. I emailed to find out for sure which day they were using her. If it was today, then we're going to have her testify tomorrow. If not, we'll have her testify a day or two from now. So she may testify.
And that's the crime lab person?
Yeah, she's from the crime lab. She is the latent print examiner. Samantha Cobbs will testify. That would be Ms. Nodolf. Allison Kexel, also Ms. Nodolf. Brianna Larson. Brianna is Brianna, and Larson is Larson. That would be Ms. Nodolf. Court, Kort Fox. I will be handling his direct. Ariel Wisniewski, that's Ms. Nodolf. Max Martinson, that would be Assistant Attorney General Hahn. David Studing, actually I believe he pronounces Steuding, Steuding. I will be handling his direct. And finally, Paul Zachow, Zachau, and that will be Assistant Attorney General Hahn. I believe we should be able to get through all of those, Your Honor, tomorrow.
All right, you think that would fill the day?
I think that will fill the day.
All right. And, okay.
Judge, I think I'm handling all of those witnesses, starting with witness 4, Samantha Cobbs. We're starting to get into citizen witnesses, and before those citizen witnesses testify, I'd like to take up the matter of character evidence. I'm not prepared to do that now. I want to consult with Ms. Vishny about it. I suspect that that's going to probably happen sometime certainly after the first morning break, if not in the afternoon. But
could you give me a heads up so I have, can prepare what?
It's more of the general questions that were asked today about. I think they can ask one. And again, I'm not prepared. What is his character for peacefulness? And that's the extent of it. I don't think they get to go into all of these specific instances or lack of instances, but that's what I want to be heard on, if there's character evidence of Alex regarding his peacefulness, how that needs to be contained as opposed to just continually going on again. So we'd like to make arguments tomorrow about that. I'm not prepared to do that today.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Ms. Vishny, you look like you have something to say.
I'll pose it till tomorrow.
All right. Okay.
Oh, except that I'm a little confused because I thought that we were starting court on Wednesdays at 9:30.
Well, we were, but Judge Smeltzer has graciously offered to take treatment court tomorrow. So, but I will plan it. We wanted to have continuity on treatment court, but I will be doing it. Go back to that. We'll do it 9:30 on Wednesdays the next 2 weeks. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Anything further tonight? Okay.
Nothing.
We'll be in recess. Bond will continue. That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name?
Crime scene guy.
My name is Kyle Devries, Devries.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed through the Wisconsin Department of Transportation, Division of State Patrol.
And do you have any specific assignments with the State Patrol?
I do. Currently, I'm assigned to our Technical Reconstruction Unit.
And what is the Technical Reconstruction Unit?
It is a group of individuals with specialized skills and advanced training that work with crash reconstruction and crime scene documentation.
All right. And how long have you been assigned to that unit?
About 3.5 years.
All right. Mr. Devries, I've shown you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 279. Could you tell me what that document is?
This document is a curriculum vitae. It summarizes my crash reconstruction related education and instructor experiences.
And let's just hit some of the highlights. Can you start with when you first started working in the Technical Reconstruction Unit? What type of training did you receive to become involved in that unit?
It starts with basic crash investigation, technical crash investigation, advanced crash investigation.
Could you just slow down just a little bit?
There's a lot to go through. Crash reconstruction itself, and then there's additional specialties through that. There's forensic mapping, there's computer-aided drawing, there's specific caveats in crash reconstruction to motorcycle or commercial motor vehicles. It's an extensive list of training that is continuously ongoing.
All right. And do you have ongoing training as you go through or as you continue to work in the Technical Reconstruction Unit?
That is correct.
What type of ongoing training do you have?
Could be whatever comes up and then it's available. Anything to further our education in regards to any certain aspects, whether it's, again, with human factors or forensic mapping, differences, new technology that comes to light in the use of that as well.
All right. And Mr. Devries, as far as your work, in addition to receiving training, are you also involved in teaching?
That is correct. I'm also an instructor. I teach our State Patrol cadets as well as other law enforcement agencies in technical reconstruction as well as forensic mapping.
All right. And when you, in this case, were you asked to assist in some way?
I was.
You were asked to assist in some way in the investigation in the matter that we're here in court for today?
Correct. I received a phone call from Sergeant Richard Day from the Dunn County Sheriff's Office. He informed me that they were investigating a death that occurred in their county. He informed me that the Wisconsin State Crime Lab was also en route to assist with their investigation, and they were requesting the Technical Reconstruction Unit to assist in forensically documenting or mapping out the scene.
And so that was essentially your involvement, is to do forensic mapping?
That is correct.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about forensic mapping. How do you do forensic mapping?
There are several different ways, generally through the use of technology, whether that be survey-grade instruments such as total stations or 3D scanners. Sometimes it goes to simple hand measurements.
All right. In this case, what methods did you use to map the scene?
I
used two methods. The first being
did you hear that? Measurements. He uses measurements. Amazing, right? I kind of want to do a poll of like him versus Trooper Paul, but I have to think of a good way to phrase it.
Trimble R10 total station. It operates off the GNSS survey, or it's kind of like GPS, but it's a global navigation satellite system. It takes highly accurate measurements. And we can use those measurements. They're collected in a data collector, and we can use those measurements in a computer drawing program to create scale diagrams.
All right. And you said you used the second method?
Correct. Second method, we used a 3D scanner, a FARO Focus XT3D or 330. Sorry. A FARO Focus 330 laser scanner. It's a laser scanner, and it takes hundreds of thousands of points in a 360-degree direction. Those points are collected and stored into a point cloud, and we can use those in a 3D computer software to render an image or put in a program so that you can see what what was taken, and you can also take measurements from that 3D as well.
And do these then render you accurate images of your scene and what is at the scene?
Correct. The scanner, while it's taking measurements, it takes a second round. It also takes photographs and overlays them with the measurements. So when you put the point cloud data in the computer, it attaches the images to the point cloud data so you can see and move around through the scene itself.
And so when you're working from the program, does it let you essentially just step into there and be able to see what you would see if you were actually there at that time?
Basically, yes.
All right. And can you then, with that information, while you're using the program and viewing the scene, can you take measurements to find out how far certain things are from other things?
Yes, you can.
And how do you do that?
Through a function in the software. Again, all the data points that are in there are to scale. Again, I can click on a point, click on another point, and it will give me the exact distance.
All right. Besides mapping of scenes like this, what other types of work do you have to do or do you do as part of the technical reconstruction unit?
I guess I'm not sure what you're getting at, other than as far as,
Do you do accident reconstructions as well?
Yes.
And is that the same technology and systems that you're talking about here?
Yes, we use the same systems for that.
Now, in this case, you created a number of diagrams, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. So Trooper, why don't you step on down and why don't you explain for us a little bit about what we're seeing here. Start at the bottom right corner of that exhibit. What is that area?
Okay. In the bottom right corner here, I'm actually going to move to this side. There is a trailer and a vehicle that was located off of an entrance from 430th Avenue. That's what we see here. There are some tire marks that followed behind the vehicle. Down this road here, this is actual 430th Avenue. This would be the top of the diagram is facing north. So going to the west, we have several different driveway entrances labeled by addresses, and the distances from basically the car to the road and the road to the far residence.
All right. And so what is the distance then from the car to 430th Avenue?
It's approximately 658 feet.
All right. And the distance then from the end of the road to the Donald Sipple residence, which I believe is identified as E7614.
Right. And that distance.
So let me pull this up real quick. Find it. All right. So here's what it looks like in real life Google Maps, okay? So here's 430th Avenue, and there on the red dot, there's Don Sipple's house, the farmer. It's going to zoom in a second here, I think. Or might just go to his house. There's his house.
It's a house.
Let's see if there's another picture of it. So, okay, so that's right. So what I was thinking I might do is we might do a field trip, like, map time, because this. So this area is the crime scene, okay? Like this is just this property of this farmer, right? This dairy farmer. Now, where you see that red dot, that's the farmer's house. Right to the right, there's another little house. That apparently is owned by the farmer's daughter. Sounds like a song, right? The farmer's daughter. And you can kind of see there's driveways there. And that's what they're talking about right now with this map. But if you look where I have it paused, if you look to the right-hand side, so you see where 430th Avenue is, and then look to the bottom right quadrant. And this is where we might just have to do like a map time situation. But that road there, That's like, it looks like a yellow line kind of. I am 99.999% certain that that's exactly what they're talking about in terms of that's the road that they go down. The only reason I'm saying 99.999 is because they show, I don't believe they've yet shown a view like this. It's just sort of like these maps that are hand drawn, like here, if we go back to this one.
This is display.
There. See what I mean? But if you take a look,
Here is approximately 1,200.
there. Okay. So see how you've got the long, I mean, but this is why I'm saying that. I mean, it's definitely the right road, right? It's just it's not same view. So if you look at, you've got on the left-hand side, you've got two little lines there. Those are the driveways to the houses. And then see how there's that long on the right-hand side of the diagram there. And it's like that tan line. Now let me pull this back up. Aha. You guys see what I mean? That right on that bottom right quadrant of the screen, that's where the crime happened, right? They pulled down into that road. It's I had to say road, it's kind of a road. And then got stuck in the mud or whatever. And then there's that tree line. So we can but we're going to do, maybe we'll do it on the next one. You know how I always do like an opening presentation. Maybe on the next one, we'll start out by doing a field trip to the area and take a look around. But yeah, so that's a good, hopefully that helps to have that visual there.
26 feet.
So in percent of a mile or amount of a mile, how far is that total distance?
It's approximately
I know, right?
0.35 miles.
Okay, thank you.
I know, right? And the other thing is like, it sucks for the farmer, right? Like going back to this again, like this is the farmer's property, right? And now he's got this fucking murder that happened, and it's family. It's like been in the family for all these generations, right? And he's going to testify. It's been, and it's like, dude, now it's like forever ruined, like in my mind, right? You know? But like it also, never mind the fact that they were trespassing, you know? Like what the fuck were they doing out there? And, you know, Ezra describes it, and the defense, as the defense attorneys in the opening, you know, as what was it? They're going to go to a nature location. It's like, so you're going to go to a quote unquote nature location, and you don't mean a park. You don't mean what, you're going to go on somebody's private property. Like you're going to pull off this road. You're going to go onto somebody's private property and get stuck in the mud and then murder some, like, it's bizarre, isn't it? And it's funny because it seems like she didn't think they were going to find him. I mean, I say that because I don't feel like it's a spoiler, because this was addressed in the opening statements. Because when we heard from the state and they played the interview, if you guys remember, she changed her story, and we'll hear more of it, of course. But just going from what we've heard so far, she changed her story as soon as they said, "Oh well, we found the car. We found the car. We found his body. We found the car." Like they say they find the car, and then she knows they found the body. And then that's when she starts changing her story. But it's like she thought they weren't going to find it. It seems like. I mean, I'm not. That's my working theory, right? We'll get to hear more of that, and then I can revisit that idea. But from what I can tell, it seems like she thought they weren't going to find him. And so to what Maisha said, it almost seems like her plan was just to leave him out there, and then they assume he would never be found. The dairy farmer would never go on that part of his property ever again, apparently. And like, that would just be the end of it. And she can move on with her life, like, which is just crazy. Like, look at how close it is to the house, right? That yellow thing down the bottom there, right? That's the road. And then there's the house where the red marker is. That's how close. Like, what? But yes, it is. Yeah, I think I think that's what I was saying, is I think she was half expecting them to not find him, which is really crazy.
So, Trooper, I've got up here now Exhibit 283, I believe it is. Let me just make sure again. Yes. Can you explain what we're seeing on Exhibit 283?
Exhibit 283 is more of a snapshot of the entire diagram. In this, there were certain things that were identified by investigators. Here we found there was 3 pieces of evidence that was located. The circle with the E and the letter, the E stands for evidence. And then the alpha character A, B, and C correspond to whatever type of evidence that was found and would be on that evidence log.
All right. And so when law enforcement found the evidence, they had you come out and actually map the locations of those pieces of evidence?
That is correct.
All right. And what was evidence marker that is labeled C? What was that as you understand it?
I believe that was part of a cell phone.
Okay. And how about evidence marker A?
I believe that was also another part of a cell phone.
All right. And evidence marker B?
I believe that was a knife.
Okay. All right. And so the knife was found at the location that the arrow is pointed to?
Correct. It would be right here, just off the shoulder of the roadway.
And just before the driveway to the Donald Sipple residence?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. What are we looking at on Exhibit 284?
Exhibit 284, again, is a blown-up area of the entire scene that you had seen before. However, this we're focusing on the roadway that came south from 430th Avenue.
There it is. Yeah, you can tell. You can tell. So they're calling it a footpath, actually. That's exactly where it was. So, oh, Maisha said she saw, okay. Is that on YouTube, though? Or is that a podcast? But you're saying it's one episode, right? If it's one episode, it can't be the entire trial, right? Am I misunderstanding that? But yeah, what I was gonna say is they're gonna get to the part where they use the FARO scanner tool and they show that, and that's super cool here in a second. Oh, it's on TV. Yeah, but again, if it's one episode, how can it be the whole trial though? It's a 3 week plus long trial. So I don't know if they can do the whole thing in one. I mean, it would have to be a long episode.
In this particular diagram, a footpath was noted in the roadway itself. So that's where it was highlighted here. And again, 2 additional evidence markers was located by investigators. The difference here with these ones being numerical numbers is that they were found by a different agency.
All right. Those were found by the crime lab?
Correct.
All right. And the other ones, the letter ones were found by Dunn County Sheriff's officers?
That is correct.
All right. And as you understand it, evidence markers 1 and 2 were what?
I believe they were foot cast impressions.
All right. I'm not going to try to ask you what each one of these are. We'll cover that with the next witness. But can you explain what Exhibit 285 is?
Sure. Exhibit 285 is basically a blown-up version of where the vehicle and a trailer was located. Again, this would be south of the 430th Avenue. The Wisconsin State Crime Lab had identified numerous items of evidence. Each evidence that's labeled here corresponds with their evidence log.
All right. And so they had either tent markers or stick-on labels marking what those evidence items are.
Correct.
And then you mapped out exactly where those were and created then this scale diagram.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. Let's move on then to the other portion of your work, the 3D scanner portion. So what are we looking at here?
So in the program, it's called Trimble RealWorks. In this program, what we're currently seeing here is the point cloud of all the measurements that was originally taken from the 3D scanners. There were 6 scans that were completed around the vehicle, and that's what we're seeing right here. And what I'm going to do is open up the Scan Explorer, which allows photographs that were taken.
Guys, this is so fucking cool. I have to say a couple things. So first of all, Maisha says the whole case, not the trial. Okay, so I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. Great. So similar to like a 48-hour special. I see. Yep. Yeah. I see what you're saying. And again, like I was saying, even when I thought it was 48 hours, like, you know, not saying that 48 hours does a bad job or anything like that. I think they do a great job. But like, it's so insane, right? When you think about that, a 42-minute episode, and that's your standard, right? It's the same thing with like the 48 hours. Like, the whole thing, everything, start to finish, 42 minutes is like, what? I mean, and sometimes, you know, again, I'm not saying that it's, I don't know how I even do that, first of all, because it's like, you know, how do you do that? But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that, man, I mean, I think that, like, I started out watching stuff like that before trials, you know what I mean? Like, I started out, I mean, since I was a kid, I always loved that shit. Ever since I was a kid, I watched, for, you know, Forensic Files, you know, Unsolved Mysteries I used to watch as a kid, you know, but yeah, Forensic Files, like all the FBI shit, all the crime scene shit, all the murder shit, you know, all the stuff like that. But it was like, you know, it was similar to, like, you know, an episode where it's an investigation, you know, and they blah, blah, you know, it wasn't live trial, but I don't know any kid that watches live trial, but anyway, you know, and it's like, of course I grew up watching Alfred Hitchcock movies too, but like, anyway, but yeah, as some of you guys know, the first trial that I watched, Gavel-To-Gavel, was for George Floyd, when that all happened. And I have literally watched pretty much only trials ever since. I never went back. Yeah. And then that's the thing is, like, I used to really, you know, the true crime shows and stuff, it's like, I've gotten less and less, I don't know, it's funny. It's not that I don't like them. It's that you just don't get the full story, you know? And the other problem is, like, the other thing is that usually there's a narrative, right? Like, there's a narrative where it's you know, because they're trying to tell a story from start to finish and put an end on it, you know, they have to have an idea of, like, there's going to be a narrative, like a personal narrative, right? And that's, I think, where you know, while that's entertaining, I think that's part of why I really gravitated more towards trials, because there is no narrative. It's the trial, right? And things don't always have a neat bow at the end. You know, they don't have an ending or a happy ending, whatever the case may be. But by watching a trial and just looking at the trial, looking at the evidence, and, like, learning more about the legal process, it just allows you to form your own opinion. And that's the other thing. As much as I love, like, the whole notion of true crime, I have learned that I would so much rather watch a trial and come to my own opinion and my own conclusions than have someone tell me, yep, here's what happened, right, in 42 minutes or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's really kind of where I ended up, is, like, I would rather do that myself. It's more fun. It's more fun than just someone telling you, yeah, here's what happened. You know, like for example, like, someone could just give the Cliff Notes version of what happened in any case. Like, take Murdoch, take anybody, you know, here's what happened, right? But it's like, where's the fun in that? You know, like, oh, okay, you know, it's not going to be the full story, and it's not going to have the same impact, and it's not, you know, you're not going to learn anything and whatever. So yeah, trials are definitely the way to go. And that's the thing is, like I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's the ultimate long form content. Why is it that there's true crime as a genre? Why is it that there's things like 48 Hours and things that, like, summarize a case? Well, because most people don't have the attention span to watch a full trial. And I say attention span because the thing is while I understand trials are long and take time, anybody, even if they only have an hour a day, let's say that they watch an hour of TV a day, right? You can watch an entire trial, Gavel-To-Gavel, spending an hour a day. It'll take you longer, but you can do it. Or you can put it on 2 times speed, you know? But, like, the thing is it's not the time, it's the attention span. And so trials are the ultimate long form content, but that's how you get the full picture, you know? Oh, interesting. What do you mean, what do you mean? Can you give me an example? Like how do you hear? I guess it sounds like you also have TV, which is different. I don't have TV. So, that's, I can't even understand. I can't even relate to that world of, like, that's gotta be so different. You know, I just have, you know, well, I have Netflix. I have other things. I don't ever watch them. I just YouTube trials. I don't even know what HLN is. True crime, is that a channel? True crime, are these channels on TV? So that would make sense that you learn about them that way then. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to learn about cases when charges are brought. Charges are brought because, so like that in some cases, that's pretty soon. Like in Florida, for example, in states where they've got a lot of these open, everything's public record, like immediately, right? Like a crime could happen. Let's say a murder. Okay, take a murder. Like a murder could happen, and like, in Florida, it could be days later. You've got body cam. You've got all the court documents. Assuming somebody's been charged, with a crime, right? As soon as somebody's been charged with a crime, that shit's public. So like literally in Florida, for example, the way I'll hear about a new case is it's like, oh, here's all these documents, these charges were just filed against this person who just only a week ago, it's alleged that they did whatever thing, that's how I hear about cases. I tend to hear about cases immediately once the event, like once charges are filed. That's how I tend to hear about them. So it's like at the inception, basically, of like the thing. Now, not always, right? Like there's some that I don't hear about until the trial happens, but a lot of stuff I hear about. A lot of stuff I'll see the trial come up and I'm like, oh my God, I remember reading about that when the charges were brought, But yeah, Maisha, have you watched? Do you want to tell like what trials have you watched? Gavel? I know obviously Duffy Heard. I always say you're like the Duffy Heard encyclopedia. But what other trials have you watched? Gavel-To-Gavel. I was gonna say, as far as trials can be long, but as far as boring, I have to say that the only trial I've ever found boring is Michelle Troconis. But that was pretty much, I think everybody felt like that was very boring at times. I have watched so many trials Gavel-To-Gavel. I need to keep a record. I keep saying I'm going to do this. I need to do this. I need to keep a record. I've watched so many trials Gavel-To-Gavel, and I'm like, man, I wish I'd been keeping track because, I don't know that I could even go back and make a complete list at this juncture. I could try. I'd probably be forgetting some. But I mean, it's a lot. If I had to guess how many, like, I don't even know, man. Dozens and dozens and dozens of trials, I would say. I've watched Gavel-To-Gavel. And many of them, a lot of them more than once, I would say. But yeah, I mean, it's dozens. It's dozens of trials. And I can only think of one that I ever thought was boring, and that was Michelle Troconis. Oh, that's interesting that if you watch the George Floyd Duffy Heard yeah, it's so funny because I know Duffy Heard is what got a lot of people in watching live trial. I would never even had even seen that were it not for the, I guess technically the Derek Chauvin, right, trial. Because what happened was that trial was first. And that was before LawTube was even a thing, Y'all, I've taught, it's so funny to reminisce. It was back then, Lori, was doing these videos that were like 3 minutes long, and they were just like, here's a legal definition. And during the Derek Chauvin trial, he came on and did videos a couple times about certain things, like, an expert witness or whatever. But it was like, it wasn't even a trial recap. It was more like covering a topic that came up at trial, and they were short. And I guess EDB existed, but I did not know about her yet. Literally the first LawTuber that I ended up seeing was Lori, but it was because I was watching the Derek Chauvin trial and he was doing little snippets related to it. And no, I don't think anybody else was doing anything with it. And so I was like, oh, great. So I watched those videos to try to learn what I could. And but I watched that entire trial, gavel to gavel, including the jury selection, which was lengthy, with just on my own, learning on my own and watching the entire thing. And then when it ended, I was like, oh my God, like, how am I going to live with that trial? But luckily, Debbie Heard started right after that. And then YouTube kept suggesting EDB. And initially, I was like, initially I resisted because I was like, there was so much pink in the thumbnails. And you guys, y'all know I love EDB, obviously, but I hate pink. I hate pink and I hate like the girly shit. And there was a lot of pink. It was more pink than purple back then, I feel like. And it was just like so, and for me, I was used to just watching trial by myself. I was like, why do I need a person? You know what I mean? And so I would see those thumbnails and I'm like, oh my God, like why would there be so like the idea of like commentary with the trial to me was like so foreign. Every now and again you'll still see people where they come on to like Runkle or EDB or whoever, and they're like, why are you talking during the trial? And it's like, oh my God, this is new. They haven't heard of this yet, But also back then, it was different too because I know EDB was still trying to work it out in terms of the balance, right? With talking over it versus not, which I get it. And I think that, I did what she ended up doing when it came to like Karen Reed, which is like starting trial for the live trial, right? Like starting a little bit late, and that way you have room to pause it to talk. And then you can fast forward through the breaks and sidebars and shit. And that's the way to go. That's the win-win. But anyway, I was like, what's this person doing? And why is there so much pink and why blah, blah, But YouTube literally would not give up recommending it because I was watching Debbie Heard. And I was just watching it again, just like whatever on Long Crime or whatever, And it wasn't until after Amber had taken the stand. So towards the end of the trial, after Amber had taken the stand, I finally relented, or either that or YouTube automatically played it. And at first I was like other people where I'm like, oh my God, I can't hear what they're saying. She's talking over, but then, so you guys are going to think I'm insane. What I used to do, especially when EDB would talk while they were talking the trials, Murdoch is another example, right? I would watch everything twice. I would watch EDB do it, and I would also watch it without anybody covering it so I could hear everything. Isn't that so crazy? So I would watch everything twice for each day to not miss any of the witness testimony. It's so crazy, right? Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, 100%. Like yeah. So but I definitely, what I can say is from my own experience, I understand the importance of wanting to hear the testimony. So I try to be cognizant of that. And not, I try to pause it to talk, or, if I do talk over it, I almost always catch myself and rewind because from my own experience, it's hard to know, especially when you're doing it live, right? Like if you're doing it live and it might not seem like anything important is going to happen, right? So then you decide to say something and then something happens, right? And you don't know about it. And it's hard to anticipate those things and to not accidentally even, talk over something, which is why there's definitely an art to it. But yeah, having been on that end of it, of like the person watching LawTube and being like, I love the commentary, but oh no, we just missed something. And sometimes the person who's like on LawTube, I'm sure I've done this too, right? The person commenting may not know that they just missed something important. Like I can't tell you how many times I've seen this where it's like the chat knows, and I'm like, and I'm like, oh my God, like wait, they just answered this thing and we've been waiting to hear this, or whatever it is, right? Or it's something funny, whatever the case may be. But whoever it is commenting completely missed it because they were making a joke or they were describing this and that, and they like weren't looking at the screen and they don't even realize that they missed it. And it's like, no, I don't know if you guys have ever been there, but anyway, that's like a whole tangent, but y'all know I love LawTube. So, but yeah, and that's one thing that's nice about having when I do these trials with the way I've been doing this and the way I've done others, like Murdoch and the Karen Reed recaps and stuff. is by having it done with the video file. Like, it's really nice because, you know, well, A, I can anticipate things, right, and not talk over them. B, like, I don't know, it just makes it easier to know what's going to happen and to be able to replay stuff. The only thing that sucks is I can't do 5 seconds back like you can on YouTube, but you also don't have to worry about the spinning wheel. So anyway, speaking of which, though, what I was going to say is we've seen so many trials where they do the FARO shit, you know? I was going to ask you, so then what have you watched Gavel-To-Gavel since Deputy heard? I guess you said the ballerina trial. But we've seen so many trials where they do FARO, right? I have to say, guys, of all of the trials, and there's so many, I think that this is the best example of where you get to really see them use it. Like, they show you, like, you get to see it. Like, you guys will see. It's incredible. Like, I don't know why they don't do this in every trial, but they actually show you the whole thing. It makes you wonder what's going on in other trials when they just like show a still here and a still there. You'll see that this is like going to be interactive, and it's really cool. And they'll go back and forth between color, black and white, and he'll be like, "Can you zoom in?" It's like it's like being there at the crime scene, 3D. It's really cool. So yeah.
With the scanner as well.
All right. So I see a yellow triangle there. Can you explain what that yellow triangle means?
The yellow triangle are the setups where the scanner was located. So it helps in here, as we can see down in the lower right-hand corner, you can see where each triangle was set up. That's where the scanner locations were around the vehicle.
So there are multiple scanners there?
Nope, just one scanner, just moved around in 6 different times.
Okay. And so this is looking from one of those points that you see those multiple triangles in the small diagram.
Correct. In the lower right-hand corner, it's represented by the green triangle. That's where we currently are in the scene right now.
All right.
I didn't get that last part. Represented by the green triangle. What?
That is where we are currently located in the scene.
All right. And the green item to the side, is that trailer we were talking about?
Yes.
All right. Can you move around them to see different portions of it?
Yes, I can.
And how do you do that?
Just by clicking the mouse and moving around through the scene.
Okay. Let's go back, turn a little bit. I want you to go back to the trailer. So we're looking at the trailer kind of flat on as best you can. Okay. There were 2 evidence markers on there, I believe, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you, and Ms. Hoffmeyer will testify to what those are. Can you tell us what the distance is between those 2 evidence markers on that trailer?
Sure. I
And
believe.
if there's a better angle to get it from, that's fine.
So because I can't see where the actual evidence is, I can see where the stickers are. The measurements will be between from the center of the sticker to the center of the next sticker.
And I apologize, what are those sticker numbers? Am I jumping ahead?
Looks like 13 and 15.
It's 14. They're 13 and 14, counsel.
13.
Thank you.
And so that distance is approximately how far?
Just over 6 feet away from each other.
All right, great. Now, can you, from this angle, can you also then, does this also show the vehicle itself?
Yes, it does.
All right, can you scroll around to the vehicle or turn around to the vehicle? All right. And so it also shows then the various other evidence markers that are located out there?
Correct.
All right. Now, are you able to, as part of this, can we see the tracks of the vehicle and what happened with the vehicle as far as it getting stuck?
Sure, there's several different things that we can do here to see kind of near the center a little bit on the bottom. You can see some disturbed ground. I can zoom in a little bit, which appears to be some type of tire mark from this angle. Trying to see if I can see it from a different angle.
Yeah, Maisha,
kind of got washed out.
the hearing from today about the DNA evidence, I thought that was interesting. I don't know. I haven't been watching that. I've not been doing Gavel-To-Gavel. I've just been catching bits and pieces of it. But I thought it was interesting that the state wasn't like entering DNA into evidence. Like they didn't do DNA. Like I don't know, it seemed weird. And then that sets it up to being a hearsay issue because they didn't establish or bring in people with DNA. It's just, I was like, that's weird. Why is the state not like, the state tested for it and then didn't like use it? I don't know. That's the only thing I really saw today though, was that like the hearing. Yeah, you thought it was weird too. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I was like, in my mind, like my gut feeling was like, this sounds like a Brady violation. And I remember hearing people talking about a Brady violation. Do you remember, did that happen, Maisha? Again, I wasn't following the whole trial, but I feel like I heard word of Brady before the trial started. And then it was like, and then that didn't happen. But like, it sounds like Brady to me. I don't know. I'm like, how is it not Brady? But I will say I really like the judge from what I've seen. And so I feel like I can trust, you know, again, in lieu of me having not watched the whole trial, I have to just assume that I don't have information that would help me feel like it's not Brady and trust the judge's ruling. But I'm like, I don't know, because initially I was like, oh, clearly this needs to come in. And then the judge, you know, didn't let it in. I feel like, yeah, I think that's what happened. I can't remember if I got to the end of the hearing or not, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. So I was like, okay, like it's hearsay. It's hearsay because the state didn't have people come in and explain DNA evidence. But like, what universe are we in? Like I initially I was like so confused when he was like, yeah, the jury's not going to know what they mean when they talk about, you know, 1 in a bazillion chance and all that. And I'm like, what? How is the jury not going to know? And then it took me a second, because again, I haven't watched the whole trial. It took me a second. I was like, wait, they haven't had anyone testify about this shit yet? What? Because in my mind, I'm like, how are they? Usually I'm thinking to myself, oh, the jury's going to be so sick of hearing this shit, right? And instead it's like the jury's going to be confused. I was like, what? And then I was like, oh my God, the state didn't bring anybody in. What's happening? What's happening? Okay, yeah. So, I mean, it's like we're a year out from like the BK trial starting, right? And the amount we've heard about the percentages and the odds with the DNA and the different matches and the you know, to the quadrillionth and all that shit already prior to the trial is like, it's just so many. It's like mind-boggling to me to think about the fact that the state would have tested the DNA and would have results and then not use it, and then not use anything with DNA. And so therefore then, yeah, the jury, of course, then yeah, the jury would be confused. They'd be like, what are you talking about? You know? So Maisha, damn it. Yeah, it's like, well, fuck, I should have covered it, right? Because then I wouldn't have so many, well, because a lot of the questions I have are because, again, I haven't been watching the whole trial. So, but yeah, yeah, I think Recovery Addict is covering it though. I don't know if you've ever watched him. I think he's doing it. But yeah, there, you know, your standard law tube, you know, he calls himself law tube adjacent, which I love. I think that's a great term. But I don't think anybody on law tube, like legit law tube, is doing it, except for Lawyer You Know's doing recaps. I don't even know, man, like what the next upcoming trial is. I guess I don't really care because I'm doing this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is the next thing going to be Sarah Boone? Maybe. Anyway, but yeah, I think this is super cool.
From our backlight that we had at the scene, there was virtually no light out there, so we had to bring in supplemental lighting.
Okay. Is there a way that you can get it to see it a little bit more clearly?
Yes, we can turn off the pictures, basically, and move it into a grayscale intensity so we can see that. Turn off the color into a grayscale.
And so now, when you have the color off, are you just looking at what the laser scanner did itself versus with the pictures that it takes?
It's a kind of a combination of both, but you're seeing more of the laser.
Confused, yes, that is drawing on the car. Ezra drew on the car or something. So yeah, And the thing is, it's like I can probably answer some questions, but if it's specific to that trial, like if it's specific to, like I can answer, I can probably answer general questions, right? Like most of them. But if it comes to like specific to what's been going on, like with the facts of the case, for example, then yeah, again, I've only caught bits and pieces when it comes to the ballerina trial. But I think at this point, I've done beyond just watching trials and shit. Like I've got a whole heaping pile over here of law books, guys. Like I study law for fun, like, you know, as you guys probably already know. I study this shit for fun. So, you know, I've got sitting here right now, I've got my copy of the Federal Civil Rules. I've got the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, Federal Rules of Evidence, the FRA, as I always call it, Federal Rules of Appellate Procedure. I've got law dictionaries and all kinds of shit over here. So, anywho.
Scanner than you are of the picture.
Okay. All right. And so what does it tell you and what does it show you as far as the tire marks at that point?
From what I can see, it looks like at some point the vehicle came to a stop, and it looks like it may have backed up.
Okay. And Trooper, if you can try to speak a little bit more and maybe even move that microphone a little closer. I'll try to make sure.
Did you watch Letitia Stout? Because that was in Colorado. That was in your territory.
I speak up loud enough, and then if you can just use the microphone. And by the way, when were you at the scene on this?
I believe I arrived at the scene. It was shortly before 10 p.m. And we worked there for a couple hours while the crime lab was processing the scene. I had to wait for them to identify their evidence. And then we took our scans. So we're there well into the night.
All right. And was that 10 p.m. on March 23rd?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the area. Can you get us to the area where most of the evidence markers were between the vehicle and the trailer? What is that kind of black circle in there?
This black circle here will be found at every scan station. It can't scan directly underneath it.
Oh.
That's why there's a black circle here in this particular scan.
Wow.
If I were to move to a different scan, such as adjacent to it, the circle is gone. Just because now that data is now captured in this scan, not versus the other one.
Okay.
Wow.
So again, same thing here for this scanner. It just can't see directly underneath the unit.
All right. Let's go.
So what's funny is because they're talking about the black circle, I was looking at the black circle. I completely missed the victim's body. So anyway, but yeah, we're back to, I mean, it was briefly, but yeah, just be aware that it might show that, right?
Back to the one you were at just a minute ago. There we go. So this is showing us then in 3D and in basically scale that scene.
Correct.
All right. Can you zoom in on, does it show any, are you able to observe any footprints?
I have to say, as horrible as that is, right? I know, as horrible as that is, that's actually really helpful because he's in the car. He's fucking in the car. Like the way that man, now I feel like I've been lied to, like in the defense is opening, because the way that they told that story, it does not sound like that. Like there was the whole bit about him laying down on the ground with his coat. I mean, like, first of all, we heard from we saw the socks. It's like, yeah, it doesn't look like he ever got out of the car. And then like looking at that, you know, he's just like in the car, but falling out of the car, right? The way somebody would if they were dead and leaning up against a car door, and then the car door opened and they fell over, you know, like that's what that looks like to me. So, yeah.
Scan.
I believe near marker number 5.
Right?
And
right here. Yep.
appears that
So, okay, so for those who had questions about that, so there's the shoe, a shoe. Now we're gonna see, are we gonna figure out what happens? How did the shoe come off? But there is a shoe.
there's some blood in some of those footprints.
Yes.
did you observe or did you have a chance to observe the two types of footwear of the individuals that were there?
I did not, other than the footwear that was already present there at the scene, which was identified.
All right, and that was a pair of boots?
I believe so,
And
yes.
do you have that on your scans?
There's one up here
Okay,
near evidence marker number 4,
all right,
and I believe near evidence marker 3.
okay. You zoom back in on those footprints? And are you able to get an approximate size of those footprints?
I can.
I have a thought. I have a thought. This is my first time having this thought. I have a thought. I need to make a timestamp for this because people have been asking about the footprints and what's the deal with this. And I mean, I've been wondering it myself. I have a thought. Here's my thought. Because why would his shoes be off, right? Here's the thing. His shoes are off. Okay. Here's where I'm at. Okay. Here's where I'm at. I don't think they were engaging in any sexy time. Like, I don't even think that what happened was I don't even think Ezra was like luring him with sex at this juncture. Like, but what do I mean by that? What I mean is, like, I don't think that they were in the car and then Ezra was like, let's make out or let's have sex and then stab time, right? Let alone that he was advancing on her. I don't think that there was, this is where I'm at right now. This could change again because we're just seeing a lot of this for the first time. You know, where I'm at right now is like I think he didn't see it coming. I don't think they were engaging in anything like that. And the thing is that we know when he was found, right, his pants were zipped, his belt was buckled, right? So one of the questions I've had in my mind is, well, then why are his shoes off, right? So I was thinking this as we got through with the medical examiner and we were looking at the socks. And I'm like, why would his shoes be off? Because I was thinking like, well, was this in preparation for like sexy time? But then I'm like, who would his shoes come off? Like, why would you take your shoes off but leave your pants on? But in my mind, initially where I was at, like what, 2 hours ago, was I was like, well, I guess that's what happened. I guess he took his shoes off. Like, why? But I was like, I guess that's what maybe that's what he did first. Maybe he's like, oh, we're going to make out. Let me take my shoes off. But like, not only does that not make sense anyway, I'm still in my gut was like, I just don't think they were even doing any of that. Here's what I think. Here's where I'm at now. Again, this could change. Where I'm at now. And here's the whole deal with the shoes and Ezra's story. Oh my God, this is all coming together in my head. So Ezra's got this whole story, right? That he gets out, walks around and all that shit, right? Wow. Okay, here's where I'm at right now. I think she staged it. I think she was trying to stage it. After he'll hear me out, guys. So he's dead, right? He's dead and he's in the car. And then she's panicking, potentially, like, how am I going to make it look like it was self-defense? I'm going to have to make it look like he was still coming after me, right? Or like he was still doing this, that. This is just where I'm at right now, okay? Could change. And so, but she can't move a dead body. Maybe she tried to move him and she couldn't lift him out of the car. Oh my God, maybe that explains the half in, half out. Okay, half in, half out could be he was just deceased and leaned up against the door and then she opened the door and he plopped over, right? Possible. But was she going to try to get him out of the car? To try and make it look like he got out of the car? And then we all know dead bodies are really fucking heavy and hard to move. Possible. Regardless, he's half in, half out of the car. So this reminds me of what is it? Is it a TV show? Hold on, let me think. It's a TV show. What is it from? Modern Family, one of the early seasons of Modern Family, where one of the kids is really young still, and they're trying to frame a raccoon for something that they did. I can't remember what they did. They broke something, or I don't remember what it was. This was years ago, but they're trying to frame a raccoon. And there's this whole thing about how they get something and then they like try to make it look like paw prints and they're using their hands and then they're making it walk. Anyway, there's other things where that happens, right? And essentially, I'm picturing Ezra, right? She either fucking took those shoes off and put them on her feet and walked around, or maybe she just used her hands, like I'm picturing in this TV show, right? Like used her hands and stomped them around and tried to do the footprints. I think that's what happened. I think Ezra took the shoes off and either put them on her feet or put them on her hands and stomped them around to try to make it look like he got out of the car. That's what I think. And she was stupid enough not to put the shoes back on. Honestly, had she put the shoes back on, that would have fucking changed things, because then it could have been like maybe plausible. I mean, the lividity would have answered these questions, but apart from the lividity and shit, you could maybe say, oh, well, then maybe he did get out of the car and then got back in the car, right? Or something, right? But the shoes, she left the shoes off his feet. What led up to the murder? Do you remember the whole thing about the love triangle? I mean, we're going to learn so much more about this watching this entire trial, obviously, right? But, you know, it seems like a lot of it had to do with trying to perpetuate a lie. The lie that she's a victim of sexual assault. And that in order to convince Jason, right, of that lie, she went so far as to kill somebody to try to make it look like they were essaying her, right? It's like the best thing I can compare it to is Alex Murdaugh, the only person who would go to rehab to try to make it look like he actually has a drug addiction, because people would think, oh, well, clearly if he went to rehab, he has a drug addiction. Like, he's the only person who would do that. How they ended up in the back seat. Well, he's in the back seat, right? This is going to come down to a lot of the, well, okay. We haven't heard all the evidence yet. That's the thing. We're gonna learn more. We're gonna hear more evidence, but then we're gonna also hear testimony. And the only person who can testify as to their theory of what happened in terms of a person being there is Ezra. We're gonna hear Ezra certainly talk about, because I don't remember what she says, honestly, and we're gonna learn it when we get there. But she's gonna give some story of what happened, you know, and we'll at that point in time decide how accurate it is or not. But it does seem like they were stuck in the mud, I guess. And so, you know, potentially, you know, again, the only thing I can have to go off of this right now is the narrative that we've heard from like defense opening statements. The state didn't really give too much of a narrative, and I think that was smart. I think the state's like, the evidence is going to speak for itself, like what you just said. And so, but we're going to hear we've got more testimony from Kyle, but then we have other crime scene people that are going to be testifying after him. And we're going to hear the evidence. And we need to wait for the evidence. I think we can't, I think it's too early. In other words, the only way I could answer some of these questions would be by just copying from what the defense said in their opening statements, which is just, you know, it's a narrative for a reason. They're telling a story, but I don't feel like for me that narrative answers the questions that I have. That's just me personally. Absolutely. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah. Well, it's definitely sus. Yeah. Because the other thing, even if you believe the narrative from the defense, both can't be true. It's like, okay, these things are mutually exclusive. Let's take a look at all the options. Like, let's say that if you try, like, just to go through Ezra's theory that he was the perpetrator and he brought her out there because he wanted one last time or whatever, right? Like they said in the opening. Well, so if the intention was to go out onto this property, park the car, and have sex out in the middle of nowhere, well, first of all, why are you doing that? Like, right? I mean, like, as that comes out of my mouth, I'm like, why would you do that? You don't need to go out there. Like, y'all are adults. You can go anywhere. You can go anywhere and have sex. Why would, like, as I'm saying that, I'm like, the only reason you would go out in the middle of nowhere is to leave a dead body. Like, literally, as I'm saying that, I'm like, that's, unless you're a teenager smoking weed, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what the only other time you hear of this, like, where it's not murder. like, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't need to go all the way out here to have sex. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay. But even if you go with that and you say that that was his plan, he wanted to go out in the middle of nowhere and have sex with her or whatever, then the purpose for that would be to drive out there, to park the car, and to have sex. So where you run into trouble is this whole getting stuck in the mud theory. This is where things are mutually exclusive, because either they were out driving and they stopped because, either they were driving and they stopped to talk, or they were driving and they stopped to have sex, or they were driving and they stopped because they got stuck in the mud, or they were driving and Ezra was driving and she stopped the car because she wanted to kill him, right? But like, essentially my point is, like, the getting stuck in the mud thing throws a monkey wrench in their whole theory, the defense theory about, like if you're am I making sense? Like, you're either going to stop the car to have sex, or you're going to stop the car because the car is stopped because it's stuck in the mud. What's not going to happen is you get stuck in the mud. The car stops because it's stuck in the mud. And then you're like, oh, well, we may as well have sex. What? But that's really kind of the story that they're telling. So what that shows is, obviously they're doing what they're supposed to do, which is they're looking at the evidence. They're looking at where there's things the evidence can't explain, and they're trying to find a way to tell a different story with it. I mean, that's their job. I wouldn't have it any other way. As y'all know, I love defense attorneys, but you know, or I love good defense attorneys, right? But like, logically, that doesn't make any sense. You know. Lover's lane, right? But still, the mud thing throws a monkey wrench in the whole thing. Because nothing's going to spoil the mood if that's what you're trying to do. Nothing's going to spoil the mood, like being like, oh shit, we're stuck in the mud. Like, we cannot get this car out of here. Like, what do we do? We're stranded. Like, you're stranded and you're trespassing. You see, you're straight. Even if there's no murder involved, y'all are already breaking the law because you're trespassing. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, you need to get that car out of there. I mean, and I wonder too, there's another factor. If Ezra wasn't, I can't remember, dude, whose car? It is Ezra's, it's Ezra's car. It's Ezra's car, and she was not supposed to be driving. And I wonder if that's going to have anything to come in, like, if that matters. Like, interesting. My brain's working overtime. So that's right, Maisha. Honey, we're stuck in traffic. Let's have sex. I was like, what? Yeah. That would make more sense, though, than this situation where they're stuck in the mud, because that's like, that's like at least if you're stuck in traffic, like, that's hilarious, but like, you're just kind of like, you're just waiting around, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a good way to use your time. But like, in this situation with the stuck in the mud situation, it's like, you know, the whole thing of like getting caught red-handed in the cookie jar. You know, it's like if you stick your hand in the cookie jar and then your hand gets stuck, right? Like Pooh Bear or whatever it is, right? Isn't that a thing? Like, it's like that. It's like, well, now what are you going to say? Because your hand is stuck in the cookie jar, right? Honey jar, whatever it is. That's like this. She's not supposed to be driving, right? And I think she had some sort of restricted license, but there was a motion to eliminate. She's not supposed to be driving. They're trespassing, okay? And then the car gets stuck. So now this is like the same thing where it's like, well, now it's like you've just fucked yourself. It's like your hand is stuck in the jar because your car that you're not supposed to be driving is stuck on somebody else's property because you were driving it and you're on somebody else's property, and now it's stuck there. And there's no way you can get rid of it, right? So there's that. But Maisha, okay, I think that the biggest question I have right now is the question that you have, the back seat. The back seat. That's the thing. So I need to work on that. I'll be working on that in my brain. The back seat. But I think it will become more clear as we get more evidence.
It's going to be an approximate size because I don't have the exact dimension of where each foot impression would start and stop.
Okay. And as you understand it, things were the way that at least law enforcement reported that nothing had been moved as of the time you're doing your scans?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back again. Can you get us to any of the images that show us the tracks leading to that area?
Sure. So again, from behind the vehicle, I'm going to go back into the grayscale so I can eliminate my backlighting. We can see that there are some tire marks here that do run along back up towards
Interesting.
430th Avenue. There we go. And here we can see some tire marks leading up to the vehicle.
Okay, hang on. Let me back this up.
The tire marks, can you get us to any of the images that show us the tracks leading to that area?
Sure. So again, from behind the vehicle, I'm going to go back into the grayscale so I can eliminate my backlighting. We can see that there are some tire marks here that do run.
Hold on. Let me pull this up. So again, I'm gonna do it on the next episode. We'll do an actual good walk around of this whole area field trip. But 430th Avenue is paved, and then that road down there at the bottom right is not, right? That's the footpath as it was labeled on the other thing, the exhibit E. So here, so okay. So if you look at the road, that looks the most like a road, right? Like towards the top of the screen there, right? That's it's hard to tell on the grayscale. That looks like it's got to be what's called the footpath, right? So that's the road coming off of the main road. The only other option would be if that is 430th. No, there's no way. No, that's got to be the footpath. Yeah, that's got to be the footpath. Yeah, that's the footpath. So what's interesting is that if you look at this, you can see the tire marks. So they drove off the side. Okay, let me pull this back up. Hold on. So let me back it up. Okay. So if they're going down again, look at the bottom right there where that yellowy road is, and they're driving, they turn onto it from 430th Avenue and they're going down there, right? The way that the car is veering off would be, hold on.
Back up towards.
It's the direction is going away from the 430th Avenue, I believe. So this would be to the left towards the tree line. Let's just see if we get another vehicle.
430th Avenue.
Yep, to the left towards the tree line. I was right. Okay, to the left towards the tree line. So back to this. Sorry. Okay, to the left towards the tree line. So if you can put yourselves, I'm sort of directionally challenged, so I have to kind of like break it down. If you put yourself going down that road, the yellowy road down there at the bottom right, and then the direction towards essentially the bottom of the screen, right? They veer off of that, which already that's like a sketch road. It's like not really a road, right? They veer off of that. They veer to the left towards where those trees are. Okay, does that make sense? So back to this. Let me back this up. Hold on.
Can you get us to any of the images that show us the tracks leading to that area?
Sure. So again, from behind the vehicle, I'm going to go back into the grayscale so I can eliminate my backlighting.
Okay. Yeah. So the question is, what happened? Huh. And it sucks because okay. I'm getting ahead of myself because I know we're going to have more evidence, and they're probably I hope that they have somebody who can somehow, through some way, place who was driving when this happened, because I don't really know how they would do that. Thinking about it, right? Because it's like both of their DNA is going to be in the car. If they look at finger, like, I don't know. It's going to be tough. It would be great if there's a way to prove who was driving when this happened, because I would be curious why it went off to the side. Like in my mind, I'm like, is that when she started stabby time, right? Was he driving? I mean, I'm just asking questions, okay? Was he driving and then she starts stabbing him, and that's why the car veers off to the side like that into the mud? Like, it doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm asking the question, because it doesn't make any sense. That's not why would you be driving it? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Because it's muddy, the car is going to get stuck, and if anything, you could even end up hitting a tree, right? You're driving into a bunch of fucking trees. Yeah, but they're not even on a road. Like, already they're on a footpath, and it's all mud. So, like, why would you pull off, though? You know what I mean? I don't know why you would pull off intentionally. So, I don't know.
We can see that there are some tire marks here that do run along back up towards 430th Avenue. There we go. And here we can see some tire marks leading up to the vehicle.
And the tire marks there appear to be off of what is actually the road onto the grassy or area?
That is correct.
And is that how you observed them at that location?
Yes.
When we go back to, let's go to the other side of the vehicle. If we go back into color for now. Can you just zoom in a little bit more on the vehicle itself? All right. Thank you. Just to give the jury that.
I'm going to back that up a second, because you can get a really good idea of how muddy. Okay, let me back that up a second. Look at that. Huh. What's interesting, what's interesting is it looks muddy in the front there, like, but that's like where the footpath is, and then it looks like the car is in the grass. So, okay, let's just see what happens.
A little bit more on the vehicle itself. All right.
Yeah, right? I know. It's not where I expected it.
The jury that.
I expected where the car was going to look like. I expected it to be, hold on, in the part.
All right. What is it? What are you seeing as far as the condition and the situation with? If we go back into color for now.
Hold on. Here. I expected the car to be in the place that looks muddy, like in the front there, right? But it's like in this grassy. That's interesting, right?
All right. Can you just zoom in a little bit more on the vehicle itself?
Right? It's not in the mud. It's just out of the mud, right?
Just to give the jury that perspective. So that would be from the other side of the vehicle, which.
Correct. You're looking at the passenger side of the vehicle.
Right. And now let's go back to the grayscale and let's take a look at the. All right. What is it? What are you seeing as far as the condition and the situation with the front tire there?
The front tire looks angled slightly to the left.
That's true. You can see that.
It appears to be not quite sunken down, but there's some mud that's kind of squished up against the tire.
Does it appear that there's mud spatter on the vehicle itself?
Yes, it appears. You can see on the along the passenger door here that there is some spatter.
All right, can we go to the front of the vehicle now
Wait.
and stay in the
That's blood spatter?
grayscale?
Hang on, what?
Just zoom in there a little bit.
Hold the fuck on. That's blood spatter? You guys. Right. Okay, first of all, yes, it looks more like grass than mud. That's blood spatter. I am fucking confused as fuck now. This is a good one. This is a good one. This is a good mystery. This is like What the Truck from Murdoch. Okay, so he is located, where his body is located is the driver's side passenger seat, half in, half out of the car. And we know, dude, this is getting interesting. He does not seem like he got out of the car, right? Like that, at least that was my initial, I'm gonna have to rework my theory. That was my initial theory because of the whole thing. Unless he did get out of the car initially, so that there were some legitimate footprints of his, but then got back in the car and then didn't get back out of the car again. And then Ezra did the thing with the shoes to try to make it seem like he did get back out of the car. But there's blood. But so what? There's blood spatter. So what? That is like from an artery. That is not from like Ezra carving boy into her arm. That is not. That is. Wow. I'm surprised that he was even. Did he walk himself back to the car? Hold on. Did he get stabbed? My brain this is not at all what I was expecting. Because looking at that direction, was he on the ground? Oh my God, I have so many questions. I have way more questions now. Holy fuck.
Do you observe and did you?
Oh, wait, you're saying he said mud splatter? Did I just go all crazy for nothing? Are you sure he said mud splatter? I thought he said blood splatter. No way. Hold on. Oh dear.
Observe any actual footprints in the front of the vehicle?
Hold on.
I did not.
Dude, really?
Just zoom in there a little bit. Do you observe and did you observe any actual footprints in the front of the vehicle?
I pushed up against the tire.
Does it appear that there's mud spatter on the vehicle itself?
Dude. All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody ignore what I just said. Never mind. My initial theories can still stand then. Okay, that I can relax because literally my brain was like, no, this is going to make sense now. It's mud, not blood. Ignore me. I'm stupid. Sorry.
Yes, it appears you can see on along the passenger door here that there is some spatter.
All right. Can we go to the front of the vehicle now? And stay in the grayscale. Just zoom in there a little bit. Do you observe and did you observe any actual footprints in the front of the vehicle?
I did not.
All right. Did you look for them?
So he never got out. That's my theory.
I don't specifically remember looking for them. At the time that I was there, the temperatures were dropping. The ground was getting harder.
Okay. How was the ground when you first got there?
It was still kind of semi-hard. This area here, the grassy area, was definitely much harder than the actual driveway or road itself.
Okay. All right.
Right.
But we did have footprints on.
Did you hear that? That was harder than the road. So yeah. So Maisha, I think we're still on the right track with the fact that this is weird because he's saying the grassy area is harder than the muddy area. Like in other words, they're driving. That's why I said this whole thing's weird because they're driving down that footpath, right, which is a muddy road. It's not even gravel. It's not paved, right? It's just mud. And then they drive into this grassy area. I mean, part of me wants to know, like, legit, can we even believe that they were stuck? You know what I mean? Like, that came from Ezra, essentially, right? Like, that came from Ezra. And it was because it was said in opening statements from her defense team, knowing she's going to take a stand. Like, I don't think that I'm sure we'll hear. It'll be interesting, like, well, they try to move the car and they can't, but like by they, I mean law enforcement. But having said that, I'm sure they just tow it. They wouldn't try to drive it. They would just tow it. So because like the mud splatter could happen just from like pulling forward and then backing up, or like turn, you know what I mean? You turn the wheel. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know.
On the side of the vehicle.
Correct.
All right. Did you observe any footprints in the back of the vehicle? And can we go to the back and take a look?
I don't believe there was.
Okay. Can we look on the side of the vehicle here? The driver's side. Turn back. Does it appear that there is a covering over the, what would be that rear side window there?
Oh, right here, the vent window? Yes.
Yeah. And let's go to the front window as well, the driver's side.
Yes.
Is that the condition?
Yeah, Maisha, I agree. Yeah, mud just goes everywhere. Right, that's right. Even if you're just driving, yeah. I mean, it's so funny because even like where I live, where everything is paved, obviously all the roads are paved. I live in a city, like it's all paved. If there's been snow or whatever, and they've done like the salt, you know, on the roads or anything like that, somehow, without fail, there's mud all over the bottom of my car. Do you guys get the same thing? And it's like, what, you know, I'm not driving through mud, and it is interesting. I don't know if there's something about how the salt reacts with other shit, but yeah, that's a great point. If you just drive down a muddy path like that, or yeah, you'll get splatter. So yeah, for sure.
Is the window down?
It appears that the window is just slightly more than halfway down.
Okay. Let's go down. I want you to come down to the body there. Let's take a look.
Is that a hat?
Can you just zoom in on the scar?
Window is just slightly more than halfway down.
What is that yellowish thing on is that a hat? What is that? How would it be on that thing like that? I want to know what article of clothing that is. It's a hat. I wonder whose hat it is.
Okay. Let's go down. I want you to come down to the body there. Let's take a look. Can you just zoom in on the scarf there? And that would have been the condition of that scarf at the time that you arrived on that scene?
Correct.
All right. And finally, can we go to the other side of the vehicle? All right. And I want to zoom in on the front window again. Can you put it on
You might get.
Yeah. And that window appears not to be down, or at least partially down, like the other window. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it looks that the window is up or closed.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, we can only guess.
I do not have any other questions for Trooper Devries, Your Honor.
All right.
That is interesting about the windows being down. What on earth? What on earth? Hi, welcome. I don't know what you are. I don't know what that means. Found it easier view inverted. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but happy you're here.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, please. Mr. Devries, you were there on the evening of March 23rd, 2018, is that right?
That is correct.
And you continued to be there into the early morning hours of March 24th, right?
Correct.
You were there when it was dark out?
Yes.
At night?
Yes.
You didn't go back when the sun was up to that scene to do these scans?
No, that is correct.
And the reason is you just go out there as soon as they call you, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay. The choice to whether to wait until there's daylight isn't necessary.
Sorry. DP, are you familiar with this case? It seems like you must be. How are you familiar with this at all? But yeah, happy you're here. Hold on, let's do a little Nightbot. There we go.
Necessarily your choice, it's the lead investigating agency's choice, is that right?
Correct. We initially scanned the vehicle at night when it was there. After we completed our scanning and all of the evidence was collected, the vehicle, to my knowledge, was removed from the scene.
And you weren't there when the vehicle was removed?
That's correct.
You don't know how it was removed?
Correct.
You don't know if it was able to be moved without a tow truck?
That is correct.
I just want to go through some of these diagrams with you briefly.
Sure.
That you were asked questions about this, is that right?
Ask questions from...
You were asked questions by the prosecutor?
Yes, that is correct.
And one of the questions was the driveways, correct?
Yes.
I'm correct in this is not Mr. Sipple's driveway, agreed?
That is not Mr. Sipple's driveway.
Correct. Mr. Sipple's driveway is farther down the road, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Sipple's driveway is... You're able to see Mr. Sipple's driveway farther down the roadway, is that right?
That is correct.
So the footprints mentioned here by 283 are by a different driveway, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then on 285, the driveways as they're shown between Mr. Sipple, which is at E7614, and his daughter's house at E7616, it doesn't show them connecting on your map, agreed?
Correct.
But in reality, they do connect, is that right?
I can't recall if they connect or not.
All right. Would it refresh your memory to see a photo of that?
Yes, it would. It appears to be like a aerial view of the area west of the initial scene.
So you recognize it?
Yes.
And it appears to show the residence
Hi, Abby. Oh, Abby.
E7616 in that photo, correct?
Yes.
And it appears to show a connection between the two Sipple residences. Is that correct?
Let me take another look. There's some trees in the way that make it kind of difficult to see. But it appears that the roads are connected, yes.
Great.
So let's take a look back at my thingy here. So yeah, the roads are connected. I don't blame him for not remembering that. I don't think that's anything weird. I don't think that's suspicious. It's just, why would he remember that? Like, he didn't, it doesn't matter. That's not the crime scene, right? So again, the crime scene is that road all the way down there at the bottom right. And then there's the houses. So you can see, again, where that red pin is, that's Don Sipple's house. And you can see the daughter's house on the right. And then you can see that there is a driveway that connects them. I don't really know why the defense is bringing this up. Maybe we will learn. Maybe it's part of EZRA'S whatever she's going to say. But we just know that she walks from the scene, right, up to the house and rings the doorbell. So our farmer, right? Oh, wait, I didn't mean to play that. Wrong thing. Hold on.
You just missed stuff, right?
Actually, in this particular instance, it wasn't, I guess other investigators said that it didn't appear to be necessary to map that part of the roadway.
Okay.
Right.
You don't know, you know that there was footprints, correct?
Correct.
And from footprints, I gather you inferred somebody was moving on their feet.
Correct.
Walking, running.
Something.
Some way up on 2 feet, correct?
Correct.
And occasionally you could see the path that that person took, right?
Correct.
But sometimes you couldn't always see the path, right?
Correct.
Dude, that is wild. Dude, holy shit. So this says, just had Eau Claire in Google Maps found. Wow. Why? I'm curious why you were just Googling Eau Claire. That is so funny. Because, like, yeah, I mean, as obviously, like, again, oh wait, there's Don Supple's house. so that's funny. So here we go. Yeah. So like, yeah, that's really, interesting. That's really interesting because I don't have any like tags on my with like Google Map. Like this is Google Maps, but I don't have that like tagged on YouTube. But dude, that's awesome. Yeah. So we Squirrel Crew. We love live trials. We do trials. So awesome. Happy you found us. That's crazy. Good job, Google. Oh, let me play the right video.
Hard surface and you didn't pick it up.
Correct.
There's no, for lack of a better term, trace of where it was, right?
Correct.
So based upon what you know, you don't know the exact footpath that somebody took, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know whether the person, if somebody walked down 430th Avenue towards the Sipple residence, if they took the first driveway in at the daughter of Don Sipple's, or if they took the second driveway at Don Sipple's based upon physical evidence. Agreed?
Agreed.
And so in that instance, it might be important to know whether or not those two houses connect each other. If somebody took the first driveway and then nobody's home and they walk onto the second house.
Sure.
Okay. But you're not part of the
Okay, so that answers that question. So the reason the defense was asking this is because they're saying, is it possible that Ezra first walked over to the daughter's house? Let me pull up my map again, or yeah, I guess call it a map. It is a map, yes. Is it possible that she walked first to the daughter's house, which is on the right, and rang that doorbell, but then nobody answered or whatever, and then she went to Don Zipple's house and then rang his doorbell? Well, okay, yeah, I guess, sure, yeah, that's possible. I don't know yet why that matters, but we will learn why with time.
investigation team. You're there, for lack of a better term, kind of taking orders, right?
Yes.
Again, I mean, obviously you have some discretion and you exercise that, but you don't know the details of the case, right?
That is correct.
You're investigating what they tell you to investigate.
Yes.
All right. The maps that we have there, the four big blow-ups there, those are two-dimensional representations of that area, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to what we were seeing on the screen there when you discussed Exhibit 281, Disc N. That's the three-dimensional depiction of it, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about the footprints. Is it, I want to ask you some about those footprints again that were on evidence marker 5 that you showed. If you need to go to the computer,
okay,
let me know. You took measurements of those, correct?
Correct. There were approximate measurements. Again, I can't tell where that impression starts and stops.
And I don't think you'd said, so the approximate measurements you had of one was 1.06 feet?
Correct.
And the approximate measurement you had of the other one was 0.80 feet, correct?
Correct.
And from those two footprints, you weren't able to determine whether it was a left foot or a right foot, were you?
No.
But you could certainly, you've seen the bottoms of shoes before, correct?
Yes.
You recognize the 4 foot of the bottom of the shoe, the front of the shoe?
Yes.
As opposed to the heel of the shoe?
Correct.
And those prints that you observed appeared to, the front of the foot was closer to the car, correct?
Yes.
And the heel was closer to the trailer.
That is correct.
So assuming someone's walking in a normal fashion, the footprints were in a direction towards that open back door of the car, correct?
It appeared that way, yes.
And those were two footprints there that you saw, correct?
Yes.
Hold on, that's important.
And those are the only footprints in and around the car.
We need to hear that part again. Hold on, that's important.
The 4 foot of the body.
Correct.
And the approximate measurement you had of the other one was 0.80 feet, correct?
Correct.
And from those two footprints, you weren't able to determine whether it was a left foot or a right foot, were you?
No.
But you could certainly, you've seen the bottoms of shoes before, correct?
Yes.
You recognize the 4 foot of the bottom of the shoe, the front of the shoe?
Yes.
As opposed to the heel of the shoe?
Correct.
And those prints that you observed appeared to, the front of the foot was closer to the car, correct?
Yes.
And the heel was closer to the trailer.
That is correct.
So assuming someone's walking in a normal fashion, the footprints were in a direction towards that open back door of the car, correct?
It appeared that way, yes.
And those were 2 footprints there that you saw, correct?
Yes.
And those are the only footprints.
Well, that wasn't what I thought he was going to say, so that's actually not whatever. Right, DP. By the way, yeah. So a rare thing. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, in the U.S., we have like trials are supposed to be public, right? They're open to the public. And so cameras in the courtroom is a thing that a lot of people have fought really hard to make sure we are able to keep it. I think it's really important. I also think court documents, you know, as many of you guys know, but you know, they're public record and sometimes they're easily accessible. Shout out to Idaho for making their court documents easily accessible. And other times they're not, like in Wisconsin. Like literally the only way to get the court documents for this case is if I can find a friend who lives in Wisconsin and is willing to go to the courthouse and get them in person and then I guess mail them to North Carolina. So, but yes, you may ask all the questions, dude. I'm so happy to have you here. And this is so exciting because, you know, I seems like you're new to watching trials, which is so cool. So this witness is kind of both. So he's law enforcement, but he's a crime scene reconstructionist. So he's not just like a first responding officer. He is the lead prosecutor actually called him an expert, of a reconstructionist expert. So while he's not like a hired expert per se, right? He is, you know, and that's actually not unheard of, right? If you've got a law enforcement agency that has a department where they can train people to be experts in certain fields, then that works out for the government. When they need experts, they don't have to hire them or pay them. However, of course, it's a double-edged sword because then it can look like there's bias, obviously, right? Because it's not a neutral third party. So I always think it's probably better to go with a neutral third party. But I will say we've seen some other trials where, especially recently, there was one where they had a law enforcement officer who was also the accident reconstruction specialist, and he was an absolute utter disaster. And this guy actually seems to know what he's doing. So yeah, please feel free to ask any questions though.
In and around the car that you made note of, agreed?
That I made note of, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of anybody else making note of some other footprints?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And so again, you're following, there's a whole crime scene a group of crime scene investigators out there, correct?
Correct.
You're all, I imagine, helping each other out.
Yes.
Hey, did you see this? Hey, did you see that?
And kind of that's how it went. Generally, when investigators are identifying their evidence, I let them do what they need to do. They place their evidence markers down. They say, this is the evidence that we found. Could you please go ahead, go through and document it?
But you as a trained and experienced law enforcement officer, if you saw something that caught your eye and you saw that there wasn't a marker, you'd certainly point that out to the other professionals that are there.
Absolutely.
So again, in that sense, it's a team approach very much, right?
Yes.
Want to make sure at that point you're documenting anything and everything.
Correct.
You don't know what is or what isn't important, right?
That is correct.
You just want to capture it accurately as you can.
Yes.
And you captured those 2 footprints going into the back seat of the car.
They were in.
DP, by the way, hold on, let me back that up. That's the defendant. Hold on. That's the defendant right there. That's the defendant, by the way.
What isn't important, right?
That is correct.
You just want to capture it accurately as you can.
Yes.
And you captured those 2 footprints going into the back seat of the car.
They were in the 3D scan, yes.
There was some discussion about some blood being on the ground there, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you don't know, based upon your scene evidence evaluation, you don't know when that blood got there on the ground.
That is correct.
Before I get to the footprints, I want to talk to you about Exhibit 280 and the path of the tracks. Is that all right?
Okay.
How do you want me to set this up here?
Officer, if, wherever you're comfortable, is it okay if you stand and I ask you questions while you stand?
Absolutely.
All right. Can you see that?
I can see it fine. Jury seat.
All right. So I want to ask you questions about this portion of it over here. First off, I guess on the, what do we call this? The right or the left side, orientation-wise? Which way do we look at it?
I would say it's, the north arrows at the top, I would say it would be towards the east of the diagram.
Okay, so on the east side of the diagram, there's this brown line, correct?
Correct.
And that documents the muddy road / driveway, whatever we want to call it, right?
Yes.
You call it a roadway?
Road access point, I don't believe there was an address associated with it. It was just some type of access from off the road.
Okay, so can we agree to call it the muddy road?
Sure.
All right. So this brown mark here on the east side marks the muddy road, right?
Yes.
And as you're going, north is top?
Yes.
South is bottom?
Correct.
So if a vehicle was traveling from the north to the south, there is a incline that goes to about where the 658 mark is that right?
That is correct.
And then after you get to the top of that incline, as you go further south, you're going down the other side of the incline, is that right?
It's pretty much level off to the top of that. We can actually see that in the 3D diagram.
Okay, but would this be the north half of the muddy road, we would agree, is an incline from north to south?
That is correct.
And the bottom portion of that then is either flat or a slight decline?
Yes.
All right. And I think I know, but I want to ask you, it's not a trick question, where's the sun in the day during this time? What would get sun exposure and what wouldn't?
So I kept doing, it's so funny. I kept saying, yeah, we'll do this next time. I had in my mind, I'm like, yeah, we're not going to do it next time. We're going to do it tonight. And sure enough, we're going to do it tonight. All right. So let me share my screen. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. That makes sense as to what you said before, because that sounded okay. Right. I'm very low tech. That's why I didn't understand what you said. However, we do have a friend who's usually here for a lot of the live streams who is also works in IT and would have understood that, I'm sure. So that's cool, though. That's neat. I don't know about the UK post office scandal. Are they televising that? But that's awesome. Dude, you should join the Discord. If you have never heard of Discord, this is super awesome. It's free. And we have the best Discord. Anyone that is watching and is awake will say the same. But it's awesome because you can ask questions. It's just everyone's just chatting about stuff and you can share things. It's awesome. It's really cool. Right. Yeah. And the thing is that FARO that they're using, that comes up in a lot of these trials. But the way that they were showing how they go back and forth between the different ways to look at it, that I've not seen ever in a trial. Usually what happens is they pick stills, like it's almost like they cherry pick, if you will. Like they'll have like some still images or like a pre-made video or whatever where they show it from one way and they only show it like one snippet, or it's just like again like a couple pictures. That was really unique as to how they really you got to walk around in the scene and you just like he was just asking questions and they were kind of improvising in a way, if you will, as you know. It wasn't like, so essentially if that felt that seemed to me like a really cool way to see the technology. But I will also say that was like full transparency with the crime scene, you know? And I love that they showed all that too. So, okay, but I'm supposed to be sharing, right, hold on. Add to stage. Wait, no, add to stage this. This is what I'm doing. Right. Okay. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So we're going to do this. Field trip to Wisconsin, guys. Okay. So, but yeah, definitely think about joining the Discord if you feel so inclined. All right. So let's get a better idea of where we're at. The Eau Claire thing is so funny. I can't even believe it. What a wild world we live in. Okay, so here's the main road, right? Of course. And then here you can see there's the little, again, they're not even sure what to call it anymore. It's like footpath. Is it a road? Is it a whatever walkway? You know, I guess that's some sort of crazy ass river. Wild to that thing. Wait, now I have to find out what that is. Hold on, let's go look. Ah, creek. It's a creek. Now we know. Okay. So, right. So, ooh, hold on, what's that deal here? Huh. So, okay. Sometimes, you know, you wonder, okay, no, it says this was done in 2024. I was going to say, because like looking at this area, I'm like, wait, is that like where the car was driving around? But anyway, 2024, so probably not, but that is interesting. So, okay. So anyway, so this is the road they come down, right? And let's just take a look. So there's Don Sipple's house. So where they went is they're down here. Hold on, let's go. Let's go take a look. That's the daughter's driveway, okay? Remember how they said the driveways are connected? That's the daughter's driveway, I would imagine. That's got to be it. Yep, okay, cool. Here we go. All right, that's the daughter's house, right? Daughter's house. Ah, sorry for the bright sun. Anyway, Don's house is over there, right? All right, cool. Let's go. Let's go find the road. On the road again. Oh my God, is that it? No way. You guys. So hang on. That's it. You guys, this is why we do this. This is why we do this. Let me go back. This is why we do this. Because it looks like they've planted some crops out there. Unless, wait, because you couldn't move all the trees though. Hold on. Maybe we didn't go far enough because they need to be, okay, hold on. Because they were close. Yeah, you can't relocate trees. So that's the thing, right? We know that they were close to the tree line. So hold on. Okay, there's a tree. Aha, here it is. Just kidding. It's this one. And now there's a gate. I don't think there was a gate then. At least they haven't said anything about it. That's it. That's the one. Okay, let's see what we can do. I'm having so many flashbacks to Murdoch right now with the tractor on Redbeard. It's insane. This is like so fun. How is it that I always end up doing these field trips and finding, and it's like all roads lead to the dirt road in the middle of nowhere with some sort of like falling apart, decrepit gate. Really funny. Even in the Karen Reed, when we were looking for her house that she's selling, it was a similar thing, looking for some crazy ass road in it. You guys, what is happening? This is so funny to me. You know, the only difference is like with Murdoch, it's like the swamp, right? But now here it's like cornfield or whatever. That's the road. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to imagine it's winter, there's snow, and there's no gate. Or the gate's open, but I don't think there's a gate. We've not heard anything about a gate. I mean, one could, if one really wanted to go down that road, one could drive around that gate. But again, their odds of getting stuck would only be a lot worse. So let's just say there's no gate. So it's winter, put yourselves in the mood or whatever. It's winter, there's no gate. Why would you go down this road? Let's try to think about that. And let's actually approach from the other direction because we don't actually know. We'll be able to figure it out when we get to more, because we have to scroll this. So we'll figure it all out. We will learn the different ways to have access to this point and we will figure out which way they would have been traveling. But for right now, let's see what happens if we go this way and approach it from this angle. Where'd it go? On the road again. There it is. That's sun on another level. So let's say you're driving. Let's say you take a left. Let's go down here. Like, what are you even like? How do you talk someone into even going down that road, guys? Oh, dude, that's awesome! Wow, you're in the right place, man. I've covered all the fuck out of Karen Reed, dude. I've covered the fuck out of that. We've been taking the part of the reason I'm doing this because everybody was like, we need a break from Karen Reed. So that is so fucking funny though. Oh wow. There you go. I know, yeah. So we're doing that field. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. We are all huge EDB fans here. And the way I started covering trials, I'm watching trials for a long time, but the way I started covering them was through EDB because of Debt Be Heard. And Maisha can tell you about that. She's still listening. All drains lead to the ocean, right? Dude, for real, right? That's it. That's it, really. So what would it take for you guys? Okay, you guys put yourselves here. What would it take for someone to convince you that this is a good idea? Let's go down this road. Hey, honey. I mean, not honey, but whatever. You know, they're not, at this point, they're breaking up or whatever. We don't even really know. It sucks that he can't tell us what happened to him, right? But for whatever like, unless somebody just turns onto it, well, like maybe there is no discussion. Maybe it's just whoever's driving just goes down this road. I'd be like, let me get out and run for my life at that juncture because like nothing good can come of this. Okay, but let's see what happens. Let's approach it from the other side again. On the road again. So now I feel like singing songs about corn. Oh, what is that? What is it? What is that from? The corn is as high as an elephant's eye. I think it's from Oklahoma. Anyway. All right. It feels creepier to me. I don't know why. It feels creepier to me if you're going from this direction. Like hold on. This feels creepier. I don't know why. This feels creepier to me. Like if I was the passenger in the car and the car was going along and then it was like hung a left to go down this road, I would be like, yeah, I'm getting out of this car and running. But for some reason, it doesn't feel as creepy going from to the right, but that's just my own weird brain. Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, and just like in Murdoch, it won't ever let you go down the road. Like, just like with the freaking court documents, you know what Google Maps is saying to us? If you want to go down this road, you have to fucking come here in person and walk down this road. Damn it. So we need to do we need a field trip to South Carolina. We need a field trip to Wisconsin. I always think it's fun to explore though. Like where did my mouse go? Okay, here we go. So there it is. Now we know, well, yeah, we know that they were coming from Alex's house. I don't even fucking remember. Anyway, so we'll map all of it out like we've done in our other cases. We'll map it all out and we'll figure out how they could have gone from A to B and we'll do it all. Luckily, Google Maps has all these locations saved from the different trials I've covered. It's like I can so easily find like it's like my Google Maps has like 34 Fairview memorized. It has like a million places in South Carolina, right? Like there's the Alameda, there's Moselle. Now it's got these different places. It's got Racy's. It's got this Don Sipple's house. Anyway, all right. So that was the first field trip down to Wisconsin. We'll have other field trips. Don't worry. There will be more to come. Whoa. 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 Wow. I don't think it's like being in an airplane. Isn't it cool how it looks? I wonder if we can zoom out enough to get to see a Great Lake. Oh, I think I see one. Hold on. There's not a Great Lake. What is it? There's Chippewa Falls. Why do I feel like that rings a bell? Where's there's Stanley. So that is where Ezra's from. Whoa. There's Minneapolis. Yeah, that's close, isn't it? Shit. Let's find out how close. Oh, wow. An hour and 17 minutes. Sorry. I make a lot of sound effects for anyone who's new. Wausau. Wait, Menominee. Wait, hold on. This is Menominee. And that is different from Menominee. You've got to be kidding me. Wait, right? I mean, are they spelled the same or different? That's I-N-E-E. That's I-E. See, shit like this is like, what? How? Ooh, there's some bodies of water. That's what I want to see. Look at this. Oh my God, you guys. I have to say, I have never actually done the Great Lakes on Google Maps, and this is blowing my mind right now. Because I forgot that's what I was doing, and so I was surprised. Like, you heard me legitimately surprise myself. Holy fuck. Look at this. No wonder people make a big deal about these. Y'all, it's all making sense now. Oh my God. Sorry. Wow. Now it makes sense. Because we just got a really good idea of, like, for example, how close freaking Minneapolis was, and like, oh, it's an hour away drive. Like, look at, dude. Oh my God, no wonder they make a big deal. Holy fuck. Lake Superior's got an attitude, though. It thinks it's better than the other one. Sorry. Wow. These ones look like small in comparison. My mind is blown right now. Lake Michigan. I wonder which one's actually bigger, Michigan or Superior. Anyone wants to. And then, isn't Lake Canada, though? Isn't this Canada at this juncture? Or where is, hold on. Now I'm going to sound like an idiot. Where's the freaking, is this the border here? Does Canada share? Wait, hold on. I know I'm stupid. Hold on. As y'all know, my world geography is way better than my U.S. geography, just to remind everybody. Yeah, this is definitely all Canada, so I was right about. Holy shit, it is. Y'all, okay. For anyone who is who's like me and didn't realize that half of all of these lakes are Canada, this isn't. What? I mean, I feel like I knew that, but I didn't know that. It's different to see this. Like, I knew this in my brain, but seeing this, what is that? Oh, that's the ocean. Oh, well, see, then you see the lakes compared to the ocean, and it's like, well, there's Massachusetts. We are squirreling really a lot right now. This is classic squirreling right now. Okay, so, well, so many things. How do they handle this, guys? How do they handle this? Like, with like passports and shit. Like, let's say you're on a boat and you're going fast and you've got a nautical theme, Pashmina Afghan. Sorry, I had to. And let's say you're on a boat. Like how do they handle that? I mean, okay. I know that in terms of the ocean, obviously there's like a whole thing about that, right? The way that works. But with lakes, I mean, do they just have like border? I have so many questions. Okay. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Right? I know. E-bike, that's fun. If you right click on the map, you can measure. Okay, thank you. Like your user. Oh yeah, we do it. We go hard. Right? I know. Yeah. So I'm so curious. You know who might know? And look, there's Claire still. Oh my God, I just realized it still has a little pin. This is where we started from. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now you guys know what song that is? It's like a rap song. Anyway, we started it over here. But you know who might know is DSN. So DSN, who I already referenced to you, our new friend DP, that he's also into technology and computers and good with that. He hails from Rhode Island. Anyway, that's not that close, but like, I think this might be our closest squirrel. He might be our closest squirrel to this. Now, having said that, there was somebody who said their sister, there was somebody else who was here earlier tonight who said their sister lives in Wisconsin, but lives on the other side of the state. But actually, having said that, that would mean they live closer to the lakes. So that person, that's our connection. So in order to find out what happens when you're on the lake and then you get to the border, we can ask, who was it who said their sister? It might have been ABC's docket. We can ask them. This is why I love it. So just so you know, DP, we have Squirrels of the World. Basically, there's Squirrel Crew. We've got people all over the planet that are here on a daily basis for live streams. Like, shout out to India, shout out to Ireland, shout out to Puerto Rico, shout out to Germany. And then we've got people from all over the country. So it's so fun. So one of the things that we're doing is the Squirrels of the World project, where we map out, like, where, not with people's addresses, obviously, but just where people are located, because this is so fun. And like, when I look at a map, that's what I think about. Obviously, I'm like, oh, a squirrel lives here, a squirrel lives there, right? So we need a solid Wisconsin lead, though, so we can get some court documents. But look at Massachusetts being all sus over here. Some fucked up shit. But I really, okay, let's just see. Let's just pretend, like, let's just say, can I, wow. Boy, and I had no idea Detroit was like, wait a second. Detroit is like right on the border of Canada? Since when? Dude, y'all, the things you learn. I just want to know what happens if I'm on a boat and I get to this line. That's what I want to know. And what does this dotted line mean? Does anybody know that? What does it connect to? I bet DP knows. What does it connect to? What the fuck is that dotted line? Because why does it go to the middle of the lake? DP, help. What is the dotted line? Oh my God, dude, yes. If you look at the Midwest states, it's in the shape of a man wearing a hat. Okay, let's zoom out. We'll come back to the dotted lines. Hold on. How far do I need to go? Okay. Minnesota, hold on. This is important. We have to see the man wearing a hat. Minnesota, Iowa. Where's Minnesota? Okay, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri. Hold on. Okay. Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, and Louisiana. So going all the way down. Okay, the boot. Right, the boot. Dude, you're right. Maisha, did you just discover this, or did you know this already? Because wow, look at Bermuda. Look at Bermuda. What is Bermuda doing over here? Is that the Bermuda Triangle? Is that the same as the Bermuda Triangle? Why is it just out there? Like, wow. Okay, anyway, I did not think Bermuda was here. So the reason, okay, we'll see. The reason I'm like, whoa, is because like, here's where I live, right? In North Carolina, but like I've spent fuck tons of time out at the Outer Banks, which you can't even see from that is what, where are the Outer Banks? I mean, they should be over here. But anyway, like the way that I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh, Bermuda's just over yonder, right? But like, anyway, I pictured Bermuda being down in the Caribbean. What is, like, didn't you guys think Bermuda was like in the Caribbean? Is this, hold on. Okay, wait, we have to finish with the man wearing a hat. So boot, yes, it totally is a man wearing a hat. Totally is a man wearing a hat. Okay, I'm not going to forget about the dotted lines. We're going to come back to the dotted lines, but for right now, I have to do this. I have to, you guys. I have to. I have to do this. This has to happen. What? 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 What are you doing? Why is it in the wrong place? I feel like it's in the wrong place. Oh, y'all. Oh, I guess it's kind of close to, I mean, but that's, okay. It's so much closer to North Carolina. Dude, okay, my mind right now. Bermuda, okay, you said I can measure the distance by right-clicking. Let's do this. This is my hypothesis. We're about to test it out. Is Bermuda closest? Is the closest land to Bermuda the freaking Outer Banks? Because I'm going to lose my mind right now. In my mind, Bermuda was like close to the Bahamas, like down in this region. Okay. And that's what I always thought. And like, of all the places for it to be the closest to land-wise, if it's the Outer Banks of North Carolina, like, actually, okay, first let's take a look there, and then we will, like, see, there's Outer Banks. I know this area, by the way, guys, better than the city I live in. I've spent so much fucking time out here. Oh, I look at it and I'm like, it's like home. But if you guys haven't been there, it's amazing. Oh my God. And there's Hatteras, and there's Ocracoke, there's Avon and Buxton, and there's Nags Head. So where we would all stay is right here, Rodanthe Salvo. We would all stay out here. Oh, I miss it. I love Ocracoke, and there's Hatteras. Okay, so this is like a really skinny strip of land, but that's why I'm saying that if my hypothesis is correct, what's wild is that that is the closest land to freaking Bermuda. My brain is going to explode. Okay, well, still. But they go into the lake. We'll come back to the dotted lines. Don't let me forget. I won't forget. Right? See? Yeah. Okay, so at least it's not just me. Yeah, same. Thank you. Thank you for making me feel like I'm not the stupidest. Like, but of all, like, what? So this is wild. And like, what happens out here? And also, where's the Bermuda Triangle? Like, what happens out here? Okay, we have things we have to research now. But, okay, so I'm going to try the right-clicky thing. Let's see how this works. So do I just right-click? Okay, let me start with Bermuda, right? Right-click. Oh, okay. Oh, measure distance. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, DP. You win. You win. Okay, so my guess is that the closest point to it land-wise is probably here. This is the fucking Outer Banks, you guys, right here. Dude, I'm going to lose my mind. My mind is going to explode, And then who's going to take care of Frodo? I am going to lose my mind. Let me write it down. Y'all, how? 652. This is insanity right now. Is this? Not only is Bermuda not where apparently any of us thought it was at all. Okay. So I wrote that distance down. Now let's try a new distance. So drag to change, click to remove. Dude, well, now we know what I'm doing from now on is I'm just going to be, y'all, if you don't hear from me, I'm just going to be on Google Maps measuring things. Thank you, DP. Like, this is the best thing that's ever happened. Okay, so now, we're going to measure, to be fair, right, to all the other places. Now we're going to measure, let's be fair, we're going to measure to South Carolina. So that's way fucking farther. That's 851. That's a solid 200 miles further. All right. Now, will it automatically remember that I had it? Let's try to Jacksonville. Will it still remember it? Oh, hold on. I guess I gotta redo it. Hold on. So that's further. It's just getting further. You guys, my hypothesis is correct. It's one of those things where it's like, this is so mind-blowing. I wanted to be wrong. I'm not even joking. I wanted to be wrong because my mind is going to die. Like, I don't have the capabilities to process this right now. You guys, look, there's Cuba. So, okay, now, like the Bahamas, like what if we measure to here? Let's just start, maybe make sure I'm doing this right. So measure distance. 933. There it is. I mean, y'all. Let's just double check and make sure there's not anything else. Try this. Let's make sure. Measure. I'm going to lose my mind. Y'all. So, I mean, looking at it visually, it's fucking right here, right? I'm going to lose my mind. 653.91. So I had written down 652.26, so there is a closer point. So let's just see. Can I drag it? Oh my God, my life. This is amazing. This is amazing. So how do I get to 652? Okay, hold on. I can just be dragging this around and then that, oh. Right here. Okay, so where is that? Where is that? It's on the Outer Banks. Y'all. I don't even know this is the most insane thing that's like ever happened. Like, can I just go here? I need to, okay, let me just say, wherever this is, I've been here. This is what's wild. Wherever this is, I've been here. Like, oh my God. Okay. I need to just go here. Okay, let me zoom in. Okay. Is this even going to be? Oh my God. I'm getting goosebumps, you guys, because Highway 12. I like know right where this is. You guys. I'm speechless. So like technically, so this is, oh my God. So here's Highway 12. So if I want to connect it legit to Highway 12, you go a little bit further here. Like, how much further is that? Yeah, 1 mile, less than a mile. Okay, let's just do that. Like, but let's see if I drag it along. Okay, let's just see where it gets. So on Highway 12, people of North Carolina need to know this. This is insane. This is the claim to fame for North Carolina right now. So I'm gonna challenge myself and limit it to Highway 12. We're gonna go along Highway 12 and see where the closest point is to Bermuda. Those of you guys who were here to watch Ezra, you're gonna have to fucking wait. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, but also I'm kidding. 651.28, is that the lowest? But it's several points. It's right here. And there's the Cape Hat. Why is the lighthouse closed? Are they working on the lighthouse again? I remember when they moved it. I was there the summer they moved this lighthouse. Like, okay, I was just so you guys have an idea of what, I wasn't joking when I say that the amount of hours I've clocked here, right? I was there the summer. It was a summer that went down in history because they moved this lighthouse, guys. You can look it up. The lighthouse was a lot closer to the ocean years ago. I was probably a kid. And it was a huge ordeal. They had to fucking move this lighthouse. It's like a historical monument situation, right? They had to move it because of what happens with like the water and the sand, and it makes the land go away. Like basically the Outer Banks used to be wider, and they keep getting skinnier because of, I guess, erosion or whatever you call it. So like rising sea level and whatnot. So anyway, so the lighthouse eventually was like going to fall into the ocean, right? So they had to move it. I was there when that happened. I was also, speaking of Ocracoke, I was on Ocracoke, Graveyard of the Atlantic Museum. Yeah, by the way, this is where Blackbeard died, is Ocracoke. And we're about to go take a look at Ocracoke because there's actually a Blackbeard Museum. All right, here's Ocracoke. I was on, oh my God, you guys, I love this. I love this so much. I love Ocracoke. I was on Ocracoke, which technically it's an island, like they call it Ocracoke Island. I don't know. I mean, it looks like, wait, it looks like it's not an island, but it is an island. Hold on. Right. Okay. Yes. So the whole island, this is the whole island, but like there's only shit here. This is all just beach. Right. So the way that you get over there is you take the ferry from Hatteras, and then it comes along, and then it goes and it parks itself over here, and then you hang out in Ocracoke. But anyway, I was on Ocracoke the day that Ocracoke made history. It was voted, what was it? World's best beach or something like that, in terms of like best beaches no one's ever heard of. And we were all there, and like it was on the front page of the paper, and we were like, oh my God, are people going to just flock to Ocracoke now? And they probably did. I don't know. But it was like world's best beaches, and like Ocracoke got #1 that year. There you go. Let us know what you find. Yeah, dude, I can tell you all kinds of great stories about Ocracoke. I've spent, okay, my brother and I and some of our friends, we used to joke about like dropping everything in life and just living on Ocracoke, like in a tent. Like it's not realistic, right? Like you could ostensibly probably pitch a tent and live on Ocracoke. Now you'd have trouble with bugs, but you wouldn't have to worry about being too cold. It is really beautiful. It is really beautiful. We can actually take a look. Let's go. Let's do a trip. It is really, the Outer Banks are really great. Really great. It's all natural seashore. So it's preserved. So there's nothing out there. If you want preserved beaches, like it's not touristy, there's no Target, there's no Walmart, there's no Starbucks, there's none of that shit. It's really great. It's beach, it's preserved beach. So I know this place like better than my neighborhood that I live in, which is insane, right? I can give you guys the local tour pretty much, even though I don't live there. I've spent so much time. Oh, I love it so much. It looks like it's way more populated than it actually feels like when you're there. It's really tiny. So there's the black, let's find the Blackbeard Museum. So the Ocracoke flag is the Blackbeard flag for that reason. I can actually show you guys, let me find, yeah, I can actually show you an example of that from our favorite gift, our favorite like souvenir place we used to go. We've been going here since, my parents have been going here since before my brother and I were born. And then my whole life we were going here, right? So when my brother and I were kids, we always got to get like a souvenir, and we would always get one from the same place. And their flag is the Blackbeard flag. Let me find it. Why are they calling it Ocracoke Variety Store? Hold on. Oh, I don't need to measure distances anymore. I just need to go here. I just need to go. I need to go here. Take me here. Oh, y'all. I know exactly where this is. This is so silly. This is, I feel like they've, y'all, I've got pictures of me outside this place for like, you guys don't even know. Isn't it crazy? Like, this is like my stomping grounds. I don't even know how else to explain this. Okay, so I have a good story. So one year, y'all, I got sunburned really bad. And I got like attacked by crabs, and I was a kid. Oh my God. Okay, I was probably like 6 or 8 years old, and I had sunburn really bad, and I got like attacked by crabs. So it was like really painful. And I never complained as a kid, but I was in a bad way that day. And I remember my mom came in here and bought me some sort of cream. I think it was like Noxzema cream. I don't even know if that exists anymore. It was like this cream. She got me this cream and like put it all over my feet. I think it was my feet that were a bit big. I just remember this. I wonder if my mom remembers this story. Anyway, memories. Oh my God. So by the way, you can see there's a lot of golf carts. People drive golf carts around instead of cars for the most part. Oh my God. There's the Sweet Tooth candy place. My brother and I always wanted to go, but we never were allowed to eat candy. This is bringing back so many memories. Wow. This is, you never know what's going to happen in life, right? And I did not expect to be traveling Ocracoke, but I'm so happy I'm doing it right now. We actually haven't been in a couple of years, so I'm really missing it. And I didn't realize how much I was missing it until I started looking at it right now. Wow, yeah. You know, it's funny too, because, oh, there's a beach access. You guys want to see what it's like? Okay. There's a beach access. Let's see if it'll let us. Will it let us go down to the beach? No, it won't. That'd be cool if it would let us go down to the beach, though. So the beach is really close. Now, another thing about the Outer Banks is that when you're on the regular Outer Banks, on one side you have the ocean, and on the other side you have the sound. And the road is really skinny. By the way, there was a cyclist. That reminds me. My dad used to do a lot of cycling, and there was this big Ocracoke race. Actually, they still have it. But anyways, there's a big cycling race, and he did that. And anyway, we drove and we were cheering him on. So this is what it looks like. So when you're driving around, right? So let's go back to civilization. Let's go back this way. I know this so well. This is so crazy. So yeah, so growing up, it used to take like 8 hours to get out here. And now it's like 5.5, just wild from where I live. I feel like you know what's so funny is just seeing this. It's so visceral for me because of how much time I've spent here. I feel like I'm there getting suntan, which is just crazy because it's like nighttime and I'm not. Like I can smell the air. I can feel the sun. Y'all, I'm so insane. I'm sorry. I just wanted to find. Let me see if I can find the Blackbeard Museum. Isn't it so cute though? You guys, Ocracoke is the best. I love it. I love, love, love it. It's not changed a day, which I love. It looks exactly the same. There's not been anything changing since I was a kid, honestly, which is, again, I love it so much. It's not gotten any. There it is. There it is. This is what I was looking for. There it is. This is the souvenir shop I was talking about, guys, when I was like, my brother and I would always go pick. Here it is, the pirate's chest. Oh my God. Okay. Y'all. So growing up, my brother, I'm going to have to tag my brother and have him come watch this part. Daniel, shout out to Mant. So my brother, who is now, by the way, like a professional storm chaser, when we were growing up, and he's 2 years younger than me. Oh my God. This is just memory lane. We would always come here. We would get to the island, and the first thing my brother and I want to do is we would get like whatever, $1 to spend on a souvenir. We want to come here and spend our $1, literally, right? And every year, Daniel would want to get this. They had this toy that they sold here, and it was a potato gun where you put potatoes in it and it shoots potatoes. Every year, Daniel wanted to get that gun, but I think thankfully it cost more than $1 or whatever we had to spend. It was like $10. And he never had enough money to get the thing. And you know what's so funny is he wanted that so he could shoot me with it, right? Because I'm his older sister. And I always think about that potato gun and how I'm so glad that he never got one. Right? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's not changed today. It looks exactly the same. And the last time I was there was it was after COVID. Hold on. The last time I was there was 2021. Yeah, 2021, I believe. But it looks exactly the same as it's looked my entire life, which I love. So this place sells all kinds of Blackbeard stuff. There's a cute golf cart. I mean, if this was from a different year, if this was from an earlier year, I wouldn't be like, we would maybe even see my car, like, oh, there's my car, or like, you know, somebody in my family's car. I mean, I just feel like that could happen. I mean, this looks like summertime when this was, no, wait, sorry, October 20, but it still looks so warm and summery, right? Oh my God, look at how cute. Doesn't it look so nice? Look, this is October, and it's like, so you can stay out here for real cheap, especially if you go camping, because there's campgrounds all over the place. It's like next to nothing. I mean, I think it might even be free, honestly. You can just pitch a tent. If you can handle the bugs, that's the big thing. You got to be able to handle the bugs. Oh, they're ready for hurricane season. So when they're getting ready for hurricanes, they board all the windows up at the Outer Banks. Everywhere does. Because the hurricanes don't mess around. And there is the surf shop. I was wondering if there was, yep, this is another one. Y'all, my sunglasses are from here. My bathing suits are from here. My backpack is even from here. It's actually like a surfer brand backpack thing, like real deal. Y'all. So surfing is really big out here, by the way. It's not just like like it's for real. So like the people that work here are like real surfer dudes, surfer people. But yep, spent a lot of time in this store. See, nowadays, if I ever go, I'm like, I want to go here. I don't go to the Pirate's Chest as much. And now we want to go this way. I know where this is. Yep, here we go. Now we're coming right up. We're coming right up on the place where we would always have lunch. What is this place called? Jolly Roger. Okay, let's see if it's still called Jolly Roger. I bet it is. I can't imagine it's been changed. Let's just see. I'm calling it before we get there. Jolly Roger. I'm telling you, there's countless pictures of me. I don't even use Facebook, but I have one. There's countless pictures of me on Facebook standing in front of the sign with like doing a thumbs up, like in my bathing suit. and we're about to pull up to this place. Okay. There it is, Jolly Roger. Wait, hold on. So that's where you sit out there at the restaurant, and like this is you sit out here on the water and eat basically. Although I never really ate anything, but everybody else would eat. There we go. Yeah, Jolly Roger. See, and then but you have to park over here. This is where the parking is, just so you guys know. And so they probably close. Of course, I'm sure it's seasonal, but yeah, these are the Jolly Roger ducks, right? So you can eat out here. You can eat out here, or you can just hang out if you're me and drink water. And you park your car at the sidebar. Just had to do that. All right, you guys. Thank you for indulging me in doing this little trip around Ocracoke. If anybody ever visits, that's not unfortunate for this person who's bending over and randomly ended up in this picture. I mean, they probably won't know who they are, but like, yeah. Anyway, if any of you guys ever visit Ocracoke, now you have maybe a little bit of a tour. Isn't it so cute though? Oh my God, it just makes me want to go there right now. By the way, this place is so fucking expensive. Don't ever go there. I got coffee there one time. It was just like a basic like iced coffee, nothing in it, just like iced coffee. It was like $8. Where's my mouse? Okay. Yes to surfing, no to hurricanes. Yeah, right. I'm glad that I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. We're happy to have you. Dude, seriously, join the Discord if you like, because I think you'll fit right in the Squirrel Crew. This is the Squirrel Crew. This is what we do. We just play it by ear. But yeah, wherever it takes us. I mean, I had a live stream. I don't know if you're familiar with the Murdoch trial, but I had a live stream during that. We did a whole deep dive. Well, the live streams would regularly go over 7 and 8 hours, but my record, and it's not on purpose, it's just what happens, but my record is from that Murdoch murder series. And anyway, it was 10 hours and 15 minutes. But a lot of it was because we were field tripping. Some people, they might just be tripping as in like going crazy, or they might be tripping like on drugs. We be field tripping. That's what we be doing. We be field tripping. And so we were field tripping the place where he stopped on the railroad tracks after killing his family and trying to figure out what was going on inside his head. It was great. I know, right? So now I just told those dotted lines I wasn't going to forget. So now, you guys want to see something crazy? Let's do this. Let's go back to where we started from. This is going to be wild. Here we are on Ocracoke. Do. I still need to remember to look up the Bermuda Triangle. Okay, so here we are on Outer Banks, right? So again, now here's Ocracoke. Now here's where we all stayed, right? So what you do is you stay over here, right? And then you do the little drive. It's about 45-minute drive to get to the ferry, and then you take the ferry over to Ocracoke. Or you can stay on Ocracoke, but the best way to do that is usually with camping, but then it's a battle with the bugs. So I've got some funny stories about camping with bugs too. And there's Bermuda. I mean, my mind right now, it's almost like looking at it. If I was a kid, I'd be like, oh, I could just swim there, right? Anyway, wow. Ocean is so crazy. Okay, so now, and we're back. All right, let's take a look at these lines. Oh, dude, you're so right. It's the state lines. But this is where it gets weirder. All right. Everybody's got to be fighting over Lake Erie. You were right. It's the state lines. But answer me this. So Lake Erie, dude, I'm going to lose Lake Erie, how do they fight over it? Because it belongs to New York. It belongs to Pennsylvania. It belongs to Ohio. It belongs to Michigan. And it belongs to Canada. What is happening? In like what? How? Okay. So what I wanted to do is see if we can can we go on the lake? Like the way we can do walking, like street view, they need to do boat view. Is that a thing? Can we do boat view? They need to add that. Seriously. Google, add boat view. Because I need to see what happens if I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat and I'm going fast and right. And then I'm like, let's say I'm here, y'all. Like here I am, like picture the squanguin, and the squanguin is over here. And it's like, okay. I'm like, no, it needs to be like right here. It's like, okay, I'm gonna stick a toe over here. Uh-oh, now I'm in, wait, what state is that? Some state. What state is this? What state is this? It is Pennsylvania. All right. So I'm like over here, and then I'm like, oh, now I'm in Pennsylvania. And then it's like, oh, now I'm in, wait, which one was this? Fuck. Ohio. But now, what if you're right here? That's the question that I have. We have to get to the hard question. Oh my God, are you serious right now? I can do that? Oh my God. What is he doing? What's he doing? I've never done this. I didn't know this was a thing. He's flying. I believe I can fly. I can, you guys, DP, you're my best friend right now. This is the best thing that's ever happened. I believe I can touch the sky. I'm dying. Look at this. Is he flying? Is he swimming? I don't even know. He believes, and that's what matters. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That is so cute. That is so cute. Okay, I need to go down. Okay, we need to go right here. This is the question. What happens when you're here? No. Uh-oh. Why do you not go? He doesn't want to go there. You can do it. Come on, let's break all the rules and let's be all three things at once. What are we? Yeah, we're three things at once. We're Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Canada. Oh, he won't go there. No. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, gotcha. Blue dots in the water. Okay. Yeah, they need to do. Oh my God. That's so true. We are road tripping like 90 schools. Yep. So, Turkey Point. I want to know what happens when you're right here. Is there a sign? Is there any signage? Does anything happen to you? Like, do they check your passport? I mean, you know, maritime laws and whatever, you know what I mean? What do they call it? International waters and whatnot. But like, this is different, but it's also not, because it is international, but it's a lake. I mean, it's only two countries. Wow. So Runkle, shout out to Runkle. He's in Alberta, right? I feel like I hear all the different names in Canada talked about, and I don't know. I'm like, okay, just trying to remember. I don't even know. I'm not as familiar. I'm honestly like, I'm not that familiar with Canada, am I? There's Ontario, there's Quebec, Winnipeg. Okay. Like, I have no idea where the hell in Canada that even is. Let's just see. Wow, Canada's huge, you guys. Oh, here's Alberta. But that's like, does not narrow it down at all. What is up here? Oh, what is up here? Oh my God, should we go visit Alaska, you guys? Wow. Oh my God, look at all these things. Look at these things. Do people go out here? What happens out here? What happens out here? This is the Bering Sea. This is the Bering Sea. And there's Russia. Holy shit. I was like, wait a second. By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm almost fluent in Russian, so I can read all this and pronounce it and whatever. That is wild. That is wild. Lake Baikal is supposed to be really beautiful. Anyway, so who are these part of Alaska? I mean, they're not in Cyrillic, so I would imagine. And then there you go. Now you're Russia. Holy shit. What is this then? What is this? Okay, that's still Russia. What is this? Alaska. Oh, the Navy military base. That makes sense, doesn't it, though? That makes sense. Oh my God. Look at all these things. It's so funny because like when they try to spell it out in like English, it makes no sense. It only makes sense if you know how to read it in Cyrillic and pronounce it. That makes so much more sense. It's Niskolskoye. Sorry, wait, no, hold on. It's Nikolskoye. That's what it is. Nikolskoye. But like the yeah part is not represented accurately in the whenever they try to write it in English. I don't even know what to call that. It's just not correct. So wow. That's cool. Akutan. That's a cool name. Wow. You guys, look at this. Can we go here too? I'm just a child. I'm just a child and a squirrel. I'm a child squirrel. I'm a baby squirrel. Right? I know, right? Dude, yeah, right? It's really crazy. Did anyone look up the Bermuda Triangle yet and figure out what's the deal? And like, what's the deal with Bermuda? Like, it's just not what I thought it was. It's not where I thought it was. It's not what I thought it was. But look at this. Look at this. Whoa. Whoa. Mountain climbing. So where is, hold on. I want to be where the people are. So we saw there is a city thing. I want to see them dancing. Wow. The world is insane, isn't it? Oh my God. Hold on. Look at this shit. Y'all. Wow. Where's the little people? I mean, they're probably going to be somewhere on the water's edge or whatever you call it. That is, whatever is going on here is crazy. Is it a volcano? Is it a mountain? Is it a lake? What is happening? I know the picture is like, it's like, you know, putting different ones together, but like, I'm just trying to figure this out. Whoa. Like, I wish this was like not doing it this way, but okay, I see. Okay, you just have to imagine it's all one season. So it's a mountain surrounded by water. Wow. Hot Springs Bay. I wonder if that's where the people are. I want to be where the people are. Whoa. I'm not seeing any people yet. I'm not seeing any roads. Right, roads. That would be, duh. Looking for roads. That would be smart, wouldn't it? Because then it's like, oh, well, aha, here we go. Bingo. Here we go. Whoa. What? This is crazy. You guys imagine living here. What is their life like? What is their life like? We have to know. We have to know. False pass. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Ooh, yay. Okay. Right, yes, right. Oh, I trust, yeah, I'm well aware. Dude, as a kid, I watched every type of mystery show on the Bermuda Triangle. Every special on the Bermuda Triangle. I've seen them all. Dude, I always wanted to go there. My brother and I would always talk about going there to see if we would disappear. You know, that type of thing. Dude, that's so cool. It's close to the Bahamas. Okay. My voice for my legs. For my legs. Hold on. Wait, what about the legs? I'm not sure about the legs. Okay. Not surprised there's a Russian Orthodox church here. That's interesting. False pass. Interesting. Oh, boardwalk. Can we go here? Let's see. Boardwalk. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. We can go on the board. Okay, we have to do this. We have to go here. Can I go here? No. What? That sucks. Which trail? Can I go here? Denied. Okay. Maybe it's too remote. It's like, nah. False pass. As opposed to the real pass. Whoa. Okay, where are we? What? Rooftop. Oh my God, look at how cool this is. So cool. Wow. Yeah, by the way, for our new friend here at DP, the whole thing too, I'll just explain. So I'm a violinist. I'm classical trained violinist since the age of 3. And so that's my connection to Russia. Hopefully that makes sense. But like learning Russian was on my bucket list since I was like a little kid, basically. And I finally did it. But goes without saying that J.S. Bach is the greatest composer of all time. In fact, I have my Bach action figure right here with me where I'm standing. So, all right. So now we're back to Canada, I believe. Or no, where are we? We're in Alaska. Let's just visit real quick. Let's just visit Alaska real quick, and then we'll get back to, whoa. Let's go here. That is beautiful. Holy shit. Let's go here. Let's go here. Oh my God. You guys, look at this shit. Look at that water. Have you ever seen anything like that? Ever? Oh my God. What animal are you? Oh my God, it's a video?
Yeah.
Whoa. You can hear water. Are they on? Is it frozen? Is it a frozen lake? What is the what? Oh my God. Y'all. I don't even have words for what's happening. Oh my God. Are you saying you had radiation? No way. Oh, right. Yes. Thank you, Dave. Yes. Did you have radiation? Were you in Ukraine? I have, and I've studied a little bit of Ukrainian, but it's not, my Russian is much better. It's obviously much better. I did a little bit of Ukrainian. Okay. So, but I wanted to go here. Wow. Take me there. I want to go there. Take me there, little man. I believe I can. Oh my God. He did it. Tiny man, thank you. I don't have words. I have to go here. Like this is incredible. Now I would have to go when it's hot enough for me to survive. I mean, what do you even say? What do you even say to this? This is just beyond words, Uminia net slov. Oh, wow. That's wild and awful, terrible. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I mean, do you have like illnesses from it? I mean, Jesus Christ, that's horrifying. Well, this is just the most incredible thing. Like, I don't even know. These lucky people are here hanging out, doing some cool shit. Getting on a boat. I'm on a boat and wow. Looks like they got some fishing poles, maybe. Look at this. See, if I were here, I would be like all over the place. I would be scrolling the fuck out of this. I'd be like, I want to climb up here. I want to climb up here. And then when I get to the top of the mountain, I want to sing The Hills Are Alive. Oh, cool. Sounds like you really like to read. That's super cool. Wow. Wow. So southern Germany. Okay. My violin, by the way, is German. It was made in 1757. I don't know where in Germany. I could probably find out. I know, right? That's exactly right. We need to have a squirrely vacation. Like, dude, yes. Hold on. Let me make sure it's going to catch my sound here. If I do the squirrel call. Time for the squirrel call. Cuckoo, 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 calling all squirrels. Cuckoo. Maisha, you're way closer than I am, though. How far from Colorado? I wonder, like, I mean, one can drive that, though, because Alaska, wait, yeah, you can drive it, right? Can you drive to Alaska? Hold on. How do I go back to the map? How do I, okay, sure. Like one can drive it, right? Like, you know what I mean? Oh my God, we need to zoom way out. Okay. Right. So like, can I drive to Alaska? How long would that take? What was that place called? Lake something cool? You guys, I have an idea. Like, can I drive it from it? There's North Carolina. Dream big, right? Oh, they couldn't calculate the directions. No. But see, there's no body of water, right? Like, can't you just hop right on over there? I mean, why? Walking. I'm gonna walk there. Maybe I'll get there before I'm dead. Why can't it give me directions though? Oh my God, look, there's Japan. There's Hawaii. Wow, everything looks so close together right now. Like, there's Greenland doing its thing. Let's take a look at Germany. Shout out to Ukraine. So okay, southern Germany. So like Munich. Let me just see. Trying to familiarize myself. There's Austria. They're alive. DP, have you ever been? I'm sure you have, right? Been to Prague. I've always wanted to go to Prague. It's on my bucket list. I thought that said Chewbacca. It does not. Okay. British Columbia is part of Canada, though. That lake is Alaska. That's what I'm saying. The lake is Alaska. That's cool. So Bulgaria uses Cyrillic. Wow. Okay, cool. Okay. Then that means I probably also do. I kind of thought that might be the case, but I wasn't sure. I'm glad you confirmed that for me, Maisha. Thank you. So I think that's true for right. But you can, I mean, one can do it. You can drive through Canada. Flying squirrel. That's right. Yep. I mean, people go to Alaska and they must drive, right? Can't you? I mean, yeah, you can drive. I believe I can drive. Dude, this is the best thing on the planet now, though. I believe I can fly. Look at him. Wait. I believe I can fly. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh my God. I believe I can touch the sky. Woo! Whee! Oh my God. This is my favorite thing in the world. Oh, here's the blue dot. This is what you were saying I can do. And go there, right? But is it? Why didn't it do it? Go. Go, go. Oh, wow. There's Nova Scotia. Shout out to DSN in Rhode Island. Shout out to all the squirrels of the world. Oh my God, you guys, this is just like, I could just do this forever, obviously. Y'all. Death Valley. Oh my God, I want to go there so bad. Look, Maisha. Or wait, I forgot. Are you in Denver? You're in Denver, right? Maisha. Hi. Can you guys see why I had the Squirrels of the World project? I didn't even know. Okay. I didn't even know this flying dude existed, but you can see how in my mind, I'm like, I know the Squirrels of the World project is going to be amazing. I think you're getting a little snippet of what's going to happen. Like it's going to be amazing. I can't wait. This is why, because like, we're going to say hi to everybody and then we're going to go around, we're going to visit. We're not going to go on anybody's doorstep, but we're going to like go and look at all the places and we're just going to say hi to everybody. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. I love the name Aurora because I'm sure I've already told you she's my favorite Disney princess and Sleeping Beauty is one of my favorite Disney movies. I name a lot of things Aurora. Like if I had a daughter, I'd probably name her Aurora. Oh, okay. That's cool. Itchy Boots. For some reason, it rings a bell. Oh no, there's no such thing, dude. Yeah. It's so funny because I know this is the first time you've been here, but like literally every stream. and if some like it's always going to get derailed. To me, it's like it's just normal. So it's all good. Yeah, I mean, this is so great. And this is why we're going to do the Squirrels of the World. And we're going to have, so what it's going to be, DP, because I know you haven't heard about it yet. So it's going to have these little squanguins up here. It's going to be squanguins instead of, I figured out how to do it. So instead of the red pin, you know, for location, it's going to be squirrels. It's going to be squanguins in each place. So people that want to participate can post in the Discord. And then I've got a map that I'm making. Tijuana. So Costa Rica is one of my favorite places. Oh no, we're gonna be doing this forever. Definitely go to Costa Rica if you ever have the chance. Where's Manuel Antonio? Oh, there's Capos. Okay, I know where I am now. So I need to go down. Oh, is it down here? I don't know. I can't find it. Where is it? But where is it? Anyway. Oh, wait. Panama. Wait, what? Oh, that's weird. Okay, here's Costa Rica. That's weird. Okay, so I'm gonna turn around or something. Oh, here's Dominical. We stayed here. Hold on, please. Dominical was super cool. It's a surfer town. Surfer town. Here it is. Here it is. Yes, can we go to the beach? Dude, I have tons of fucking pictures, by the way, from this trip and on this beach and these beaches. Can I just go there? Like, can I just like go? Can I go? I know. I just want to go there. Oh, we went to this wildlife sanctuary too. Anyway, okay. All right, you guys, let's get back to the thing. So, oh, that's cool. Maisha, you're the best. So, Maisha loves Disney, for those of you who don't know. Yeah, squanguins, yes. So the squanguin is like, here, let's show you a good view. The squanguin became this like my mascot, if you will, if that's the right word for it. Just as like just what happened. There's the squanguin. So the squanguin has lots of different things. Like for Karen Reed, here, let me show you what this one was. Like, so for each trial, so right there, the squanguin was in the redwood forest because it's related to the trial. And then for Karen Reed, for example, looks like that. Here, so they're always different. So, but this is the one that we have for this trial, redwood forest. And the squanguin is so funny because my boyfriend freshman year of college made that for me, like, because I love a good hybrid animal. And anyway, it's the squanguin. But yeah, that's so good. The Disney Cruise Line goes through it. I love it. I love it. How many times have you been to Disney World, Maisha? I haven't been since I was a kid, unfortunately. But I loved it. Freaking loved it. And I've never been to Germany, but if I go, I want to go to I'm not gonna try to say the name because I'll butcher it, but it's the real life Cinderella's castle, and it starts with an N. New spot. Oh my god, I'm not. Yeah, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Oh, cute. Ha, neato. The I mean, do you probably pronounce it like a V, like Volperdinger? Oh, that's why haven't you been to Disney World? That seems like that doesn't make any sense. Yes, that one. Yes, I want to go there. Have you been there? Yeah, can't blame that. That makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe if we make that trip out to Redbeard and we can dig up all of Alex's hidden money, then we can be rich and then we can go all the places we want to go. Squirrel Crew World Tour. Sorry. Just, oh God. Okay. Let's get back to Mr. Devries. That was a detour. You know what's funny though? I think we've probably had longer detours in the history of this channel. Believe it or not.
Exposure.
Back to real life.
Being in March, obviously, sun's, the way the sun goes. Obviously the northern half of the road would get less sun as it's facing away. The sun would be more towards the south, obviously in the wintertime. So that the top portion of the southern portion of the road would receive more sun.
The portion below 658 would receive more sun in your opinion, right?
In my opinion, yes.
And obviously when you were there, it's late March in Wisconsin, right?
Yes.
The weather changes daily, if not hourly there, correct?
Correct.
You can have a big warm up and things start to thaw out, right?
Yes.
And you can have a freeze and all of a sudden all the surfaces get hard again, correct?
Correct.
So it very much depends upon the day.
Yes.
Especially in late March.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So you would agree that initially this portion of the road, the north side of the road, would more than likely be a harder surface than the south side because it had less exposure to the sun. Agreed?
Generally.
And we see here that on the south part of the road that there's some tire tracks that appear to go off the road. Is that right?
That is correct.
You've driven in mud before, I would imagine?
Yes.
When you've driven in mud, you try to find the hardest surface, right?
Yes.
So it would make sense to you that if someone's stuck in the mud, they might try to go to a harder surface like the grass. Agreed?
It's possible, yes.
And you had testified before, I believe that...
I was like, I'm trying to follow you, Mr. Defense Attorney. Trying to follow you, but like I can't. And here's why. If you're stuck, you can't go anywhere. He just said, y'all, let me rewind that so you can hear. That made no sense. That made no sense.
The grass, agreed?
It's possible, yes.
And you had testified before, I believe that the area around the car, the grass was a much harder surface than the mud.
Correct.
Right, so that's would be consistent with your observations of the scene, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you note this portion here where there's tracks leading from the mud road onto the grass? Are there any photos or observations that you made of that muddy portion of it?
I didn't take any photographs. I did note that the area was quite muddy and quite disturbed. It was difficult to determine if any tire marks had come off of as we're calling it, the muddy road, where I was able to definitively see where the tire marks were is when it became off of the muddy road.
Okay. So you could deduce that the vehicle in question was probably on the muddy road and then eventually left the muddy road where the tracks come off onto the grass. Is that right?
Yeah, that's
That would be your.
Right. So the thing that they're discussing is the same question that we had, which is like, okay, hang on, because the car's in the grass. Like, remember, Maisha, we were saying this is right before DP got here, actually. Right. Actually, I think it's right when you arrived, because they were looking at the pictures with the FARO, and we were like, wait a second, the mud is not, like, the mud is there, but the car is not in the mud. The car is in the grass. Like, what is going on? You know? And then I thought they said blood. Guys, remember that time? Remember the boat times when I thought it was blood, but it was really mud. And so anyway, but it's like, that's the whole thing is like, well, so then why did they go into the grass? Right. So the defense attorney was like saying, well, if you were stuck in the mud, wouldn't you try to go to a harder surface? And he like said, well, yeah, I guess you could, but like what this witness didn't realize is like the premise of that question is impossible, because if you're stuck in the mud, you can't go anywhere. So
Conclusion?
Yes.
And it appears as if when it initially got off the grass, there was again some maneuvering to try to make sure it continued in a forward motion.
Yes.
And then it managed to do so for some time.
Yes.
And then it got into a softer surface.
Yes.
That would be your observations?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when your observations of the vehicle at its resting point is, it appeared stuck in the mud?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you know anything about the timing of when the vehicle was there and when people were at other places?
No.
All right. Would you agree that the portion of the roadway that is exposed, the northern portion of the muddy roadway, would be softer in the afternoon when the sun is shining on it than it would have been earlier in the day?
That would make sense, yes.
Okay. And what we see is a footpath here on Exhibit 283 on the northern portion of that muddy road. Is that right?
Correct.
And then it appears to, at least using your deduction skills, come from the grassy area, then onto the footpath. Is that, or onto the muddy road, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point, that footpath ends in the middle of the muddy road?
It's just, I wasn't able to discern any more areas where footprints could be observed.
Okay, and was that due to the hard surface of the area, or just so much water and mud and disturbance?
A combination of both. There was water at the end of the driveway itself near 430th Avenue.
Okay, and so for whatever reason, you just could no longer determine whether those were footprints or not, right?
Correct.
The footprints that are marked here on the footpath, those appeared to be from stocking feet or bare feet?
I could not tell that. It was a path of footprints.
And on what we know from Exhibit 284 is there was some casings done at E1 and E2, is that right?
To my knowledge.
Is that what you called them?
Yes, foot cast impressions.
Foot cast impressions, thank you. Okay. And so we'd have to look at those foot cast impressions to determine whether or not it was a shoe-worn footprint or a non-shoe wearing footprint, right?
Correct, and that is outside of my expertise.
Okay. That's all for now on these. I think you can have a seat. Okay, thank you. So you testified about the lack of, I want to ask questions now about around the scene, which I think perhaps best we can just show them this one. Exhibit 285, can you see that, sir?
Yes.
All right, so I want to ask questions about the general area of where the car was stuck in the mud, okay?
Okay.
Can you just, again, top is north,
Yes.
bottom south?
Correct.
So that makes that,
West.
all right, I'm always worried I'm going to mix that up. So on the east side of the car, also the driver's side of the car, is
Okay.
where there were the 2 footprints that we previously discussed and you'd measured, is that right?
Correct.
And that's somewhere in the area of E5, is that right?
That is correct.
That would be consistent with the marker that you'd seen there, right?
Yes.
And that ends up to this point closest to, arguably closest to the door other than the boot that we see there?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the only footprint that you made observations of anywhere around the vehicle?
That is correct.
Now, doesn't mean that
You guys,
people weren't there walking around prior to.
do you guys remember True Paul's map? Because look at the difference. And this isn't even, we can't even really see it because it's an exhibit-y. But look at how driveway, look, there's a vehicle. There's the dead body, a marker there, right? Of course, the victim. There's the trailer. Look, it says pillow. It's labeled it's just. Anyway, do you guys remember the Trooper Paul? They have this guy does what Trooper Paul does, basically, right? They have the similar jobs in that they're both, law enforcement, but they're both Reconstructionists. And just the difference, right? The difference.
Your arrival, it just means you did not observe.
Yeah, it's a trailer. It's like a trailer, I know trailer can mean a lot of different things. It's a funny looking trailer. It's here, let me back up and see if I can find a good image of it from here. And then I'll come right back to where we were. Because trailer can mean a lot of different things, but let's see. Aha, perfect. Randomly found the right spot. It's to the right of the car, that thing. It's real weird looking, right? Here, let me just play this little spot so we can see.
Can we go to the back and take a look?
I don't
Yeah,
believe
you can see, it's weird looking, right?
it was.
Okay. Can we look on the side of the vehicle here?
I've never
The
seen a trailer
driver's
like
side.
that.
Turn back. Does it appear that there's a covering over what would be that rear side window there?
Oh, right here, the vent window? Yes.
And let's go to the front window as well, driver's side. Is that the condition? It appears, is the window down?
This is so weird about these windows being down. So we think that might be a hat. It is very weird. It's very weird looking. I've literally never seen one. Let me back up a little bit further and see if we can get another. Yeah, it's just real weird. Let's see here. Isn't this so funny how Ezra drew all over her car? There we go. Look at that thing. What the fuck? It's odd.
Just zoom in.
It almost looks like military style. You guys know what I mean? What? I don't know why. I feel like it just gives that vibe. It's like a vibe thing. It looks like it's for tanks or some shit. But yeah, that's the trailer. So it's weird. Now we know it's a farm, right? But I don't know what you do with that on the farm. Farm life, right?
Arguably closest to the door other than the boot that we see there?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the only footprint that you made observations of anywhere around the vehicle?
That is correct.
Now,
Yeah.
doesn't mean that
Heavy farming
people
equipment.
weren't there walking around prior to your arrival. It just means you did not observe any footprints, right?
Correct.
And the lack of footprints has much to do with the surface, right?
Yes.
Right? And so despite that you were able to see some footprints in the surface there, somebody could have been walking in the area near there, but the surface changes from foot to foot.
It can, yes.
And so then all of a sudden the same person walking, you just can't observe the footprint then.
Correct.
So whether or not there's footprints in the front of the vehicle doesn't mean people were or were not wandering around in the front of the vehicle.
Correct.
Same with on the passenger side of the vehicle.
That is correct.
Same with the rear side of the vehicle.
Correct.
Same with around the green trailer.
Correct.
Same with the area in front of in between the car and the trailer in front of the driver's door.
Correct.
Same with in the area around E15 and E12 here on the green trailer, right?
Correct.
So you can just say what you did see, correct?
Yes.
You can obviously say what you didn't see.
Yes.
But there's less conclusions you can make about things that you were not able to observe. Agreed?
Correct.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
Yes. Trooper, when you're doing your mapping, are you mapping when you do the maps that we see with the total station, are you mapping everything that's at the scene or only certain things?
I try to get as much as possible. You can get too much. There are some things that just, aren't necessarily important or obvious to investigators. But anything that's identified by investigators is obviously clearly marked. Any type of geographical markers, large trees, telephone poles, anything out of the ordinary will generally tend to mark those because those will stand out. But as far as trying to get everything, that's almost an impossible task.
All right. And when you're using the 3D scanner itself, well, actually, first, with the total station, does it matter if it's night or day when you're using the total station?
No, it could be night, day, rain, sun, with this particular unit.
All right. And with the 3D scanner, for the scanner part of it, does it matter whether it's night or day?
It doesn't, other than at night, we have to use supplemental lighting in order for the photographs to show up.
All right. So the scanner itself that's scanning all these points will scan whether it's pitch black or high noon in the middle of summer.
Correct. And in this particular unit, the 330 stands for a range of 330 meters, or which is just over 1,000 feet. So that is about 1,000 feet is about the far limits of this particular unit's range.
All right. And, but the photographs, you need to use supplemental light.
Yes.
All right. So if you're just using the grayscale part, which is just pretty much just the scanner, that's going to be the same whether it's night, day, or whatever.
Correct.
All right. And the photographs, you add light so that those show up a little bit better.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. That makes
The footprints that you observed in your scanning, were those marked as evidence markers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The scanner itself, will it show everything, whether it's marked as an evidence marker or not?
If the unit...
Yeah, they call it FARO. I think it's spelled FARO. So it's, I forget what it stands for, but I'm sure you can Google that. But yeah, they call it the FARO. It's specific. They use it in a lot of different cases. But yeah, it is really, I feel like, again, they've done the best job of presenting its capabilities in this trial of any trial I've seen. So I really appreciate that. But yeah, that makes perfect sense that it has all these capabilities that it doesn't matter if it's rain, shine, whatever, right? Because it's mapping out these points. And then, but like, yeah, if you're going to take photographs, that's different. You're relying on the human eye, and then you need to have alternate light sources. So yeah, it is super cool.
Can basically see it. It will grab what it can, yes.
Okay. So it'll show the image of it, whether it's marked as an evidence marker or not.
Correct.
And are there times when you see things on the scanner that become important that maybe were not noticed when you were initially at the scene?
It can happen, yes.
I don't have any other redirect. Thank you.
Can you request?
Yes, Mr. Devries, I forgot to ask you the first round some questions about the gold article of clothing on the ground near the doorway.
Okay. Doorway of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe the best, could you come down and pull that up just so we all know what we're talking about? Okay, so on the screen is the ground on the driver's side of the vehicle. Is that right?
That is correct.
And we see in there evidence marker 4 to indicate the right boot. Is that right?
I believe that's what it was indicating.
Evidence marker 5, which is one of the footprints leading towards that open door.
Yeah.
Okay, what is that? What is that white thing, though? You guys see that white claw? What the fuck is that? Oh yeah, cold water rule. That's normal, Maisha. Yeah. What is that white claw? What the fuck is that? Weird.
Yes.
And evidence marker 6, which is a blood stain half on the ground.
Right, it looks like an antler, but why is it there? Like the antler, but there's no antler in this. Like, it does look like an antler. Like, is it just a random ass antler just like on the ground? Like, it looks like an antler. But why is there? Whatever it is, why has there been no talk of it? Like, we need to know what this thing is. Like, how can we can't just not say what this thing is? Mike just says, "Oh dear." It's the white antler in the room right now.
Half on a dark blanket. That's what it appears to be.
Yes.
Somebody else will be here to correct us if we're wrong.
Yes.
Blanket?
And then we see the open doorway.
Yes.
Please tell
on the
us
ground,
what that is.
on top of the ground, there's this big dark, what appears to be a blanket.
If you're referring to the blue object under number 6, yes.
Yes. Okay. I didn't know if it was. We'll call it dark blue. Is that
All right. That's fine.
And then next to that, or on top of that, is, I believe, what was called a gold sweater. Is that right? Or
Fuck the sweater. We want to know
something wrapped in the blanket.
okay, you don't know what that is.
That is correct.
You didn't pick it up.
No.
You did not collect that.
No.
Okay. It was there at the scene when you got there, correct?
Correct.
When you got there at the scene, Ms. McCandless wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what she was wearing on her person when she met with the Farmer Police Hospital on March 22nd, agreed?
Correct.
And so anything obviously that would be on her person wouldn't be still at the scene, right?
Correct.
All you're observing is there's some gold piece of cloth that's there at the scene, right?
That is correct.
But you don't know what it is.
Correct.
All right. Those were the only follow-up questions I had. Thank you.
What the fuck? How are you not saying anything about the antler?
Sorry. Mr. DeFore, do you have any redirect based upon that cross, given that was,
No, like why?
No, Your Honor.
okay.
Oh my god.
All right. Thank you, Trooper Devries. You may step down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break before we take up the next witness. So we'll excuse you to the jury room. All rise, please.
Y'all, that's it for this one. Oh my god, to be continued. To be continued. But that's a cute squirrel. So let me go ahead and I'll pull up our little intro video here as we're talking. So I don't know why the fuck no one's mentioning the antler. That's just weird. I mean, maybe we'll hear about it from the next witness, because the next witness is going to be more like forensic people. Also, I feel like in the other pictures you didn't see the antler. Like, I feel like in the other pictures, I mean, like initially when we saw, remember Maisha, when we were like, oh my god, there was the dead body hanging out of the car. Remember that time? I feel like I feel like there wasn't a blanket and shit on the ground either. Like, I didn't see an antler. I didn't see a blanket. Ugh. I mean, it doesn't mean they weren't there. I guess we could go look. I guess we should go look, huh, guys? Let's go look. Hold on. So, DP, again, I know that you are newer here. There's that trailer. I'm just going to give you a heads up. We may be seeing a dead body, but it's not close up. I mean, there are close-ups, but that's not the part that I want to see if we can get better. And we need to learn about this antler. So just know there might be a dead body that pops up.
And what I'm going to do is open up the Scan Explorer, which allows it to incorporate the photographs.
And actually, this is great, because now you're going to get to see. So this is actually the very beginning when they start pulling up this FARO program. So you can see this whole thing again.
Taken with the scanner as well.
All right. So I see a yellow triangle there.
I'm going to back it up more because he probably describes better. He probably describes what the FARO is first. I'm sure he does, actually. So let's do that.
So what are we looking at here?
So
In the program, it's called Trimble RealWorks. In this program, what we're currently seeing here is the point cloud of all the measurements that was originally taken from the 3D scanners. There were 6 scans that were completed around the vehicle.
Like this?
And that's what we're seeing right here. And what I'm going to do is open up the Scan Explorer, which allows it to incorporate the photographs that were taken with the scanner
Something
as well.
like that? It's RealWorks.
All right. So I see a yellow triangle there. Can you explain what that yellow triangle means?
The yellow triangle are the setups where the scanner was located. So it helps in here, as we can see down in the lower right-hand corner, you can see where each triangle was set up. That's where the scanner locations were around the vehicle.
So there are multiple scanners there?
Nope, just one scanner, just moved around in 6
They're
different
inside
places.
Court TV.
And so this is looking for one of those points that you see those multiple triangles in the small diagram.
Correct. In the lower right-hand corner, it's represented by the green triangle. That's where we currently are in the scene right
All
now.
right.
I didn't get that last part. Represented by the green triangle. What?
That is where we are currently located in the scene.
All right. And the green item to the side, is that trailer we were talking about?
Yes.
All right. Can you, with this, can you move around them to see different portions of it?
Yes, I can.
And how do you do that?
Just by clicking the mouse and moving around through the scene.
Okay.
Okay, there's
Let's
a
go
plane.
back, turn a little bit. I want you to go back to the trailer. So we're looking at the trailer kind of flat on as best you can. Okay. There were 2 evidence markers on there, I believe, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you,
Wow, it's huge, isn't
and
it?
Ms. Hoffmeyer will testify to what those are. Can you tell us what the distance is between those 2 evidence markers on that trailer?
Sure, I
And if
believe.
there's a better
Let me-
angle to get it from, that's fine.
You know, I think that's why I got.
So because I can't see where the actual evidence is, I can see where
I
the
think that's where I got the military vibe, is because that writing on the side looked military style.
stickers are. The measurements will be between
I know,
from the
right?
center of the sticker to the center of the next
It
sticker.
really is, very much.
And I apologize, what are those sticker numbers? Am I jumping ahead?
Looks like 13 and 15.
It's 14. They're 13 and 14, council.
13 and 14.
Thank you.
And so that distance is approximately how far?
Just over 6 feet away from each other.
All right, great. Now, can you, from this angle, can you also then, does this also show the vehicle itself?
Yes, it does.
All right, can you scroll around to the vehicle or turn around to the vehicle? All right. And so it also shows then the various other evidence markers that are located out there?
Correct.
All right.
Right, the olive
Now,
green, right.
are you
good
able
point.
to,
Right.
as part of this, can we see the tracks of the vehicle and what happened with the vehicle as far as it getting stuck?
Sure, there's some several different things that we can do here to see, kind of near the center, a little bit on the bottom, you can see some disturbed ground. I can zoom in a little bit, which appears to be some type of tire mark
Yeah, it went forward and then back.
from this angle. Trying to see if we can see it from a different
Oh,
angle.
cute. There's one of the scanners.
So we kind of got washed out a little bit from our backlight that we had at the scene. There was virtually no light out there, so we had to bring in supplemental lighting.
Okay. Is there a way that you can get it to see it a little bit more clearly?
Yes, we can turn off the pictures, basically, and move it into a grayscale intensity so we can see that.
I even still have a touch on your sorry.
Turn off the color into a grayscale.
And so now, when we have the color off, are you just looking at what the laser scanner did itself versus with the pictures that it takes?
It's a kind of a combination of both, but you're seeing more of the laser scanner than you are of the picture.
Okay. All right. And so what does it tell you and what does it show you as far as the tire marks at that point?
From what I can see, it looks like at some point the vehicle came to a stop, and it looks like it appeared it may have backed up.
Okay. And Trooper, if you can try to speak a little bit more and maybe even move that microphone a little closer. I'll try to make sure I speak up loud enough, and then if you can just use the microphone. And by the way, when were you at the scene on this?
I believe I arrived at the scene, it was shortly before 10 p.m., and we worked there for a couple hours while the crime lab was processing the scene. I had to wait for them to identify their evidence, and then we took our scans. So we're there well into the night.
All right. And was that 10 p.m. on March 23rd?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the area. Can you get us to the area where most of the evidence markers were between the vehicle and the trailer? What is that kind of black circle in there?
This black circle here will be found at every scan station.
Yeah, there's the antler.
It can't scan directly underneath it.
That's what I wanted to know. There's the antler. They never talk about what the antler is, though, guys. What the fuck? There's the fox pillow. Huh. Was it something that was in her car? Like, clearly the blanket, the fox pillow came out of her car. Did that come out with the car? Interesting, right?
That's why there's a black circle here in this particular scan. If I were to move to a different scan, such as adjacent to
Right, we do have
it, the circle is gone. Just because now that data is now captured in this scan, not versus the other one.
Okay.
So again, same thing here for this scanner. It just can't see directly underneath the unit.
All right. Let's go back to the one you were at just a minute ago. There we go.
No.
So,
Oh, I know. I know. It's an Lady Baker quote. The other thing that's crazy is that, like, Ezra thought that, like, it seems like she thought that he was not going to be found, but also, like, her car is so distinctive. Like, dude, there's no doubting whose car that is, right? You know? So, yeah, I don't know. It's very weird. It's all very weird. I don't know what the deal is with the antler, but yeah, there you have it. So, we can go back to our presentation here. But yeah, so next up we will be hearing from Katie Hoffmeyer, I think her name was, and she's going to be doing she's going to talk about all that evidence, right? All the blood. We're going to learn more. Maybe we'll even learn what the fucking antler thing is, because, you know, that'd be great. So, oh yeah, by the way, I even have a goat. I even have my own goat, DB. It's the same goat, by the way. It is the same goat. Oh, we'll do a goat. We'll do a goat. It's the same goat as EDB and Runkle. I love my goat, my comfort goat. So there's Racy's. Yep, Purdue. Such a cool looking place, though. Such a shame that it's like forever now. So look at that neato tile counter thing. That's cool. Now it's forever associated with this case, probably. But yeah, so I think tomorrow we're going to be back to Depp Be Heard, and we're going to be doing Johnny Depp on rebuttal for the rebuttal. Yeah, that's what will be tomorrow. And then the next day, so Wednesday will be our next Ezra, I would do believe. And we will get to learn some more evidence. We do have questions about what the antler thingy is. So we have to learn. But y'all, that was so fun doing our little mini world tour. Someday it'll be the whole world. Here, look out, world, here we come. But y'all are awesome. I was so happy to make another school friend. You're gonna love it here. We have the best people, and ever, like, for real. It's the best chat, and we have a lot of fun. But we also use our brains, and we got a lot of really awesome people. So yeah, Squirrel Crew. That's right. So so yeah. So hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow for Depp Be Heard. I'm sure I will be seeing many of you guys. And as always, I'll have timestamps done shortly for this.
It's a house.
Right. I got every time it takes me by surprise. Yeah, and so I will have the timestamps done as always. And I'm glad that you had such a good time. That's awesome. DB, hopefully we'll see you again soon. Would love to see you. Would love for you to be part of the crew. All right. And Maisha will be there. Maisha's our resident Deputy Her Encyclopedia, I will say. So y'all are awesome. Love y'all. See you tomorrow. And I will, where is it? Roll. Yep. Roll the outro.